I had triple-checked the itinerary before I left the house. Printed copies, confirmation numbers, even a small pouch for my passport and boarding pass. I'd bought a new pair of sandals that wouldn't rub a sun hat I never wore, and 3 books I probably wouldn't finish. The suitcase rolled behind me with a soft thud every few feet as I walked toward the terminal. I was early, always am, and I thought maybe I'd surprise them with coffee while we waited. Then my phone buzzed. Change of plans. Patricia's mom is coming instead. It's just for family. Nolan. I reread the message. Once then, twice. My hand stilled on the suitcase handle. I looked around, unsure if I was misunderstanding something, but when I turned toward the boarding ramp, I saw them. Nolan had his arm around Patricia, both of them laughing. Her mother stood beside them in a coral dress and heels that didn't belong anywhere near a boat deck. They were posing for a picture taken by one of the staff. Nolan waved at the camera, smiling, then disappeared into the ship's entrance with the others. They didn't see me. Or maybe they did and looked through me. I stood there for a while, not moving, just breathing. There wasn't a scene to make. No one to shout at. No explanation to demand. It was already done. I stepped to the side and sat on a low bench facing the water. The breeze caught the edge of the boarding pass, still peeking from my pouch. I folded it in half and tucked it away. I didn't cry. That surprised me. Instead, I sat there and watched the ship pull away from the dock. The ocean looked flat quiet. You'd never know a storm had just passed through me. When I got home, I poured a glass of water and stood in the kitchen. The silence there wasn't new, but this time, it felt different, like something had shifted, like I'd left something behind on that pier and picked up something heavier in its place. I opened the drawer by the fridge and pulled out the file. The folder with the cruise documents went straight to the bottom drawer of my desk underneath old utility bills and recipes I never use. I didn't look at it again. I just closed the drawer slowly, the way you do when something inside is too sharp to touch. I made tea, though I didn't drink it, sat down at the kitchen table and stared at the chair across from me. For years, that chair had been Nolan's after school, after college, even after he and Patricia moved into the house. The house I bought. Not all at once, but piece by piece. The down payment came from my annuity. The renovations from my emergency savings. The mortgage I'd taken over when Nolan lost hours at work. Just for a few months, he said, until we get back on track. 2 years later, I paid the final installment. No party. No thank you. I reached into the side drawer by the fridge and pulled out the folder. The deed was still there, folded neatly in a plastic sleeve. My name at the top. Only mine. They never refinanced. Never changed it. Never mentioned it again. The water bill sat unopened beside it, addressed to me. So did the property tax notice, the trash collection statement, the gas service. All quietly routed to my email, auto-paid from my account. I covered the foundation so they could live above them, free and undisturbed. They were probably sipping champagne right now. Maybe on the deck, maybe watching the sunset. Patricia's mother would be holding court. Nolan would be telling himself it was harmless, just a switch in plans. They'd call it a misunderstanding if I brought it up. Say it wasn't meant to hurt, but it did. And I was done explaining why. I set the folder on the table and opened my contacts. My thumb hovered over the name I hadn't used in years. Marcelo Reyes, attorney. I pressed call, then stood up to get my notebook from the shelf. The one where I kept records of everything, payments, transfers, promises. By the time he picked up, I already knew what I needed to ask. I logged into the credit card portal just after sunrise. The cruise charge sat at the top of the transaction list, bold and smug. Room meals activities, spa packages, extra excursions, all confirmed. All booked under my name. I clicked dispute, then cancel. Then locked the card entirely. No note. No warning. No confrontation. I imagined the looks on their faces when the hotel key stopped working or the dinner reservation bounced. But I didn't linger there. That wasn't the point. I had a meeting with a realtor 2 hours later. She asked if I wanted to stage the place or sell it as is. I told her I just wanted it gone. When I arrived at the house, their house, everything was exactly in its place, and yet nothing felt familiar. The spare key still worked. The alarm code hadn't changed. The smell of air freshener hit me before I reached the kitchen. A candle burned on the island labeled something generic and clean. All the family photos were gone. Not just mine, all of them. No pictures on the hallway wall, no frames on the mantel. Even the small one I had left in the guest room of Nolan as a boy tucked behind a lamp was missing. There was a folder on the counter, titled Future Transfer. Inside were printed documents, titles, financing, pre-approvals, even a drafted deed. My name wasn't on any of them. I didn't touch it, didn't need to. Upstairs, I walked from room to room, noting furniture, appliances, items worth moving, items worth donating. The house echoed more than I remembered. Maybe because my presence had been slowly peeled away layer by layer until I was a guest in the space I'd built. I opened the linen closet and found the towels I'd bought last Christmas. Still in plastic. I moved them to the donation pile. Downstairs, the realtor waited. She didn't ask questions. She handed me a clipboard. I signed where she pointed. Back in my car, I exhaled slowly, then reached for my phone. The mover's number was next on my list. The offer came the next morning. Full asking price. Cash. No contingencies. They wanted to close by Friday. I told the realtor yes before she even finished the sentence. I didn't flinch, not once. The next 3 days moved like clockwork. I called the movers and asked for a small team, just enough to help me separate what belonged to me from what didn't. I pointed to the hallway closet, the front bedroom, the garage shelves. These can go, I said. The rest was theirs. Boxes labeled Nolan and Patricia, stacked quickly in the corner of the garage. I didn't bother with bubble wrap. I folded her dresses the way I would have wanted mine folded. I set aside a few of the children's toys, unsure if they were wanted or just left behind. A donation truck came for the furniture. I watched the sofa disappear out the front door, then the coffee table, then the wine rack I never used, but bought anyway, because Patricia liked the look of it. When I peeled the photo stickers off the fridge, there were no marks underneath. No shadows, no outlines. It was as if nothing had ever been there. By the time I finished, the house echoed with the sound of shoes on bare floor. I sat at the kitchen counter with a pen and a notepad. The words didn't come all at once, but they came. You needed a trip without me. I need a life without permission. It wasn't a threat. It wasn't meant to hurt. It was just the truth. I folded the letter and taped it to the fridge just under the empty magnet. No name, no signature. Just that one line. I closed the front door behind me and turned the new key in the new lock. For the first time in years, the house wasn't mine to worry about. And it wasn't theirs to take for granted. The next morning, I opened my laptop and searched for rentals along the coast. They must have landed late the night before, because by morning, the texts had started. One from Nolan. Hey, the garage code isn't working. Another an hour later. Did something happen? Call me. I didn't reply. By afternoon, the calls began. I turned my phone face down on the counter and let it ring. Across town, they stood in front of what used to be their home. The driveway was empty, the porch bare. The hanging planter Patricia had chosen was gone. So were the cushions from the bench. Nolan tried the garage keypad. Patricia tried the front door. Neither worked. She shouted first sharp and immediate the way she always did when things didn't go her way. Nolan dialed again, pacing. Eventually, he walked around to the side entrance where I'd always kept the spare key. He found the lockbox gone. The realtor had left the new owner's welcome folder just inside the entry, but on the fridge, taped in place with the last remaining magnet, was the note. He read it once, then again. His hands started to tremble. You needed a trip without me. I need a life without permission. She sold the house. Patricia's voice cracked at the edges. She took the letter and read it aloud, like a charge in court, as though saying it louder might undo what had already been done. Her mother, standing behind them with a suitcase, frowned and asked, "Wait, wasn't this house in her name?" Nolan didn't answer. The silence inside that living room bare, now stripped to floorboards and empty walls, said more than either of them could manage. He sat on the staircase where the family photos used to hang, looked up and saw nothing. No frames, no echoes, just blank space. Patricia tried calling again. Then her mother. Then they all stood there, waiting for someone to explain what had happened. But no one came. No one owed them a moment more than they'd given. While they stood there, I was already settling into my new place by the coast quay in hand. Windows open to the sea. The studio was smaller than anything I'd lived in before, but it felt more like home than the house ever did. One room, one window, and a door that locked from the inside. The landlord had painted the walls a pale cream before I moved in. It smelled like new beginnings, or maybe just fresh paint. I unpacked slowly. One plate, one mug, 2 sets of sheets. My entire life fit into 4 boxes, and that was enough. The realtor had wired the payment from the sale, and for the first time in decades, my bank account held more than fear. There was a small desk by the window, and I turned it into a workspace. I bought a few brushes, a set of paints, a stack of canvases. I hadn't painted since Nolan was born. Back then, I told myself I didn't have the time. But maybe I just didn't think I was allowed to take any. Days passed quietly. I learned the rhythm of the place, the grocer's bell in the morning, the muffled voices from the cafe below the sound of the tide if I left the window open at night. No visitors, no plans. It was a silence that didn't ache. Nolan called 3 days after they came home. I let it ring. He called again the next morning. I watched the phone buzz until it stopped. On the 3rd call, I picked up. "You could have talked to us," he said. His voice was strained, softer than I remembered. "You could have warned me." I looked out the window. The paint on my canvas was still wet. "You didn't warn me when you left me standing at the dock." He didn't respond. I heard him exhale, then the faint sound of Patricia's voice in the background before the line went dead. I turned the phone face down, picked up the brush, and finished the horizon I'd started painting earlier that morning. The next day, an envelope from Patricia arrived in my mailbox. The invitation came folded into polite language. "We'd love to see you. Just talk. Make peace." Patricia signed the card in looping cursive, and Nolan's name was printed beneath it, smaller like an afterthought. I almost tossed it in the bin, but something in me wanted to see their eyes when they tried to smooth it all over. The condo was barely furnished, white walls, gray rugs, furniture that looked expensive and unbothered. It wasn't a home, it was a placeholder. Patricia greeted me like she was hosting a fundraiser. Air kisses, flat compliments, hands too cold. "You look so refreshed," she said. "City life must agree with you." She poured sparkling water into wine glasses and gestured to the dining table. The salad was overdressed and underseasoned. She called it artisanal. I called it decorative. Nolan sat across from me, fork in hand, gaze low. He hadn't spoken yet. "We all made mistakes," Patricia said lightly, as if it were a group project we failed together. We were all tired. The cruise wasn't even that relaxing, to be honest. I nodded. I'd heard enough. She moved quickly to Nolan's promotion, some regional position, more meetings, more stress. She mentioned their new babysitter, then glanced at me with a softened expression. "Maybe you'd want to see the kids more. We could work something out, a routine. Maybe even a family cruise next year, this time all together." I set my fork down and met her eyes. "Family looks different now." The words didn't rise like anger. They settled like truth. Nolan looked up, but didn't speak. Patricia's smile tightened. Her mother wasn't there this time, but her presence still lingered in every polished surface of the room. I folded my napkin, placed it on the table, and leaned back. I wasn't angry, just full of clarity, full of quiet, full of the space that opened when someone finally stopped pretending. I asked if I could take the kids for a weekend soon, just us. A museum, maybe. Something small. Patricia hesitated, then nodded. I smiled. I already knew which weekend I wanted. I sent the message the next morning. Clear and brief. I'd love to spend time with the kids, just the kids. No big plans. No elaborate meals or group photos. Just a weekend away at the coast, an art retreat I found that catered to children. Patricia replied within minutes. Don't you think it's better if we all go? It's important for them to see unity. I didn't answer that one right away. Nolan followed up later with a softer tone. I think it could be good for them, he wrote. Just let me know the details. When I confirmed the dates, I made one thing clear. No parents, no pop-ins, no shared schedules. I'd bring them back Sunday evening. You made decisions without me, I told them over the phone. This one's mine. They didn't argue again. Friday afternoon, I waited outside their new condo. The children ran out, first Leah, with her backpack bouncing behind her, Milo holding a crumpled drawing he insisted on showing me. Patricia handed off a list of snacks and bedtime routines. Nolan stood a step behind her, hands in his pockets. No one mentioned the cruise. The weekend unfolded in quiet, familiar rhythms. We painted shells in the morning, built sand castles in the afternoon. Leah asked if we could make a wind chime, so we collected driftwood and bottle caps, stringing them together with bits of ribbon from my art bag. Milo painted a picture of a boat with 3 windows. Was it like the cruise, he asked, holding up the drawing. I smiled and handed him another brush. I took a different trip. We walked back up the hill to the little cottage, sand stuck to our shoes and paint still drying on our fingers. That night, they both fell asleep on the pull-out couch, while I read aloud from a chapter book I used to keep by Nolan's bed. I cleaned up the art supplies, folded the blankets, and watched them breathe in tandem, siblings, in sleep safe and still. Sunday evening, I drove them home. Nolan opened the door before I knocked. It was early evening when the knock came. I almost didn't answer. Most people who visited this building were lost or selling something. But when I looked through the window, I saw Nolan on the landing, a manila envelope in his hands. He didn't wait for me to invite him in. Just stepped through the doorway quietly, like someone entering a place that still felt sacred. I found these, he said, holding out the envelope, in one of the storage boxes from the old house. I thought they were gone. Inside were photographs, some faded, some torn at the corners. Me and his father at a state park, both sunburned and laughing. Baby Nolan on my lap, cheeks round and eyes bright. Me standing in front of a classroom, chalk on my sleeve. A life I'd almost convinced myself I'd imagined. He sat down on the small stool near my easel. I forgot what you gave up, he said softly. For me. For all of us. I didn't answer right away. I just nodded. Not forgiveness. Just acknowledgement. He looked around the room, taking in the canvases, the brushes and jars, the smell of turpentine that clung to everything. You seem different here, he said. Lighter. I said. He rubbed his palms together, searching for something else to say. Why didn't you fight harder? To stay in our lives, I did, I said. I fought by walking away. It was the only thing left they couldn't take. He stared at the floor, his shoulders dropping. I didn't understand then. I know. We didn't speak for a long time after that. He just sat there. The photos spread between us, the quiet of the room settling in like an old friend. When he finally stood, he reached out and touched the corner of a canvas, careful not to smudge it. She looks happy, he said. She is, I told him. He nodded once, then left without saying goodbye. The next morning I woke to the sound of the sea and the sudden idea of painting something new. The cottage wasn't much, but it was enough. One bedroom, a narrow porch, and a view of the bay that caught the afternoon light just right. The yard sloped gently toward the water, and there was a rusted hook for a wind chime already hanging near the door like someone had been waiting for me to arrive. I paid in full. No mortgage, no co-signers, no names but mine on the papers. The first weekend after I moved in, I invited the kids for a picnic. Leah brought a paper crown she'd made, declared herself queen of sandwiches, and assigned Milo to carry napkins and juice boxes. We sat under the small tree in the yard, our plates on a blanket, our laughter rising with the breeze. Later, we hung the wind chime together, seashells, driftwood bits of ribbon, and bottle caps from our retreat. It clinked softly as we stepped back to admire its sunlight, catching the edges. Nolan arrived late, holding a box of bakery tarts. He lingered near the fence, not quite stepping into the yard. I waved without standing. He nodded and set the box on the table by the porch, his eyes tracking the children as they raced along the grass. He didn't try to join. He didn't need to. I poured myself a cup of coffee and sat on the porch steps, the breeze catching my sleeve. The sound of the chimes blended with the children's voices, the distant call of gulls, the soft rush of water along the shore. This wasn't revenge. No doors slammed. No speeches delivered. Just a life that belonged fully to me. A life I hadn't borrowed or built to please someone else. No permission asked. No place earned through sacrifice. I watched Milo chase Leah around the oak tree and felt the fullness of a moment that asked for nothing in return. The chimes sang again as a breeze moved through, and I leaned back on my hands, letting the day settle around me like something I could finally keep.
I never thought my daughter's wedding would be the day I finally stopped rescuing her. For 29 years, I had been the person she called whenever something went wrong. When she needed tuition money, I found it. When she forgot an important appointment, I reminded her. When she moved into a new apartment and discovered she had no furniture, I emptied my savings account and helped furnish the place. I had always believed that was what mothers did. Then, 3 weeks before her wedding, my daughter Lydia asked me to sit with her at the kitchen table. She looked uncomfortable. Her fingers kept circling the handle of her coffee mug. "Mom, there's something I need to tell you." I knew immediately that it wasn't good. Her fiancé, Julian, came from a wealthy family. They owned businesses, belonged to expensive clubs, and had never hidden their opinion about people who didn't live the way they did. I had met them several times. They were polite to me, but never warm. Lydia took a deep breath. "Julian and I have been discussing the wedding. I waited. We think it would be better if you didn't attend." For a moment, I wondered if I had heard her correctly. "I'm sorry." She finally looked at me. "Julian's parents are very particular about the guest list. They want everything to look sophisticated. They think there could be complications if you're there." "Complications?" She winced. "Mom, you can be blunt, and sometimes you say things without realizing how they sound. His family doesn't understand you. They think you're very small town." There it was. After all those years, my own daughter was embarrassed by the woman who had raised her. I looked at her hands. Those were the same hands I had held when she was 6 and terrified of thunderstorms. The same hands I had bandaged after she crashed her bicycle. The same hands I had squeezed when she graduated from college. And now she couldn't bear having me beside her on her wedding day. "I understand," I said quietly. Her entire body relaxed. "Really? Yes. Oh, Mom, thank you. I knew you'd understand." She stood and leaned toward me for a hug. I stepped away. Her smile disappeared. "I have some things to finish," I said. She stood there awkwardly. "Are you sure you're okay?" "I'll be fine." She grabbed her purse and walked toward the front door. Before leaving, she turned around. "I love you, Mom." I almost laughed, not because it was funny, but because those words suddenly felt very empty. "Lock the door behind you." I said the door closed. I stood alone in the kitchen for several minutes. Then I made a decision. I wasn't going to scream, I wasn't going to beg. And I wasn't going to spend another $1 making a wedding possible for people who didn't even want me there. Months earlier, Lydia and I had opened a joint account specifically for wedding expenses. I had put a substantial amount into it, money I had saved for years, including part of my retirement funds and proceeds from a piece of property my late husband had left behind. The money had been intended as my wedding gift. But a gift came with a choice, and Lydia had just made hers. I opened my laptop, logged into the account, and transferred every dollar I had contributed back into my personal savings. Then I called the bank and removed myself from the joint account. It took less than 15 minutes. I closed the laptop. For the first time in years, I felt strangely calm. That evening, I pulled an old suitcase from the closet. I packed comfortable clothes, sandals, sunscreen, 2 novels, and my favorite sun hat. I had spent years putting everyone else first. Maybe it was time I finally took a vacation without asking anyone's permission. The next morning, Lydia texted me, "Mom, the florist says the card was declined. Can you check what's wrong?" I smiled sadly at the screen. Nothing was wrong. Everything was exactly as I had intended. I replied, "There isn't a problem with the bank. I withdrew my contribution because I won't be attending the wedding. I hope everything works out." Then I turned off my phone. An hour later, I was on my way to the airport. I had no idea what would happen next. But for the first time in my adult life, I wasn't afraid of finding out. By the time my plane landed, Lydia had called 7 times. I didn't answer. I had chosen a small hotel in the Florida Keys, far enough from the crowds that I could hear the ocean from my room. The place wasn't luxurious, but it was peaceful. That was exactly what I needed. For the first 2 days, I walked along the beach in the mornings, drank coffee beneath a shaded patio, and read until the afternoon heat forced me indoors. I didn't think about Lydia much, or at least I tried not to. On the 3rd morning, I finally switched my phone back on. The screen immediately filled with notifications, 14 missed calls, several voicemails, dozens of messages. I listened to the first voicemail while sitting outside with my coffee. "Mom, please call me." The florist tried the card again, and it's still being declined. The caterer says they need their payment too. "What did you do?" The second message was angrier. "You can't just disappear. This wedding is 3 weeks away." The third was nearly hysterical. "You emptied the account without telling me." I stopped listening. She knew exactly what I had done. I opened our conversation and typed a short response. "I told you I wouldn't interfere with your wedding. I also decided not to fund an event I wasn't welcome to attend. The money I contributed has been returned to my savings. You and Julian will need to handle the remaining expenses." I sent it and put the phone away. I expected another explosion. Instead, my son Caleb called. Unlike Lydia, Caleb had always been practical. He didn't care about appearances, and he rarely asked anyone for money. "Mom, where are you?" "On vacation." "Are you safe?" I smiled. "Yes, sweetheart," he exhaled. "Lydia is falling apart." I imagine she is. Julian's family is furious. Some of the vendors are demanding payment, and apparently his parents aren't willing to cover anything. That sounds like something the two of them need to solve. Caleb was quiet for a moment. "You know I agree with you." "Thank you. I just wish Lydia hadn't done this." "So do I." After we hung up, I sat there listening to the waves. For the first time, I realized something important. I wasn't responsible for fixing every consequence of my daughter's decisions. 3 weeks passed quickly. Then came the day Lydia had spent months planning. Her wedding day. While she was preparing to walk down an aisle without me, I was standing barefoot on a beach with the evening tide washing around my ankles. The sunset was beautiful. I had ordered dinner from a little restaurant overlooking the water and planned to spend the evening alone. Then my phone rang. "Caleb." I answered. "What's happening?" He sounded exhausted. "Mom, the wedding is over." I frowned. "What do you mean? It's canceled." I sat down. "What happened?" Everything exploded. He told me that Julian had apparently tried to pressure the photographer into working for almost nothing. When the photographer refused, Julian became angry. Then Lydia found out. The argument escalated in front of several guests. Julian's mother insulted Lydia. Lydia screamed back. Someone knocked over a floral arrangement. Then Julian announced that he couldn't marry someone who had embarrassed him and walked away. His family followed. "He left her there?" I asked. "Yes." I closed my eyes. I felt sorry for my daughter, but I didn't feel the urge to rescue her. "Where is she now?" "At the reception venue." "Is she safe?" "Yes." Caleb hesitated. She keeps asking where you are. I looked out toward the darkening ocean. I'm not going back tonight, I know. A few minutes later, my phone rang again, this time, Lydia. I stared at her name before answering. Mom, she sobbed. I said nothing. Everything is ruined. I'm sorry. Julian left me. I know. The venue wants money. The vendors want money. They're threatening legal action. How much? More than $25,000. I waited, then she said the words I knew were coming. Mom, you have the money. You need to send it to me. I almost couldn't believe it. You're asking me to pay for the wedding you specifically told me not to attend. I didn't mean it like that. You told me your future in-laws didn't want me there. I was under pressure, and now you're under pressure again. Mom, please! I looked at the ocean. I won't pay those bills, Lydia. Her crying stopped. What? You and Julian signed those contracts. You made those arrangements. You need to deal with them. But I'm broke. That isn't my responsibility. I quit my job because Julian said he'd support me. I closed my eyes, then she delivered the final blow. I'm coming to your house tonight. I have nowhere else to go. Number silence. Mom, I have keys. Not anymore. I ended the call. Then I stared at my phone. Lydia had just threatened to return to my house as though nothing had changed. She still believed that whenever her life collapsed, mine was supposed to absorb the impact. That night, I made one more phone call to a locksmith, because if my daughter had finally decided I wasn't good enough to stand beside her at her wedding, she was going to learn something else. My home wasn't her emergency shelter anymore. I didn't sleep much that night, not because I was frightened of Lydia, but because I knew exactly what she was capable of when she felt cornered. For years, my house had been her safety net. Whenever she lost a job, fought with a boyfriend, overspent her money, or simply decided she needed a place to stay, she knew my door would open. I had convinced myself that helping her was an expression of love. But love without boundaries had turned me into a resource she expected to use. So I called Graham, a locksmith who lived a few streets from my house. Graham, I need you to change every exterior lock on my property. He paused. Everything okay? Yes. I just need new locks installed today. Front door? Front door. Back entrance, garage, everything. He agreed to handle it, then I called Caleb. Mom, I need you to meet Graham at the house. He immediately understood. Is Lydia trying to get in? She says she's coming home. Caleb sighed. She doesn't live there. I know. He promised to take care of it. A few hours later, my phone buzzed. Caleb had sent me a photograph. A brand new set of keys sat on my dining room table. I stared at the picture for several seconds. Those tiny pieces of metal represented something much bigger. They represented a boundary. For the first time, Lydia couldn't simply appear at my door and expect me to solve her problems. That evening, I sat beside the ocean and watched the sunset. I ordered grilled fish and lemonade, then allowed myself to enjoy the quiet. I thought about how many years I had spent worrying about everyone else's happiness. My daughters, my husband's, relatives, neighbors, everyone except mine. I realized peace wasn't something another person could give me. Sometimes you had to protect it yourself. The next afternoon, I flew home. Caleb picked me up at the airport. Neither of us said much during the drive. When we turned onto my street, however, I immediately saw Lydia's car. It was parked beside the curb. The trunk was open. 5 suitcases were scattered across my front porch. Lydia was sitting on the steps with her arms folded tightly across her chest. She looked exhausted. Her makeup was smeared, and her expensive wedding clothes had been replaced with jeans and a sweatshirt. The moment she saw me, she stood. Finally, I stepped out of Caleb's car. I've been waiting for hours. I looked at the door. You tried the old key. Of course I did. It doesn't work. I changed the locks. Her mouth dropped open. You changed them? Yes. Why would you do that? Because I told you not to come here. Her expression hardened. I'm your daughter, and this is my house. She threw her hands into the air. I just got abandoned on my wedding day. I'm drowning in debt. And you're treating me like a stranger. I didn't create your situation. You're supposed to help me. I did help you. She stared at me. You took the wedding money. I took back money I contributed to a wedding I was forbidden to attend. You know exactly what I meant. No, Lydia, I know exactly what you said. Caleb remained beside the car, watching silently. Lydia turned toward him. Caleb, tell her she's being unreasonable. He shook his head. She's not. her face twisted with disbelief. "You're taking her side?" "I'm not taking sides. I'm telling you the truth." Lydia looked back at me. Her anger suddenly disappeared. Her shoulders dropped. Her voice became soft. "Mom, please." I said nothing. "I don't have anywhere to go. You can find somewhere. I can't afford a hotel. I can't solve that for you." She wiped her face. "The venue is threatening me. You signed the contract. They're going to sue me." "Then speak with them." "I need money." "I know. You have savings. Yes, you could take out a loan. Then mortgage the house." I stared at her. She continued as if she were suggesting something completely ordinary. "You're older. You don't need all that equity sitting there." Something inside me went completely still. She wasn't asking because she loved me. She wasn't asking because I'm sorry. She wanted my house because she had run out of things she could sell. I walked toward the porch. "Listen carefully, Lydia." She followed me with her eyes. "I will not mortgage my home." She opened her mouth. I continued. "I will not take out a loan. I will not empty my retirement account. And I will not sacrifice my future to protect you from consequences you created yourself." Her eyes filled with tears. Then I told her something she never expected. "Caleb and I have already arranged for the house to be placed in a protected family trust." She froze. "What? This property cannot become collateral for your debts." Her face went pale. "You did this without telling me?" "I didn't need your permission." She stared at the new lock, then at me. For the first time, she seemed to understand that the woman standing in front of her wasn't the mother who always surrendered. I had finally stopped being afraid of disappointing my daughter, and that changed everything. Lydia stood on the porch as though I had spoken another language. "A trust," she finally whispered. "Yes, you really did that." "I did." Her eyes moved toward Caleb. "You knew?" He nodded. "You're both unbelievable." "No," Caleb said quietly. "We're just done pretending this is Mom's responsibility." Lydia picked up one of her suitcases and dropped it beside the steps. "So what am I supposed to do?" I looked at her. "Find a solution." She laughed bitterly. "That's easy for you to say." It wasn't easy for me to learn. She stared at me for several seconds, then she grabbed her phone and began making calls. I watched without interfering. The first call was to the venue, then to a former coworker, then to a friend whose name I didn't recognize. Every conversation ended the same way. No one could magically produce $25,000. Eventually, Lydia sat down again. Her anger had drained away, leaving only exhaustion. "Julian hasn't answered me," she said. I didn't respond. She looked at me. "He promised he'd take care of everything, and he didn't." I believed him. "I know." She lowered her head. "I thought marrying him would change my life." I almost told her that she didn't need someone wealthy to give her a worthwhile life, but I stopped. She wouldn't hear it yet. Some lessons couldn't be delivered by a parent. They had to be lived. "Mom," she whispered, "do you hate me?" The question caught me off guard. Then why won't you help me? "Because helping you doesn't always mean paying your bills." She wiped her cheeks. "You've always helped me." "Yes, and now you won't. Not in the way you're asking." She looked toward the house. "Can I at least stay one night?" I shook my head. She stared at me. "Please." The word hurt me too, but I knew if I surrendered now, nothing would change. Lydia eventually gathered her suitcases. Caleb helped load them into her car. Before she got inside, she turned toward me. "I hope you're happy." "I am." She looked surprised. "I really am." Then she drove away. I watched until her car disappeared around the corner. Only then did I allow myself to cry, not because I regretted what I had done, because I wished it hadn't needed to happen. The following week was surprisingly quiet. Then Julian appeared. He arrived at my house wearing an expensive suit and carrying the confidence of someone who believed money could solve anything. I answered the door but kept the security chain in place. "Where is Lydia?" he asked. "She isn't here." "I need to speak with you." "About the wedding." I almost smiled. "There is no wedding." His jaw tightened. "Your daughter is responsible for half the cancellation fees. I suggest you discuss that with her. Your family contributed to the wedding. I contributed money. I didn't sign your contracts." He looked irritated. "We're trying to preserve the reputation of both families." "You left her at the altar." His face reddened. "That isn't your concern. You made it my concern when you expected me to pay for it." He took a step closer. "You have money, and you have a designer watch." He stared at me. I continued calmly. Sell it. He looked genuinely offended. I can't believe you're speaking to me like this. I can't believe you came here asking for money. He muttered something under his breath and walked away. I closed the door. That evening, the messages began. An aunt, a cousin, an old family friend. Everyone had heard Lydia's version. According to them, I had abandoned my daughter during the worst moment of her life. One message read, "Family should stand together when things get difficult." I stared at those words. Then I deleted the message. I didn't defend myself. I didn't explain. I had spent too much of my life trying to make people understand decisions they had already decided to condemn. Instead, I muted the group conversations. Then I sat on my patio with a glass of lemonade. The silence felt wonderful. No wedding planners, no desperate phone calls, no arguments, no one asking me to sacrifice something. Just birds, sunlight, and the sound of leaves moving in the breeze. For years, I had confused being needed with being loved. Now I understood the difference. Being needed had made me exhausted. Being respected gave me peace. Weeks passed. Lydia eventually found a temporary place to stay. Caleb told me she had started looking for work again. I didn't ask for details. I didn't want updates unless they were necessary. I was rebuilding my own life. I started gardening again. I joined a local book club. I took morning walks. I even booked another short trip for the following month. My world was becoming bigger without Lydia's emergencies filling every corner of it. Then, one quiet afternoon, my phone buzzed. A message from Lydia appeared. I stared at it. It was only one sentence. "Mom, I know you're angry, but I really need you." I read it twice. For the first time, I didn't immediately feel responsible. I simply placed the phone face down on the table. I wasn't ready to answer. And maybe I didn't have to be. 3 months passed after the wedding disaster. The town eventually found something else to gossip about. People who had spent weeks discussing Lydia's canceled wedding moved on to other stories. That was one of the strange things about public humiliation. It felt permanent when you were inside it, but everyone else eventually became interested in something new. Lydia had changed her circumstances too. She sold her car to pay some of the immediate debts and found a job at a small office downtown. Caleb mentioned that she had rented a modest room with a shared kitchen. I never asked where. I never asked how much she earned. And I never asked whether Julian had contacted her again. Those details no longer belonged to me. My own life had become surprisingly peaceful. I planted flowers along the walkway. I reorganized the kitchen cabinets. I started reading again. On Sundays, Caleb came over for dinner. Sometimes we talked for hours. Other times, we simply ate and enjoyed the quiet. One afternoon, I was watering the flowers near the front porch when my phone vibrated inside my pocket. I pulled it out. Lydia. Her message was short. "Mom, things have been really difficult. I know you're still angry, but I need you. Can we talk? I miss my house." I read it once. Then again, the words should have made me feel guilty. They didn't. Instead, one phrase stood out. "I miss my house." Not "I miss you," not "I'm sorry," not "I wish I had treated you differently." She missed the place where she had always been protected from consequences. I turned the phone over in my hand. For years, a message like that would have sent me into action. I would have called her immediately. I would have asked how much money she needed. I would have offered her the spare bedroom. I would have rearranged my entire life to make hers easier. But I had finally learned something. Sometimes answering every call only teaches someone to keep calling. I slipped the phone into my pocket. Then I continued watering the flowers. That evening, Caleb came over. We ate chicken and roasted vegetables at the dining table. Halfway through dinner, he asked, "Did Lydia contact you?" I looked at him. "How did you know?" "She called me earlier," I sighed. "What did she say?" "She wants to come home." I set my fork down. "This is her home," I said quietly. "But it isn't her residence anymore." Caleb nodded. "She says she's changed." "Maybe she has. You don't want to know." "I hope she has." He looked relieved. "But you still won't let her move back?" He didn't argue. After dinner, we washed the dishes together. I realized that setting a boundary didn't require hatred. I could love my daughter and still refuse to let her control my life. That distinction had taken me decades to understand. A week later, another message arrived. This one was longer. Lydia apologized for embarrassing me. She apologized for excluding me from the wedding. She admitted she had cared too much about Julian's family's opinion. She said she had made terrible decisions. I read every word. For the first time, there was something different in her message. There was no demand for money. No mention of the house, no threat, no guilt, just regret. I still didn't respond immediately. An apology could be sincere. It could also be another doorway back into an old pattern. I needed time to decide whether Lydia wanted her mother back or simply wanted her safety net restored. A few days later, I received a phone call from an unfamiliar number. It was Lydia. I answered. Neither of us spoke for several seconds. Finally, she said, "Mom? Yes, I don't know what to say." "Then don't force yourself to say anything." She began crying. "I was awful to you." I closed my eyes. "Yes," I said gently, "you were." She seemed surprised that I didn't deny it. I thought if I became part of Julian's world, everything would be perfect. Sometimes we chase acceptance from people who were never going to give it. I was ashamed of where I came from. That hurt. I know. Silence filled the line. Then she asked, "Can I see you?" I considered the question. Yes, her breathing changed. "But we're meeting somewhere neutral," I added, "and we're not discussing money." "Okay, and you're not moving back into my house." There was another pause. "Okay." For the first time, I heard acceptance instead of anger. We arranged to meet the following Saturday at a quiet cafe. When I hung up, I didn't feel victorious. I felt cautious. The door I had closed wasn't opening all the way. But perhaps it didn't need to. Maybe forgiveness didn't mean giving someone the key again. Maybe it simply meant choosing not to carry the anger anymore. I looked around my peaceful home. The locks remained exactly where they were. And this time, I knew why. They weren't there to punish my daughter. They were there to remind me that my life belonged to me. The following Saturday, I arrived at the cafe 10 minutes early. I chose a table near the window and ordered tea. When Lydia walked through the door, I almost didn't recognize her. She wasn't wearing designer clothes. There was no expensive handbag on her arm, no carefully styled hair, no expression of someone trying to impress everyone around her. She looked tired. But she also looked more like the daughter I remembered. She sat across from me. "Hi, Mom." "Hi, Lydia." For several seconds, neither of us spoke. Then she said, "Thank you for meeting me. You're welcome." She wrapped both hands around her coffee cup. "I've been thinking about everything. So have I. I was wrong." I nodded. "You were." She gave a small, sad smile. "I deserved that. I wasn't saying it to hurt you." "I know." She took a breath. "I treated you like you were embarrassing. I acted like Julian's family was more important than you. I forgot who was there when I needed someone. I looked out the window. I didn't forget." She lowered her eyes. "I know." We sat quietly. Then Lydia said something I hadn't expected. "I don't want money." I looked back at her. "I don't want your house. I don't want you to fix my debts. I don't even want you to make things easier." I remained silent. "I just want to have a relationship with my mother again." Those words reached somewhere inside me. But I had learned not to confuse emotion with trust. "Then we start slowly," I said. She nodded. "I understand. You're going to have to rebuild trust." "I know, and things won't go back to the way they were." She swallowed. "Because of the locks? Because of everything." She looked down. "I understand." I reached across the table and touched her hand. "I love you, Lydia." Tears filled her eyes. "But loving you doesn't mean I have to destroy myself for you." "I know. And if you ever need advice, you can ask." She nodded. "But if you make a mistake, you have to be willing to face it yourself." "I will." We stayed at the cafe for nearly 2 hours. We talked about ordinary things, her new job, my garden, Caleb. Books, nothing dramatic, and somehow, that ordinary conversation felt more meaningful than all the years I had spent solving her problems. When we finally stood to leave, Lydia hugged me. This time, I hugged her back. But when she asked whether she could come over to my house sometime, I smiled. "Of course." She looked relieved. "Thank you. Just call first." She laughed softly. "I will." We walked outside together. The sunlight was bright, and for once, I didn't feel like I was carrying the weight of my daughter's life on my shoulders. I had spent years believing that being a good mother meant being endlessly available. Now I understood that boundaries weren't punishment. They were protection. I could forgive Lydia without giving her control over my finances. I could love her without surrendering my home. I could listen to her problems without automatically solving them. And most importantly, I could finally live without feeling guilty for choosing myself. That evening, I returned home and stood on the front porch. I looked at the new locks. They were simple pieces of metal, but to me, they represented something much greater. They reminded me that my home was my sanctuary, my savings belonged to my future, my choices belonged to me, and my peace was not something anyone had the right to demand. I went inside, watered the flowers, and opened the windows to let the evening breeze through the house. For the first time in years, I felt completely comfortable in my own life. I hadn't abandoned my daughter. I had simply stopped abandoning myself. Sometimes people misunderstand boundaries. They call them selfish. They call them cruel. They tell you that family should forgive everything and sacrifice everything. But forgiveness doesn't require surrender. Love doesn't require allowing someone to repeatedly hurt you. And family doesn't mean becoming an endless source of money, shelter, or rescue. Everyone deserves the chance to face the consequences of their own choices. Lydia had made hers. I had made mine. She had once asked me to stay away from her wedding because my presence didn't fit the life she wanted. I didn't fight her decision. I simply accepted it. And when she pushed me out of one part of her life, I finally realized I didn't have to remain responsible for every other part. I closed the front door that evening. Then I locked it. The click of the deadbolt sounded exactly like it had months earlier. But this time, I didn't hear rejection in that sound. I heard freedom, and I smiled, because the door wasn't locked against my daughter. It was locked around the life I had finally learned to protect.
My name is Chloe Bennett, and I'm 32 years old. The moment I entered the Christmas party, my brother crossed the room, slapped me, and shouted, "How dare you show your face here? You weren't invited." I barely had time to steady myself before my father looked up from his glass and sneered, "Your place is in the kitchen, not with this family." Every conversation stopped. Dozens of guests watched me as though I were the scandal instead of the woman being humiliated. My brother reached for my arm, clearly intending to drag me back through the doors, but I did not move. I had not driven 3 hours to beg for a seat at their table. I had come because of the sealed envelope hidden inside my coat, and because by midnight, everything they had built on lies could collapse. Then a chair scraped behind me. A tall man near the fireplace rose so quickly that several guests stepped aside. "Back away from her!" he thundered. "Do you realize whose face you just struck?" My family turned pale. They had recognized the governor, but they had no idea why he knew me, why he looked furious, or why 2 state investigators were standing silently near the ballroom entrance. My brother's grip loosened. My father's glass trembled. I touched my burning cheek, looked directly at both of them, and realized they still believed I had come alone. They were wrong. Before I tell you what the governor said next, and what happened after I finally walked out, tell me, what time is it for you right now? Where are you watching from? And what is the weather like there? I'm curious to see how far this story will travel. For 3 seconds, no one moved. Then my brother released my arm as if my skin had burned him. "Governor Caldwell," my father said, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. That was how the room finally learned the name of the man who had stood up for me. Henry Caldwell, the governor whose office controlled the future of the largest public contract my family's company had ever pursued. My father, Michael Bennett, had spent the entire year courting donors, hosting private dinners, and telling anyone who would listen that Bennett Development was about to win the North Ridge Renewal Project. My brother Dylan had already ordered champagne engraved with the contract number. The Christmas party was not really a family celebration. It was a victory party for money they had not yet received. "There must be some misunderstanding," Michael continued. "My daughter has a habit of creating scenes." Henry's expression hardened. "The only scene I witnessed was your son striking a guest in front of 40 people. Dylan glanced around, suddenly aware that every phone in the room could become a witness. "She trespassed," he said. "She has been cut off from this family for years." "Cut off?" I repeated, or silenced. My voice sounded calmer than I felt. The envelope inside my coat pressed against my ribs like a second heartbeat. Henry stepped beside me, not in front of me, and that mattered. He was not there to rescue a helpless woman. He was there because I had spent 14 months doing what my family had always mocked me for doing, following documents until lies ran out of places to hide. "Ms. Bennett is not here as your dependent," Henry said. "She is here as the investigative journalist whose reporting led my office to suspend the North Ridge Award this morning." The room changed. It was not dramatic in the way movies show shock. No one screamed. Instead, smiles vanished one by one. A contractor near the bar set down his drink. A banker who had been laughing with Dylan suddenly looked toward the exit. My father's face lost color so quickly that I almost pitied him. Almost. Dylan stared at me. "You?" he said. It was the first honest word he had spoken all evening. He had spent years calling my work a hobby, forwarding my articles to relatives with laughing emojis, and telling people I survived on unpaid blog posts. He did not know that my recent investigation had been published under a protected byline while the legal review was underway. He did not know that I had interviewed former employees of Bennett Development, traced payments through 3 shell companies, or found invoices for materials that had never reached construction sites. Most importantly, he did not know who had sent me the first ledger. Across the room, a woman in a silver dress met my eyes. Samantha Reed had been my closest friend since college and, for the last 6 years, the compliance director at my father's company. She had entered the party quietly 10 minutes before me. Until that moment, Dylan had assumed she was there to celebrate him. "This is absurd," Michael said. He turned toward Henry, lowering his voice as if authority could be negotiated privately. "Governor, you know how ambitious reporters work. They take ordinary accounting errors and turn them into accusations. Chloe has always resented this family." "Resentment does not create bank transfers," I said. "It does not forge inspection signatures. It does not bill the state for steel that was never purchased." The words landed harder than shouting would have. Dylan took a step toward me. "You have no idea what you're talking about." "Then why did you delete the December audit folder at 2:14 this afternoon?" His mouth opened, but nothing came out. Samantha had watched the deletion happen through the company's mirrored compliance server. She had also preserved the original folder, the access logs, and the message in which Dylan instructed an employee to clean the Christmas list before the governor arrives. He had meant the list of false vendors. The phrase had become the title of my final evidence package. Michael's eyes flicked toward Samantha for less than a second, but that second told me he understood. He knew someone inside the company had opened the door for me. "Chloe," he said, changing tactics, softening his voice into the tone he used whenever he wanted obedience to sound like concern. "Give me the envelope. We can discuss this privately, as a family." I remembered hearing that same voice when I was 23, and he demanded that I decline a journalism fellowship because it embarrassed him to have a daughter chasing scandals. I remembered surrendering then. I did not surrender now. "This stopped being private when you used public money," I said. Michael moved faster than I expected, reaching for my coat. Before his hand touched me, Henry stepped between us. "Do not make another mistake in front of witnesses," he said. Behind him, the 2 investigators at the entrance opened their coats just enough to display their credentials. My father froze. Dylan looked at the doors, calculating whether he could leave without appearing guilty. Then Samantha raised her phone. "You should stay," she said. "The governor has only suspended the contract. Chloe is about to explain why your company may not survive the night." I took the envelope from my coat but did not open it. Not yet. For years, Michael and Dylan had controlled every family conversation by deciding which facts were allowed to exist. If I mentioned the fellowship they had pressured me to reject, I was ungrateful. If I mentioned the job interview Dylan sabotaged by calling the editor and describing me as unstable, I was dramatic. If I asked why my late mother's inheritance had disappeared from the trust account, I was greedy. Their power had never come from being right. It came from speaking first, speaking loudly, and forcing everyone else to defend themselves. That night, I refused their script. "You told everyone I came because I wanted money," I said. "So let's begin with money." I placed the envelope on the piano, opened my laptop, and connected it to the ballroom screen Dylan had planned to use for his contract announcement. The Bennett Development logo vanished. In its place appeared a single scanned document dated 8 years earlier. It was my mother's trust amendment. The room was quiet enough that I heard the projector fan. "Mom left me 20% of the company," I said. "Not because she expected me to work for you, but because she wanted me to remain independent of you." Michael's face became rigid. Dylan laughed too quickly. "That document was replaced." "That is what you told me." I clicked once. A second document appeared beside the first, the waiver supposedly signed by me 6 months after my mother died, transferring my shares to Dylan in exchange for a payment I never received. My signature looked convincing from a distance. Up close, the letters leaned in the exact way they had on an old college application stored in Michael's office. A forensic examiner compared them. I said. The signature was copied. The notary listed on the waiver had been dead for 9 weeks when she supposedly witnessed it. A murmur moved through the guests. Dylan stopped smiling. My father's eyes did not leave the screen. "This has nothing to do with the state contract," he said. "It establishes a pattern," Henry replied. His voice was quieter now, which made the warning sharper. "False documents, concealed ownership, financial benefit." Michael looked at him with open disbelief. "You are taking her side based on family paperwork?" "No," Henry said. "The state is responding to evidence submitted through lawful channels. I am standing beside her because you are trying to intimidate the person who preserved that evidence." I clicked again. The screen changed to 3 columns labeled Past, Present, and Payment. It was the structure I had used to keep myself sane during the investigation. Under Past were the moments my family had dismissed as personal failures, the fellowship I lost, the newspaper job that disappeared after a mysterious phone call, the apartment deposit Michael promised and then withdrew when I refused to return home. Under Present were company records, altered inspections, duplicate invoices, false vendors, and private emails. Under Payment were the names of shell companies receiving public funds. 2 were controlled by Dylan's college roommate. 1 was registered to Michael's private accountant. The last had been created using my name. That was the part I had not told Henry when we first met. My family had not merely mocked my career, they had used my identity as a shield. "Bennett Media Consulting," I said, reading the shell company's name aloud. "It received $940,000 over 18 months. The tax identification number traces back to an application filed with a scan of my passport." Dylan's confidence cracked. "You gave us copies of your documents years ago." "For the trust," I said, "not for fraud." "Watch your language," Michael snapped. The old command struck the room, automatic and familiar. For a moment, my body remembered being 23, seated at his dining table while he tore my fellowship letter in half and told me that respectable daughters did not investigate powerful men. I had spent years wondering whether I had imagined the cruelty in that sentence. Then I had found the email he sent Dylan the same night. Keep her close or keep her broke. The memory no longer made me small. It made the next click easy. His email filled the screen. No one needed me to interpret it. Michael stared at the words as though they had betrayed him by surviving. Dylan turned on him. "You said those servers were wiped." There it was, the first fracture between them. My father's head snapped toward him, and every guest understood that Dylan had just confirmed knowledge of the destruction. "I meant old family files," he said, but the correction arrived too late. Samantha stepped forward. "The servers were never wiped," she said. "The company kept mirrored backups to satisfy lender requirements. I preserved them after I discovered that compliance reports were being altered." Dylan's gaze shifted to her with naked fury. "You did this?" Samantha did not retreat. "I stopped it." He called her disloyal. Michael called her confused. Both men spoke over each other, trying to rebuild control from noise. I watched them and understood something that had taken me years to learn. People who demand loyalty often mean silence, and people who call truth betrayal are usually protecting the benefit they gained from the lie. I raised one hand, and Henry asked the room to remain quiet. "Samantha did not contact me first," I said. "She contacted an attorney. The attorney contacted the inspector general. I became involved because the shell company carried my name and because I could document how the scheme began." Michael's expression changed from anger to calculation. "Then this can still be contained," he said. "We correct the filings, return disputed funds, and settle the trust issue. Chloe gets her shares. Everyone walks away." It was an extraordinary offer only if one ignored what it revealed. He had denied everything until denial became expensive. I looked at the man who had taught me to confuse fear with respect and asked the first question that truly mattered. "Would you be offering me justice if the governor were not standing here?" Michael did not answer. His silence was the answer. I lifted the envelope from the piano. "This is not a settlement proposal," I said. "It is the publication notice your attorneys received this afternoon. My investigation goes live at midnight." Midnight was 47 minutes away. Dylan looked at the clock above the fireplace, then at my laptop, and I saw the moment he stopped thinking like a brother and started thinking like an executive trapped inside a collapsing deal. "Turn it off," he ordered the technician near the screen. The technician reached for the cable, but one of the investigators shook his head. "Do not interfere with potential evidence." Dylan's hand curled into a fist. He had struck me when he believed the room belonged to him. Now that the room had witnesses, he needed a different weapon. "You all know what this is," he announced to the guests. "Chloe has hated us since she failed to make it on her own. She attached herself to the governor, fed him a dramatic story, and now she expects applause." Several people glanced at Henry. It was a calculated accusation. If Dylan could make my evidence look like personal access, he could turn corruption into gossip. Henry did not defend his reputation first. He defended the process. "Ms. Bennett and I met once in the presence of counsel after the Inspector General verified the initial records," he said. "I did not direct her reporting. I did not provide her documents. I was scheduled to attend tonight before I knew she would be here because your father invited me to celebrate a contract that had already been suspended." That last sentence drew uncomfortable looks from the donors. Michael had used the governor's attendance as proof that the award was guaranteed. Some guests had invested on that promise. Henry continued. "When I asked whether Ms. Bennett would be safe entering this property, I was assured this was a family gathering. Your behavior has answered that question." Dylan's face tightened. "So that speech? Whose face you struck? What was that supposed to mean? Is she some protected celebrity now?" Henry looked at him without blinking. "It means you struck the journalist who uncovered an attempt to divert millions from schools, roads, and emergency housing. It means you attacked a cooperating witness in front of state investigators, and it means the person you dismissed as a failure performed the due diligence your own board refused to perform." No one applauded. This was not that kind of triumph. The truth did something more satisfying. It rearranged the room. People who had crowded around Dylan earlier stepped away. The banker near the bar opened his phone and began typing. Two subcontractors whispered urgently beside the windows. A board member named Robert Hayes removed the Bennett development pin from his lapel and placed it in his pocket. Michael noticed every movement. "Nobody leaves," he said. His voice cracked on the final word. Henry turned toward him. "You do not control the exits." Michael recovered quickly. He approached me with his palms open, the picture of a reasonable father. "Chloe, listen to me. Whatever happened with the trust was wrong. I can admit that. But if this article is published, hundreds of employees could lose their jobs. Families will suffer. Is that what you want on Christmas?" There was the burden he had prepared for me. His decisions, my guilt. For years he had turned consequences into proof of my cruelty. I looked at the guests who worked for his company and then at Samantha. She gave a small nod. We had anticipated this. "The article does not demand that the company close," I said. "It identifies the people who authorized the scheme and the board members who ignored warnings. The Inspector General has recommended an independent administrator, so legitimate projects and payroll can continue." Robert Hayes stepped forward. "The board was not informed of an administrator." "The board was informed at 4 this afternoon," Samantha said. "The notice went to the official account. Dylan redirected board mail to his private server at 4:12. Robert checked his phone. The shame on his face shifted into anger. "You told us the system was down." Dylan pointed at Samantha. "She is manipulating records." "Then you should welcome an independent forensic review," I said. He had no answer that did not expose him. Michael tried again, this time dropping the caring tone. "You publish that story and I will make sure every editor in this country knows you exploited confidential family information. I will sue you until you cannot afford a room to sleep in." The threat might once have worked. I had spent my first year as a reporter counting coins at grocery stores and pretending hunger was discipline. He had used money to make every act of independence feel temporary. But my article had already survived review by 3 attorneys, 2 forensic accountants, and an editor who knew exactly whom we were confronting. "Your lawyers sent that threat 6 weeks ago," I said. "They withdrew it after we provided the first evidence index." His eyes narrowed. He had not known. Dylan had concealed that failure from him, just as Michael had concealed the server backups from Dylan. Their alliance was beginning to consume itself. Then Samantha's phone chimed. She read the message, looked at Henry, and said, "The emergency board meeting has reached quorum." Dylan laughed, but the sound was thin. "At 11:15 on Christmas Eve?" "Your bylaws allow an emergency vote when officers expose the company to criminal liability," she replied. The ballroom screen split. My evidence remained on one side. On the other appeared 6 board members in a secure video conference. Robert joined them from the room. Michael stared at the faces as if they were trespassers inside his home. The board chair spoke first. "Pending the forensic investigation, Michael Bennett is suspended as chief executive, and Dylan Bennett is suspended as chief operating officer, effective immediately." Dylan lunged toward the laptop. An investigator intercepted him, not violently, simply placing himself in the way. "Do not touch it." The board chair continued. Company accounts requiring either man's authorization were frozen. Building access was revoked. Corporate counsel had been instructed to preserve all records and cooperate with authorities. Michael looked at me, and for the first time that night, he did not look angry. He looked afraid. "What have you done?" he whispered. "I documented what you did," I answered. The board made its own decision. The front doors opened behind us. 4 additional investigators entered carrying sealed orders. The family party had become the scene my father had spent 14 months trying to prevent. The lead investigator introduced herself as Special Agent Marisol Vega and handed Michael 2 documents: a preservation order covering the resort, company offices, vehicles, and cloud accounts, and a warrant authorizing the seizure of devices connected to the false vendor network. My father read the first page, then looked toward Henry as though the governor could erase it with a gesture. "You arranged this spectacle," he said. Henry's reply was immediate. "A judge signed those orders after reviewing sworn evidence. I learned they had been approved 30 minutes ago." That distinction mattered. Henry had influence, but he was not the source of the case. My family could not dismiss the investigation as political theater without dismissing bank records, access logs, forged documents, and their own messages. Agent Vega asked everyone to place company phones on a table. Samantha complied first. Robert followed. Dylan kept one hand inside his jacket. I watched his eyes move toward the side corridor leading to the service stairs. "Don't," I said. He looked at me with the same hatred he had worn when I entered, but now fear lived beneath it. "You think you won?" he asked. "You destroyed our name." "No," I said. "I stopped you from hiding behind it." Agent Vega instructed him to remove his hand. He slowly produced a phone that was not listed on the company inventory. Samantha recognized it. "That's the vendor phone," she said. Dylan turned on her. "You should have been grateful. I protected your department every time Dad wanted to fire you." Michael's head snapped toward him. "Be quiet." "Why?" Dylan shouted. "You said the payments were temporary. You said Northridge would cover everything before the auditors noticed." The words struck the ballroom harder than any accusation I had made. Michael crossed the space between them and hissed, "You signed the transfers." "Because you told me to," Dylan replied. Their carefully maintained hierarchy dissolved in less than a minute. Each man began offering pieces of the other to save himself. Michael claimed Dylan had invented the vendors. Dylan claimed Michael controlled the accountant. Michael accused him of stealing beyond the agreed amount. Dylan revealed that the false invoices had begun years before Northridge. Guests moved farther away, not from danger, but from association. Agent Vega let them speak. A second investigator recorded every word. I stood near the piano and felt no joy, only a fierce stillness. I had imagined this moment during sleepless nights, but imagination had made revenge feel loud and bright. Reality was colder. Their punishment was not my anger. It was the loss of the story they had told about themselves. Respectable men, disciplined leaders, victims of an ungrateful daughter. Then Michael saw the last item on the piano, a cream envelope worn soft at the edges. It was not the publication notice. That notice lay open beside my laptop. The cream envelope was the letter my mother had written to me before she died, the one Samantha found inside an archived legal file. Michael went pale. "Where did you get that?" "It was stored with the original trust amendment," I said. "You kept it from me." He reached for it, but I picked it up first. My name was written across the front in my mother's hand. For 8 years, Michael had told me she regretted leaving me company shares and had changed her mind at the end. The letter proved the opposite. I unfolded it and read only the passage that belonged in that room. "Chloe sees what others train themselves not to see. Do not punish her for telling the truth. One day, that courage may be the only thing standing between this family and ruin." The silence afterward felt different from every silence before it. This one did not belong to Michael. He could not command it away. I looked at him and asked, "Did you hate my career because you thought I would fail, or because you were afraid I would eventually look at you?" His lips parted, but no defense came. Dylan stared at the carpet. I suddenly understood the shape of my childhood, the kitchen comments, the lectures about obedience, the financial threats, the sabotaged opportunities. None of them had been random acts of cruelty. Michael had spent years training me to doubt my own judgment because a daughter who trusted her eyes was dangerous to a man surviving on concealment. "Your mother was emotional near the end," he finally said. It was the weakest lie he had ever told. I folded the letter and placed it back inside the envelope. She was accurate. Agent Vega examined the unregistered phone and asked Dylan for the passcode. He refused. She informed him that the device would be secured for forensic extraction. At that moment, it began ringing. The name on the screen was Victor Lane, Michael's private accountant. Dylan reached for it instinctively. Agent Vega stopped him and read the preview message aloud. Transfer failed. Account frozen. What did you tell them? Michael closed his eyes. The remaining guests no longer needed my article to know the truth. But in 21 minutes, the rest of the state would know it too. With 12 minutes left before midnight, Michael asked to speak to me alone. Agent Vega refused to let him leave the ballroom, so he lowered his voice and stood beside the darkened Christmas tree, as though privacy could be created by posture. I can still repair this, he said. I will restore your shares, transfer the lake house to you, and issue a statement praising your work. Delay the article for 24 hours. He was offering me the symbols he believed I had always wanted: property, approval, public acceptance. 8 years earlier, I might have mistaken the offer for love. Now I heard the condition beneath every word. And Samantha? I asked. His gaze shifted. She resigns. Quietly. The employees who warned you? We handle them internally. The stolen public funds? He exhaled impatiently. Money can be returned. I looked at him and realized he still believed consequences were a price to negotiate after being caught. You are not asking for time to tell the truth, I said. You are asking for time to choose another lie. I stepped away. Dylan was seated near the piano while an investigator copied the contents of his phone. He looked smaller without the crowd orbiting him. Then the ballroom screen changed again. Samantha had opened a recovered group chat titled Christmas Cleanup. The messages were dated that morning. Michael had written, "If Chloe appears, remove her before Caldwell sees her." Dylan had replied, "I'll make her lose control in front of everyone." Another message instructed resort security to disable the camera facing the main entrance. They had expected me. You said I wasn't invited, I told Dylan. You knew I was coming. Samantha displayed the formal invitation she had sent on behalf of the compliance committee, along with the delivery receipt proving Michael's assistant opened it. My brother had not slapped an unexpected intruder. He had tried to provoke a witness before she could speak to the governor. Agent Vega read the messages twice, then informed Dylan that striking me could now be examined as possible witness intimidation. His face emptied. Dad told me she was blackmailing us, he said. Michael answered without looking at him. You chose what you did. The betrayal in Dylan's expression almost made me laugh, but it was too familiar. My father had used him differently than he used me. He rewarded Dylan's obedience until Dylan confused privilege with love. Now that obedience had become evidence, Michael abandoned him. He will sacrifice you before he accepts responsibility, I said. He already has. Dylan looked at me, perhaps expecting sympathy, perhaps asking for rescue without lowering himself enough to say it. I gave him neither. Understanding why someone became cruel does not require volunteering to absorb the consequences of that cruelty. At 11:59, my editor called. I answered on speaker. Legal is clear, she said. The evidence links are live. We publish on your signal. Michael whispered my name. For the first time in my life, it sounded like a plea. Henry stood near the fireplace, silent now because the choice belonged to me. Samantha held my mother's letter against her chest. The board members remained on screen. Around us, guests watched the clock change. I thought about every time I had apologized for noticing what others wanted hidden. Then I said, publish. At midnight, phones across the ballroom vibrated almost at once. The headline appeared on the screen, The Christmas List, How a Family Contractor Built a Public Empire on Ghost Vendors, Forged Records, and a Stolen Identity. Beneath it was my name. Not the protected byline, not an alias, but Chloe Bennett. Dylan read the first paragraph and covered his face. Michael kept staring at the headline as messages flooded his phone. A lender suspending credit. A donor canceling support. A partner demanding repayment. A news station requesting comment. The company's public contract portal changed from pending review to disqualified. Henry finally spoke. The Northridge Award is permanently withdrawn. Bennett Development will be barred from new state bids while the investigation proceeds. Michael's knees seemed to weaken, but no one moved to steady him. For years, the room had rushed to protect his dignity. That night, dignity was no longer the emergency. Truth was, I closed my laptop and put my mother's letter inside my coat. Michael called after me as I crossed the ballroom. You walk out now, and you are no longer my daughter. The threat had controlled me for years because I believed belonging was something he could grant or remove. I turned at the door. You stopped treating me like your daughter long before tonight. The difference is that I finally stopped calling your control love. Dylan stood, one cheek wet with tears he seemed ashamed to show. Chloe, wait. Tell them I didn't plan the whole thing. Then tell them the truth, I said. All of it. Not to save yourself from Dad. Not to win me back. Tell it because the people you stole from deserve it. I did not offer forgiveness. Forgiveness given under pressure is only another form of obedience. Samantha joined me, while Henry remained behind to answer questions about the suspended contract. As the doors closed, the last sound I heard was Agent Vega asking Michael to sit down and stop touching his phone. I had imagined leaving with a victorious speech, but I needed none. The article was speaking in every newsroom, boardroom, and government office that had once welcomed my father without question. Over the following weeks, the consequences became measurable. Federal and state prosecutors charged Michael with procurement fraud, conspiracy, identity theft, and obstruction. Dylan accepted a plea agreement, surrendered hidden accounts, and testified against him. He lost his executive license, his home, and the circle of friends who had mistaken access for affection. Michael refused every deal, insisting that the family name would protect him. It did not. He was convicted after a public trial and sentenced to 11 years. The court restored my stolen shares and ordered repayment of the trust distributions. Bennett Development avoided collapse only because the board removed both men, cooperated with investigators, and placed legitimate operations under independent management. Samantha became chief compliance officer. Hundreds of employees kept their jobs, while the shell companies were dissolved and recovered funds returned to public programs. I sold half my restored shares to an employee ownership trust and used part of the settlement to establish a legal fund for whistleblowers threatened by powerful employers. I kept one thing for myself: my mother's letter. A year later, on Christmas Eve, I read it again in my own apartment before submitting a new investigation. There was no grand family reunion. Dylan sent several apologies. I answered only after his actions began matching his words. Michael wrote from prison and still described himself as the victim. I returned every letter unopened. Some people believed revenge meant I should have felt pleasure watching them lose everything. What I felt was quieter and more lasting. They had built their power by deciding who was credible, who belonged, and whose pain could be ignored. I took that power away by creating a record they could not erase. So when people ask whether I regret walking into a party where I wasn't invited, my answer is simple. I was invited by the truth they had buried, and I stayed long enough to make sure it was heard. Family can survive disagreement, distance, and disappointment, but can it survive without accountability? And when the people who demand your loyalty are using it to hide what they have done, is walking away betrayal? Or is it the first honest choice you have ever made?
We appreciate you staying until the end of this emotional story. Everything in this video is fictional and meant only for educational and entertainment value. We hope it reminds you that you don't have to keep making space for people who only bring confusions into your life. A calm heart is worth protecting, and if it means letting go of familiar names.
My phone buzzed once, then went quiet. A single text from my mother appeared on the screen. "Elena, you don't need to come back. Some places aren't meant for you." No call, no explanation, just that line, cold and final. Outside, snow fell over the city like ash. I stared at my coffee until it turned lukewarm, wondering how a family could erase someone with just 12 words. It was Thanksgiving week, the one time I still believed maybe this year would feel different. But when I opened our family group chat, I saw the photos. Candles, turkey, wine glasses, all tagged, everyone smiling, except me. I scrolled back to her message, read it again. The silence that followed wasn't loud, it was hollow, like the air right after something breaks. Some places aren't meant for you. I looked around my apartment where the only sound was the fridge humming and the city lights flickering through the snow. In my head, I could see them, Mom laughing at the head of the table, Dad carving the turkey, Ryan cracking another smug joke. They probably told themselves I was too sensitive, too distant, too Elena. And maybe I was. I'd stopped being their quiet fixer years ago. The one who smiled through insults and picked up the bill no one else offered to split. I pressed my palm to the cold window, watching a couple across the street carry groceries together, breath fogging the air. It looked warm. Ordinary. Everything I used to want family to feel like. My phone was still on the counter, the message still glowing. I thought about replying, about begging for a reason, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, I said it out loud, barely a whisper. "You said I don't belong there." "Fine." Then I added quieter, like a vow only the night could hear, "I'll build something you'll never forget." For a moment, the city seemed to pause, snowflakes hanging, mid-air traffic lights frozen red. And in that stillness, something inside me shifted. If you've ever been cut off by the people who made you, you'll know the exact second pain turns to purpose. That's the moment I stopped being their daughter and started becoming something else entirely. When I was a kid, I didn't draw people, I drew places. While other children filled notebooks with faces and stick figures, mine were covered in roofs, stairs, and windows that led nowhere. I liked how buildings made sense. You could design where things belonged. People weren't like that. My parents never really saw it as talent. To them, it was just another phase. Ryan, my younger brother, was the golden one, the funny one, the one who could skip responsibility and still get praised for potential. I was the quiet one who thought too much. I still remember the night I showed them my first dream. I was 15, sitting at the breakfast table with a rolled-up sketch in my hands, a greenhouse I'd designed from scratch. Sunlight, glass walls, ivy climbing along beams. I thought it was beautiful. I pushed the drawing toward them and said, "I think I could actually build this someday." My dad barely looked up from his newspaper. Mom smiled the kind of smile that means no. "Sweetheart, that's ambitious. But you might want to focus on something practical." Ryan leaned over, grinning. "Looks like a fish tank for plants." They laughed. I didn't. Later that night, I found my drawing crumpled in the trash coffee grounds, staining the paper. That was the night I learned silence could be armor. After that, I stopped showing them what I made. I applied for architecture school in secret, got in on a scholarship. When I called Mom to tell her, she sighed. "Architecture, that's a man's world, honey. You're too soft for that." I went anyway. 3 jobs, secondhand furniture, black coffee, and cold bagels for years. When I finally graduated, I thought they'd be proud. They weren't. Ryan had meetings, and Dad's knees were suddenly too bad for long flights. Still, I sent photos of my first office, just a small studio, white walls, 1 folding table. Mom texted back, "Looks small but cute." That's when I stopped needing applause. But their voices still followed me. Ryan would call during family dinners, put me on speaker, bragging about his real estate projects. Mom would laugh. "You and your brother both in buildings. Isn't that funny?" No, it wasn't. Here's the thing about being invisible. You start to get comfortable in the quiet. You build your life brick by brick, thinking no one notices, until one day you look up and realize The thing you've built is stronger than the people who doubted you. It's funny how silence, when kept long enough, starts to sound a lot like strength. And all it takes is one dinner, one sentence, one push to make you remember exactly what you're capable of. The night everything cracked open started quietly. We were gathered around my parents' long oak table, the same one that had seen every birthday, every holiday, every argument politely disguised as family talk. The smell of roasted lamb filled the room. Garlic butter, expensive wine, the kind of dinner that photographs well. Ryan, of course, was the center of gravity. He always was. He was talking about his new business venture, a luxury bar downtown. Everyone leaned in like he was presenting the cure for boredom. Mom looked at him like he hung the moon. Dad nodded in approval, half listening, but smiling anyway. I stayed quiet, cutting my food into small, perfect squares, an old habit from years of pretending calm. Then Ryan looked over. "You're the expert on buildings, right, sis? What do you think of my spot?" "Midtown, right across from the new plaza." I looked up, meeting his smirk. "It's risky," I said. "High rent, not much foot traffic after 9. You'd need a solid draw to keep it alive." The air shifted. Forks paused. Then Mom's voice cut in sharp, polished, sugar-coated. "Elena, please. Your brother's worked hard on this. You always have something critical to say." My throat tightened. I wasn't being critical. I was giving... Ryan chuckled, interrupting. "She doesn't get it, Mom. Not everyone lives in spreadsheets and blueprints." Laughter followed. Familiar. Cruel. Someone even clapped him on the shoulder. I swallowed hard. "I'm just saying," Mom lifted a hand, graceful but final. "Sweetheart, if you can't be supportive, maybe just enjoy your meal." That tone. That quiet blade she'd mastered over the years. The conversation moved on without me like it always did. Ryan kept talking about his investors, which I knew didn't exist. Dad kept nodding. My aunt refilled glasses, and me, I just sat there small again, 15, watching another dream go in the trash. When I finally pushed back my chair, the legs scraped against the tile loud and raw. Everyone looked up. "You know what I said? Maybe you're right. Maybe I really don't belong here." Ryan smirked. "Guess that's finally sinking in." Mom's voice came calm, precise. "Elena, if you can't act like family, maybe you shouldn't come next time." There it was, the line that turned exile into instruction. I didn't argue, didn't cry. I just grabbed my coat and walked out, my heels echoing down that too familiar hallway. Through the reflection in the glass door, I saw them still laughing, still eating as if I'd never existed. When I reached my car, my phone buzzed. A message from Mom: "Don't come back until you learn to respect your brother." I stared at the screen until the glow blurred into the frost on the windshield. That was it. The moment the warmth finally burned out and something colder, cleaner, stronger took its place. The days after that dinner passed in a kind of quiet blur. I didn't call anyone. Not Mom, not Ryan, not even Lydia, my business partner, my one steady constant through every storm. I went to work, smiled when needed, nodded through meetings, but everything inside me felt muted, like I was moving through fog. Then one morning something shifted. An email pinged into my inbox with the subject line, "Property listing, Midtown Corner Lot." I almost deleted it, until I saw the address, the same block Ryan had bragged about at dinner, the same dream spot he couldn't stop boasting about, and now it was for sale. I sat frozen, staring at the screen. The cursor blinked at the edge of possibility. Lydia poked her head into my office, coffee in hand. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I turned the monitor toward her. "Remember the spot Ryan wanted for his bar?" She squinted. "Yeah, the one he said was too exclusive for small projects." I nodded. "It's open, and I can afford it." For a long moment, she said nothing, just stared, lips curving into a slow grin. "You're thinking about buying it, aren't you?" I didn't answer. I didn't need to. That night, I drove down to the lot. The city was half asleep, rain in the air, neon lights flickering from the diner across the street. I parked, stepped out, and walked the cracked perimeter boots crunching over gravel. The old brick walls still stood weathered but strong. Rusted beams reached toward the sky like bones. I could already see it, the glass, the light, the open atrium filled with air and green. A space that didn't need anyone's approval to exist. By the end of the week, I'd signed the offer. By the end of the month, it was mine. Construction began slow then, all at once. Mornings before dawn, steel rising against the skyline. The smell of metal coffee and wet dust became my new perfume. Lydia would show up with 2 cups and a grin. "You're not just building a space," she said once. "You're exorcising ghosts." Maybe she was right. Every beam, every wall, it all felt like rewriting something old. A year passed in blueprints and concrete. No phone calls from home, no texts, just the sound of progress humming through silence. When it finally stood finished, I walked through it at sunrise. Glass above me, marble beneath, light everywhere. My reflection in the mirrored panels looked different still, but steadier anchored. We called it the Atrium by Voss. It wasn't revenge, it was proof. My name standing tall on the skyline they said I didn't belong to. A week before the grand opening, Lydia slid a newspaper across my desk. "Look," she said, tapping the headline. "They're calling it the city's new landmark." I smiled, slow, quiet, certain. They told me never to come back. Soon they'd be walking through doors with my name on them. Opening night felt like stepping into another life. The atrium shimmered under amber light, every panel of glass reflecting the city's heartbeat. Soft jazz floated through the air, blending with the hum of voices and champagne laughter. It didn't smell like revenge. It smelled like arrival. Guests poured in, dressed to impress clients, architects, investors, even a few critics who once ignored my calls. I smiled, shook hands, felt the warmth of cameras flashing. Lydia glided through the crowd in a green silk dress, clipboard in one hand, champagne in the other. She leaned close, whispering over the music. "You did it." I smiled back, about to answer, and then I heard it. A voice that didn't belong here. Too loud, too familiar. Ryan. I froze, glass in hand. I turned toward the entrance, and there they were. My brother Tuck's jacket, unbuttoned, confidence, oozing like spilled liquor. Behind him, my mother, clutching her purse like she owned the room. And my father a step behind, quiet as ever, eyes darting everywhere but mine. For half a second, I thought maybe I was hallucinating. But then Ryan's laugh rolled across the marble floor, and the sound made my chest tighten. "Guess word gets around," Lydia murmured beside me. They weren't on the guest list. I knew every name that walked through these doors. At the front desk, the hostess smiled politely. "I'm sorry, sir. There's no reservation under Voss." Ryan frowned. "Check again. It's our name on the building, isn't it?" Mom stepped forward, her tone dripping superiority. "We were told this was a private family event. I'm Mrs. Voss." The hostess hesitated, then looked toward me. I set my glass down, walked across the floor. The chatter around us dimmed with each click of my heels. "Good evening," I said softly. Mom turned. For a heartbeat, confusion crossed her face like she didn't recognize me in my own space. Then came the disapproval, the judgment, the same old script. "Elena." Ryan smirked. "So this is your little project, cute. Thought you'd be designing coffee shops or something." I met his eyes. Calm. It used to be small. Then I stopped listening to people who thought small. His fake smile faltered. "We'll take a table," he said quickly. "We're family after all." I nodded to the hostess. "Take them to the public lounge downstairs. Walk-ins only." Ryan blinked, thrown off. What Mom's voice sharpened. "We're your family, Elena." I held her gaze steady as glass. "You told me not to come back. I just kept my promise." The silence that followed was thick enough to cut. Even the pianist hesitated mid-note. Ryan's jaw tightened. "You think this makes you better than us?" I stepped closer until my reflection filled his eyes. "No," I said quietly. "It just means I finally stopped needing you." Then I turned to the hostess. "If they stay, make sure they pay for their drinks." Their faces froze, shock, disbelief, humiliation. Everything they'd once made me feel. I walked away before any of them could speak. The click of my heels trailed into the music. Lydia met me halfway across the room. "They came uninvited," she whispered. "Exactly," I said, just like always. By the time the music faded, the crowd had thinned. Laughter dissolved into soft murmurs, glasses clinking one last time. The atrium shimmered in half-light, my reflection caught between marble and glass. I slipped away to the upper terrace heels in one hand, champagne in the other. Below me, the city glowed streets like silver veins, headlights threading through the night. Through the glass roof, I could still see them. Ryan and my parents sitting stiff at the bar, pretending to belong in a place they once said I'd never build. They didn't see me watching. They never did. The air was cool, heavy with the scent of rain and new steel. It smelled like endings and beginnings at the same time. My phone buzzed a text from Lydia. "You okay?" "They're still downstairs." I typed back, "Let them be. They'll figure it out." Setting the phone aside, I leaned on the railing, tracing my finger along the cold glass. In the reflection, I saw it all at once, me, the city, and the building that rose from everything they broke. A year ago, I was standing outside their house, afraid to knock. Now they were standing outside mine, waiting to be let in. Funny how that turns. For a brief second, I thought about calling Mom, saying something kind, maybe something like closure. But then her old message replayed in my mind, "Some places aren't meant for you." Maybe she was right. That house wasn't meant for me. This one was. Behind me, the doors slid open. Lydia stepped out, coat draped over her arm, hair tousled from the night. "They're leaving," she said softly. I nodded. "Good." She handed me another glass, her smile warm and knowing. "So, what now?" I looked down at the glowing sign above the entrance. The Atrium by Voss. My name, my work, my peace. Now I said I build things that don't need anyone's permission to stand. Lydia clinked her glass against mine. To that. We stood there for a moment, two silhouettes against the skyline. Then I turned toward the elevator, ready to go home. My phone buzzed again, an unknown number, a message. "Your place is beautiful. I didn't know. Mom." I smiled, set the phone face down on the railing, and left it there. Because some stories don't need replies. If you've ever had to build peace from the pieces someone else left behind, trust me, you're not the only one. Share your story in the comments. And don't forget to subscribe so you never miss the next one.
Cook or starve, that's your choice. Her voice cut through the kitchen like a knife. I froze, spoon trembling in my hand, as the steam from the boiling pot rose into my face. My daughter-in-law, Vanessa, stood in the doorway, arms crossed over her chest, tapping one manicured finger against her elbow with smug rhythm. Her lips curled into a smirk, like she was savoring my humiliation. I felt the sting of tears press against my eyes, but I swallowed them down. I wasn't going to give her the satisfaction. Not her. Not today. But Vanessa leaned forward, her glossy black hair falling over one shoulder. Her perfume, sharp, artificial, filling the space between us. "And don't even think about telling Ethan. He'll never believe you." Ethan. My son. My only child. The boy I carried at 19, raised with every ounce of strength after his father walked out on us. The man I sacrificed for. Late nights, double shifts, skipped meals, just to see him graduate, succeed, build a life. And now that life included her, Vanessa, his wife, the woman who smiled in front of him and spit venom when his back was turned. I wanted to scream at her, to throw down the spoon and remind her that this was my kitchen, my house, before it was ever hers. That I had earned respect with every wrinkle on my face, every callus on my hands. But my voice caught, because deep down I knew she was right. Ethan wouldn't believe me. He never did. Every time I'd tried to explain, every cruel word, every little jab, he brushed it off. "Mum, she's stressed. Mum, you're overthinking it. Mum, please, just try to get along." That's what he told me, again and again, until I stopped trying. So I stood there, silent, stirring the pot as if my life depended on it. The smell of onions and garlic filled the kitchen, but beneath it lingered something else, something sour. My own shame, my own helplessness. "Faster," Vanessa snapped, glancing at the clock. "Ethan's going to be home any minute, and you're not going to make me look bad. Not tonight. Not tonight." My stomach knotted. What was so special about tonight? Why did it matter so much that I cooked quickly, silently, obediently? I pressed my lips together, but the questions rattled in my chest like chains. I wanted answers. But I knew asking would only bring another sharp jab, another cutting remark. The soup bubbled angrily, spitting little bursts of heat that burned my wrist. I winced, pulling my sleeve down, but I didn't dare move away from the stove. And then the front door creaked open. My heart slammed against my ribs. Ethan's footsteps, heavy, steady, familiar. I froze, spoon mid-stir. Vanessa's smirk instantly transformed into the sweetest smile, her voice sugar-sweet as she called out, "Honey, you're home!" I didn't turn around. My hands shook. My breath caught. Would he notice? Would he see me here? Shivering over a stove, beads of sweat running down my back, my whole body tense like I was a prisoner in my own home. The footsteps grew louder, closer, then silence. I felt it. His eyes on me. "Mama?" His voice cracked, low, almost cautious. "Why are you shaking?" The spoon slipped from my hand, clattering into the pot with a splash that burned my skin. I gasped, but I didn't move. Couldn't, because in that moment, every muscle in my body went cold. He had seen, but would he finally understand? Or would this be the moment my son, the boy I had given everything for, looked at me, saw my pain, and still chose her? You need to understand something before I go any further. I wasn't supposed to live like this. My name is Diane. I'm 60 years old. And if you had told me years ago that I'd be standing in my own kitchen, treated like a burden by my son's wife, I would have laughed in disbelief. Because my whole life, I fought tooth and nail to build something out of nothing. I was 19 when I had Ethan. His father, my high school sweetheart, was gone by the time Ethan turned 3. Left us for another woman. I still remember the night I found the note on the kitchen table, folded neatly beside an empty coffee cup. "I'm sorry, Diane. I can't do this anymore." I didn't have time to cry. I had a toddler clinging to my hip and a pile of bills on the counter. So I worked. Day after day, night after night. I cleaned offices at midnight. I flipped burgers in the morning. On weekends, I sewed clothes for neighbors just to scrape together enough to buy Ethan his first pair of sneakers that weren't from the thrift store. I used to whisper to him at night when he was small, "One day, baby, you'll have everything I never did. One day you'll live the life I could only dream of." And I meant it. So when he grew up strong, smart, and ambitious, I thought my sacrifices had finally been worth it. He got into college on scholarships, graduated with honors, and landed a steady job in finance, the kind of job that gave him pressed suits, a shiny watch, and weekends at wine tastings I could barely pronounce. I was proud, so proud. And then he met her, Vanessa. She was stunning, I'll give her that. Chestnut hair styled in perfect waves, lips painted red like she had stepped right out of a magazine. She was 10 years younger than Ethan, a yoga instructor with a social media following, always dressed in designer clothes that looked effortless, but cost more than I made in a month. The first time she shook my hand, her nails dug into my skin just a little too tight. Her smile was wide, but her eyes, icy, calculating. Still, I told myself, if she makes Ethan happy, then I'll make peace with it. But happiness wasn't what she brought. The red flags started early and I ignored every single one. At family dinners, she'd roll her eyes when I told old stories. When I brought Ethan's favorite casserole, she'd wrinkle her nose and whisper, "So heavy. We don't eat like that anymore." She once even joked, in front of friends, "Ethan's mum is sweet, but she's kind of old-fashioned. Doesn't really fit in." I laughed along, pretended it didn't hurt. But when I went home, I cried into my pillow like a little girl. And Ethan? He never noticed. Or maybe he chose not to. Because every time I tried to gently point out how she treated me, he'd brush it off. "She doesn't mean it, Mum. She's just stressed with work. Please, just give her time." Give her time. But time only sharpened her claws. When I sold my house to move in with them, yes, my own decision. Because Ethan swore it was our family home now, Vanessa's smile nearly cracked her face. She told me I'd always have a place with them. But the second the papers were signed, I noticed how she started rearranging everything. The furniture, the kitchen, even the family photos. Mine disappeared from the walls, one by one. And then came the rules. Diane, don't use too much detergent. It ruins the machine. Diane, if you're going to cook, you need to make it healthier. Ethan doesn't need all that butter. Diane, can you please not tell Ethan about this? He doesn't like conflict. It was like death by 1,000 cuts. Small humiliations stacked on top of each other until the weight nearly crushed me. I tried to stay quiet, to convince myself I could endure it. After all, wasn't this what mothers did? Sacrifice their pride for their children's happiness. But every day, I felt myself shrinking. Until one night, when Vanessa's mask finally slipped in a way I could never ignore. It was late. Ethan was away on a business trip. I was folding laundry when I overheard her phone call. Her voice was sharp, angry, hissing through the walls. And what I heard made my blood run cold. I can still hear her voice from that night, slicing through the thin walls of the house like a dagger. Yeah, he has no idea, Vanessa whispered into the phone. Her tone was sharp, smug, dripping with contempt. His mum does whatever I tell her. She's basically my maid. And the best part, he thinks she chooses to help. My knees buckled. I sat down on the edge of the bed, a pile of laundry tumbling from my lap. The shirts, the socks, they scattered across the floor, but I couldn't move. My chest tightened as she laughed. A low, cruel laugh that didn't sound like the sweet woman she pretended to be in front of Ethan. She's pathetic, Vanessa continued, always looking at me like she wants approval, like, get a clue, lady, you're in my house now. My house. The walls seemed to tilt. My breath came fast, shallow. I pressed a hand over my mouth to stop the sob rising in my throat. I wanted to storm out there. I wanted to rip that phone from her hand and scream, "This was my house before you. I raised Ethan without anyone's help. I bled for this family." But I stayed frozen, silent, invisible in my own home. Because what if she was right? What if Ethan really did see me as a burden? What if all my sacrifices were just background noise in his shiny new life? The phone call ended with her laughter echoing down the hall, and I sat there in the dark, surrounded by unfolded laundry, staring at the floor like a woman who'd lost everything. That night, I barely slept. The next morning, she acted as though nothing had happened, cheerful, humming as she blended her kale smoothie, asking if I could iron Ethan's shirts before his trip ended. I nodded, my throat raw, my eyes burning from sleepless tears. And it only got worse. She started snapping at me openly. "Don't put too much salt in the pasta, Diane. Why are you wearing that old cardigan again? It makes the house look depressing. Do you have to sit in the living room while I'm recording my yoga videos?" I became a ghost in my own life. Careful, quiet, until the day it all boiled over. It was a Tuesday evening. I remember because the sun was setting, orange light flooding the kitchen. I had been stirring soup for nearly an hour, sweat dripping down my back. Vanessa leaned against the counter, scrolling on her phone, barely glancing at me. "Faster," she said without looking up. My hand trembled. "I'm trying," I whispered. She looked up then, her eyes narrowing, her lips curling into that familiar smirk. "Then try harder. You're so slow, Diane. No wonder Ethan always feels stressed when he's home. You make the whole house feel heavy." Her words hit me harder than a slap. I felt something inside me snap. "Don't you dare talk about me like that," I said, my voice shaking. Her eyebrows shot up in mock surprise. Then she leaned closer, lowering her voice to a venomous whisper. "Cook, or starve." And she shoved the grocery bag toward me, the sound of cans and vegetables crashing against the counter. I stood there, stunned, my hands clenched so tight the spoon nearly broke in half. And that's when the front door opened. Ethan's voice echoed down the hallway. Mum? Vanessa? I'm home. Vanessa's face changed in an instant. The smirk melted into a wide, sugary smile. She smoothed her hair, fixed her blouse, and called out sweetly, Honey, you're just in time for dinner. I froze. Would I tell him? Would I finally reveal what she'd said, what she'd done? Or would I stay silent, let her win again, and keep shivering in the shadows of my own home? The footsteps came closer. My son's familiar silhouette appeared in the doorway. His eyes landed on me, sweating, trembling, gripping the spoon like a lifeline. And for the first time, I saw confusion flicker in his face. Concern. Mama? He asked softly. Why do you look so scared? Ethan's question hung in the air like smoke. Why do you look so scared? My lips parted, but no sound came out. My chest rose and fell in short, shallow breaths, and the spoon rattled in my trembling hand. Vanessa slipped into the silence like she always did, swift, polished, manipulative. She let out a light laugh, brushing a strand of her chestnut hair behind her ear. Oh, Ethan. She's fine. She just gets overheated when she cooks. I told her she should sit down, but you know your mum. Always fussing. Her voice dripped with sweetness, honey laced with poison. Ethan's eyes darted between us. I could see the confusion on his face, the doubt tugging at him. For a moment I thought, finally, he sees it. I took a shaky breath. Ethan? But Vanessa cut me off, stepping closer to him, laying a hand on his chest like a protective wife. Don't worry, baby. Dinner's almost ready. Why don't you go wash up? You must be exhausted from work. Her smile was so wide, so convincing, I watched the concern drain from his face in seconds. He nodded, kissed her cheek, and gave me a quick glance before heading down the hall. And just like that, the moment was gone. I wanted to scream, to grab his arm, shake him, make him see. But the words stuck in my throat, heavy as stones. Vanessa turned back to me, her smile vanishing the second he was out of sight. Her eyes narrowed, sharp and cutting. Don't you ever try that again, she hissed. He's mine now. You had your chance to be his whole world. Now you're just extra. Extra. The word stabbed me deeper than anything she had said before. I clenched the counter to steady myself as the room spun. She brushed past me, humming a tune as if nothing had happened, leaving me there with my shame and boiling soup. But the collapse came sooner than I expected. It was that weekend. Ethan had invited a few colleagues over for dinner. Vanessa was determined to show off. Her perfectly decorated dining room, her organic menu, her homemaker charm. Except she didn't lift a finger. I cooked. I set the table. I ironed the tablecloth. All while Vanessa floated around the house, sipping wine and arranging flowers. By the time the guests arrived, I was exhausted, my hands raw from scrubbing, my back aching from bending over pots and pans. Wow, Vanessa, this spread looks amazing, one of Ethan's colleagues gushed, eyeing the roast chicken and homemade bread. Vanessa flashed her movie star smile. Oh, thank you. I worked so hard all day. The words slammed into me like a truck. My jaw tightened. She was stealing my work, my effort, my pride, and passing it off as hers. I waited for Ethan to correct her, to say, no, my mum did all this. She always takes care of us. But he didn't. He just smiled, proud, as if she had truly done it all. And then, the disaster. Halfway through dinner, one of the guests complimented the bread. This is so soft. Vanessa, you'll have to give me your recipe. Vanessa laughed, waving a hand. Oh, it's a family secret. My grandmother taught me years ago. My stomach churned. That recipe wasn't hers. It was mine. It was the bread I'd baked for Ethan's birthdays since he was 10. The heat in my chest grew unbearable. I felt my face flush, my hands shaking under the table. And then, I snapped. That's not your recipe, I blurted out, my voice louder than I meant. The table fell silent. Every head turned toward me. My heart hammered in my ears, but I pressed on. That's mine. I made that bread. I made all of this dinner. The air went heavy, like the room had run out of oxygen. Vanessa's smile froze. Her wine glass trembled in her hand. Ethan's colleagues exchanged awkward glances. One cleared his throat, another coughed into his napkin. And Ethan? Ethan's face hardened. Mum, he said slowly, his voice firm, warning. Why would you say something like that? I stared at him, my mouth dry, my heart shattering into pieces. Because in that instant I realized the truth. He didn't believe me. Not at all. The silence at that dinner table still haunts me. I had spoken my truth, loud and clear. But instead of support, I felt the walls close in. The clink of silverware stopped. The laughter evaporated. And Ethan's glare burned into me like fire. Mum, he repeated, sharper this time. That was uncalled for. I felt my throat tighten. My palms grew slick. I wanted them to know. But Vanessa jumped in, her voice trembling with well-practiced fragility. It's okay, Ethan. She didn't mean it. I'm sure she's just tired. Her wide eyes shimmered with fake hurt, like she was the victim. She reached across the table, resting her manicured hand on mine for the performance. I don't mind sharing credit, Diane. I know you helped. Helped. The word seared me. I hadn't just helped. I had done everything. The guests shifted uncomfortably, offering forced smiles, trying to drag the evening back to life. But the tension lingered, thick as smoke. By dessert, nobody was really eating. Nobody was laughing. And when the door closed behind the last guest, Ethan exploded. What the hell was that, Mum? His voice was sharp, loud enough to rattle the glasses in the cabinet. You embarrassed Vanessa in front of everyone. Embarrassed? I stared at him, my voice trembling. Ethan, I cooked everything. She lied. She said the bread was her grandmother's recipe, but it was mine. You know it was mine. Vanessa gasped softly, pressing a hand to her chest like she'd been stabbed. Ethan, I never claimed— Don't, I snapped, the anger finally boiling over. I heard you. I heard every word. Her face flickered for just a second, the smirk threatening to break through her mask, but she quickly replaced it with tears, big crocodile tears that slid down her cheeks. Ethan, she whispered, voice cracking. I don't know why she hates me so much. My heart dropped. Hate? Ethan turned to me, jaw tight. Mum, I don't know what's gotten into you lately, but this has to stop. And just like that, I was the villain. The days that followed were worse than anything I could have imagined. Vanessa knew exactly how to play her cards. She started whispering lies into Ethan's ear when she thought I couldn't hear. She criticizes me constantly. She makes me feel unwelcome in my own home. I think she resents our marriage. One afternoon, I caught her on the phone with one of Ethan's aunts. Her voice was low, conspiratorial. I'm worried about Diane. She forgets things. She gets angry out of nowhere. I don't want to say dementia, but dementia. The word echoed in my head like a curse. She wasn't just painting me as difficult. She was painting me as unstable. I wanted to scream, to rip the phone from her hand, to expose every cruel word she'd ever spoken. But when Ethan came home that night, he looked at me differently, suspiciously. Mum, he said gently, too gently. Vanessa told me you've been under a lot of stress. Maybe you should see someone. Just to check, you know? A doctor. The betrayal hit harder than a slap. My son, the boy I'd raised through hunger, sickness, loneliness, now looking at me like I was broken, like maybe I was losing my mind. And Vanessa stood behind him, her arms wrapped around his waist, her head on his shoulder, watching me with a smile so faint I knew it was just for me. A victory smile. The walls of that house felt like they were closing in tighter every day. I avoided her, but she always found ways to corner me, leaving lists of chores taped to the fridge, making snide comments in passing. acting sweet the second Ethan entered the room. I felt trapped, powerless. Until one evening, when I overheard something that changed everything. Vanessa was in the living room with Ethan, her voice hushed but firm. "We need to talk about the house. I know it's technically in her name, but she's not, well, if she really is slipping, maybe it's time to get the paperwork in order." My blood ran cold. The house. My house. The one I had sold my soul to keep. The one I had signed over jointly when Ethan begged me to trust him. She wasn't just trying to push me out of the family. She was trying to erase me. I barely slept after overhearing Vanessa's scheme about the house. Her words kept replaying. Maybe it's time to get the paperwork in order. She wanted me gone, not just from Ethan's life, not just from the dinner table, but from the very roof over my head. For days, I walked around in a fog, waiting for the axe to fall. Every time Ethan's phone buzzed, I wondered if it was her whispering more poison into his ear. Every time the mail came, I feared legal documents would be tucked among the envelopes. But I couldn't stay quiet anymore. Not after everything I'd sacrificed. Not when she was plotting to take the last piece of my dignity. The confrontation came sooner than I expected. It was a Sunday afternoon. Ethan had just returned from a jog, his shirt damp with sweat, his cheeks flushed. Vanessa trailed behind him, perfectly styled, despite claiming she'd gone with him. I was in the kitchen, folding a stack of dish towels, when I heard her. "Ethan, we can't keep ignoring this," she said, her voice firm but soft enough to sound caring. "Your mum isn't well. She's paranoid. She lashes out. Last week she accused me of lying in front of your colleagues. If we don't act, she could ruin everything you've built." Her words sliced through me. Paranoid? Lashing out? I dropped the towel. "That's enough," I said, stepping into the living room. My voice trembled, but I didn't care. "You will not lie about me in my own home." The room fell silent. Ethan froze, his eyes flicking between us. Vanessa's lips parted, then curved into a trembling smile. "Diane, please," she said, her tone laced with fake pity. "We're just worried about you." I laughed bitterly. "Worried? You've done nothing but belittle me since the day you walked through that door." Ethan raised a hand, his brow furrowed. "Mum, let's calm down." "No!" The word shot out of me before I could stop it. My hands shook, but my voice grew louder, stronger. "I will not calm down, Ethan. Not when she's trying to make me look crazy. Not when she's trying to steal this house out from under us." His eyes widened. "What are you talking about?" I turned to Vanessa, glaring. Tell him what you said. About the paperwork. About how I'm not well enough to handle things anymore." For the first time, Vanessa faltered. Her perfect smile cracked, her jaw tightening. But she recovered quickly, shaking her head. "Ethan, that's not true. She must have misunderstood. She's been under so much stress. Stop lying." My voice shook the walls. "I heard you. With my own ears. And don't you dare twist this anymore." Ethan looked at her, confusion flashing across his face. "Vanessa, did you say that?" She laughed nervously, reaching for his arm. "Of course not. Baby, you know I'd never—" But this time, something in his expression shifted. For the first time, doubt crept in. I stepped closer, my voice breaking but fierce. "Ethan, I raised you alone. I worked 3 jobs to keep food on the table. I bled. I starved. I gave up everything so you could have a better life. And now she wants to erase me, to make you believe I'm weak, unstable, worthless. But I am none of those things." Tears spilled down my cheeks, hot and unstoppable. "I am your mother, and I will not let her destroy me." The room crackled with tension. Vanessa's face flushed crimson, her mask slipping for the first time. She turned to Ethan, her voice shrill. "Are you really going to believe her over me? After everything? She's manipulating you, don't you see?" But Ethan didn't answer. His jaw clenched. His gaze lingered on me, then on her. And in that silence, I saw her panic rise. For once, the control wasn't entirely hers. Vanessa's eyes darted wildly, her voice cracking. You know what? Maybe this isn't working. Maybe your mum should just leave. The words hung in the air like a final blow. But instead of breaking me, they lit a fire inside. No, I said, my voice low but steady. I'm not leaving. Not this house. Not my son. Not my life. Vanessa's mouth fell open. Ethan exhaled slowly, his shoulders heavy. And then he spoke words that made my heart stop. Maybe it's time I heard everything. From the beginning. Ethan's words echoed in the silence. Maybe it's time I heard everything. From the beginning. Vanessa's face drained of colour. She wasn't expecting him to say that. Not after months of spinning her web, feeding him lies and turning him against me. For the first time, she looked cornered. My chest rose and fell in shallow breaths. But I knew this was my chance. Maybe my last chance. So I told him. I told him about the insults whispered when he wasn't around, about the phone call where she mocked me, calling me her maid, about the night she claimed my bread recipe as her grandmother's, humiliating me in front of his colleagues, and finally, about overhearing her scheme to take the house. Every word spilled out of me, shaky but unstoppable. Ethan's expression shifted as I spoke. Shock, anger, confusion, and finally something that looked like realization. Vanessa tried to cut in, her voice desperate. She's exaggerating. She's twisting everything. But Ethan held up a hand, silencing her. His gaze locked on me. Mum, why didn't you tell me sooner? My heart cracked. Because every time I tried, you brushed me off. You believed her over me. My voice broke. And I was afraid. Afraid that if I pushed too hard, I'd lose you completely. The tears I had swallowed for months spilled freely now, running hot down my face. For a moment, Ethan stood frozen. Then he turned to Vanessa. Is any of this true? His voice was low, dangerous. She faltered, just for a second. Her eyes darted to the floor, then back to him. Of course not, Ethan. She's jealous. She can't stand not being the center of your life anymore. But Ethan's jaw clenched. I knew that look. It was the same one he had as a boy when he caught a classmate lying. His eyes narrowed, sharp, cutting through her excuses. Enough, Vanessa. The words landed like a hammer. Her mouth fell open. What? I said enough. I've ignored the signs for too long. I wanted to believe you, but I know my mother. She's never lied to me. Not once. The blood drained from her face. She stumbled back a step, her voice rising. You're really taking her side? After everything I've done for you? Ethan's voice cracked with anger. What you've done for me. You manipulated me. You disrespected the one person who sacrificed everything for me. You tried to steal the house she worked her whole life to build. Vanessa's hands shook. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. For the first time, her mask had shattered completely. And then she left. Stormed out the front door, slamming it so hard the walls shook. The silence that followed was deafening. I stood frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. My knees felt weak, like I might collapse. Then Ethan turned to me. Mama? His voice was soft, almost broken. His eyes glistened with tears. I'm so sorry. I should have listened. I should have believed you. I tried to speak, but all that came out was a choked sob. He stepped forward, wrapping his arms around me like he hadn't done in years. And for the first time in so long, I felt my son, not as the man torn between two lives, but as the boy I'd raised, the boy who once clung to me when storms shook the house. We stood there for what felt like forever. The days that followed were messy. Tears, apologies, hard conversations. Ethan confronted Vanessa directly. Divorce papers came soon after. The house? Safe. My name remained on it. Untouchable. But more than the legal battles or the shouting matches, what mattered most was this. Ethan saw me again. He finally understood the truth. And me. I found something I thought I'd lost forever. My voice. My strength. Because I realized something important. Silence is not survival. Silence is surrender. And I was done surrendering. Today I wake up in my home with peace. No one snapping orders. No one making me feel small. Just me, my garden, my coffee, and the freedom I thought had been stolen. And Ethan? He visits often now, alone. And every time he thanks me for never giving up on him, even when he couldn't see the truth. Would I ever forgive Vanessa? No, not for the lies, not for the cruelty. But I don't need revenge. Her absence is victory enough. And if you take anything from my story, let it be this. Never let anyone erase your worth. No matter how small they try to make you, your truth will always shine through if you find the courage to speak it. So tell me, if you were in my shoes, what would you have done? Let me know in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe for more true stories.
My dad filed for divorce the morning after my cancer surgery, and my sister demanded I take Mom in. I smelled a rat. I didn't just hang up. I hired an investigator. I uncovered 3 years of systematic theft, proving my own sister was the one draining my parents' life savings. Before I go on, please take a moment to like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely connect with this story. Drop a comment and let me know where you are watching from and what time it is there. I always love knowing who's listening. My name is Andrea Hirsch, 41 years old, and my life feels like a house of cards, currently being battered by a Category 5 hurricane. Yesterday, I was lying in a cold hospital bed. My body still numb from the radical mastectomy that was supposed to save my life. I was supposed to be resting, healing, and processing the new reality of my body. Instead, the morning sun had barely touched the sterile linoleum of my room before the phone began to ring incessantly. It was my sister, her voice sharp with the kind of performative panic that usually preceded her demanding favors. She told me Dad had just served Mom with divorce papers, completely out of the blue, and that the house was in absolute chaos. She barely asked how my surgery went. She only cared that Mom was now technically homeless and needed a place to stay immediately. She told me that Mom had been through enough and it was my turn to step up as the eldest daughter. I felt the stitches across my chest pull tight as I listened to her lecture me about familial duty. I felt a cold, sharp anger override the physical pain. I hung up the phone without saying a single word. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone again, but this time I did not call family. I dialed the number for Mom's old estate attorney, a man who had known our secrets for decades. I needed to know why this was happening now, while I was at my most vulnerable point. I needed to find the truth behind the sudden fracture of my family, and I had a sinking feeling that the divorce was merely a distraction from something far more sinister, hiding beneath the surface of our wealth. The air in the room felt thin, and as I waited for him to pick up, I stared at the blank hospital wall, wondering if I was about to lose everything I had ever known. The attorney, Mr. Henderson, answered on the second ring, his voice sounding older and more weary than I remembered from my childhood. I skipped the pleasantries, my voice raspy from the anesthesia, and demanded to know the current state of my parents' financial accounts. I told him about the divorce papers, the suddenness of it, and the strange timing that had left my mother reeling just as I emerged from the operating room. He was silent for a long moment, the kind of silence that usually precedes a life-altering revelation. He told me that he had been monitoring some unusual activity on their joint accounts for several months, but he had been hesitant to speak up without concrete proof. My heart hammered against my ribs, a painful thudding that mirrored the sharp ache in my chest. He explained that a series of recurring wire transfers had been siphoning money from my father, his primary retirement account for exactly 3 years. Every single month, $4,000 vanished, moving through a complex web of shell companies and untraceable accounts before finally landing in a place that made my blood run cold. I sat up straighter, ignoring the searing pain of my healing incision, and gripped the hospital bed rails until my knuckles turned a ghostly white. This was not just a simple case of a failing marriage or a midlife crisis. This was a systematic draining of my father's life savings, executed with precision and a terrifying level of intimacy. I realized then that the divorce papers were not just a legal document meant to end a union. They were a frantic attempt to cover up a financial crime that had been growing in the shadows. While I was distracted by my own health battles, I felt a surge of cold, focused adrenaline replacing the fatigue, a sensation of clarity that I had not felt since my diagnosis. I was no longer the victim recovering from surgery. I was an investigator, and I was going to find out exactly who had been stealing from us. I ended the call with Mr. Henderson, my mind racing through a maze of possibilities and dark suspicions. The figures he mentioned, $4,000, every month for 36 months, added up to a staggering sum that could not simply vanish without someone noticing. My father was a meticulous man, a retired accountant who balanced his checkbook to the penny every Sunday evening. The fact that he hadn't flagged this was evidence of either extreme cognitive decline or a deep, orchestrated deception. I looked at the digital readout on the hospital monitor, the rhythmic beeping serving as a ticking clock in my mind. My sister Clara had always been the golden child, the one who lived 3 states away and constantly talked about her boutique, business, and her perfect suburban life. She was the one who insisted that I take Mom in, the one who made sure the narrative of our family tragedy was framed around my mother's sudden misfortune. My fingers hovered over the screen of my tablet, my pulse quickening as I pulled up my father's public tax filings. I knew enough about accounting from my own career to recognize the patterns of a hidden drain. I started cross-referencing dates, searching for any anomalies that occurred precisely when the money moved. My throat felt dry, and the sterile smell of the hospital began to suffocate me. I needed to get home, to my own computer, to my files, to the tools I needed to dismantle this illusion. I wasn't just fighting for my recovery anymore. I was fighting to expose the parasite that had attached itself to my family. The pain in my side was a dull roar now, but it didn't matter. The betrayal was far more agonizing than the surgery. I realized that my sister had positioned me to be the caretaker, the one who would be too busy with a sick mother to look at the bank records. She thought I was broken and distracted. She was wrong. I was just getting started. I managed to sign myself out of the hospital against the stern advice of my nursing staff, who warned me about the dangers of exertion so soon after such a massive procedure. I didn't care about the risks. Every minute I spent in that hospital was a minute. The culprit had to cover their tracks. My car felt like a sanctuary as I drove home, the familiar streets of my town blurring past, while my thoughts remained locked on the digital trail. I was about to hunt. I reached my house, a quiet, modest place that felt like a fortress against the encroaching chaos of my family. I moved slowly, favoring my right side, and sat down at my desk, with a singular focus that pushed the physical agony into the background. I bypassed my personal emails and opened the portal to my father's financial archives that Mr. Henderson had provided access to. The data sat before me like a puzzle, a chaotic mess of numbers that told a story of calculated, systematic theft. I began to map out the destination of the monthly $4,000 transfers. They were routed through a series of offshore holding companies, which was a standard tactic for people trying to hide assets, but the final destination was an LLC registered in Florida. I checked the registration details, my breath hitching as I realized that the registered agent for this LLC shared a name with a former neighbor of my sister's. It was a flimsy connection, the kind of thing that could easily be dismissed as a coincidence by a lazy investigator. But I knew my sister better than that. She was careful, she was intelligent, and she was arrogant. She had relied on the assumption that I would be too incapacitated by my cancer recovery to even look at the numbers. As the sun began to set, casting long, orange shadows across my study, I felt the first real spark of power returning to my limbs. I was not going to be the victim in this tragic story. I was the one holding the evidence, and I was going to use it to bring everything crashing down. I spent the entire night tracking the digital footprints, my eyes burning from the harsh glare of the monitors as the moon climbed high and then began its slow descent. Every transfer was a calculated strike, timed with surgical precision to avoid triggering the automated fraud alerts on my father's bank accounts. I dug deeper into the metadata of the transactions, searching for any trace of the person who initiated the wires. My persistence finally yielded a breakthrough when I discovered an unsecured server log associated with the IP address of the Florida LLC. It was a digital breadcrumb, a tiny mistake made by someone who thought they were smarter than the system. The IP address mapped back to a router in a suburban neighborhood, my sister's neighborhood. My heart raced, not with fear, but with a cold, terrifying clarity. She hadn't just been involved. She had been the architect of this entire scheme, siphoning away my parents' security while they were distracted by their own fading health. I looked at the clock, realizing the sun would soon rise, and with it, the necessity of deciding how to handle this information. I felt a strange, detached calm wash over me. The surgery had removed a part of my body, but it had also removed my capacity for passive endurance. I realized that my sister had been banking on my silence, betting that I would be too preoccupied with the physical trauma of my mastectomy to question the status quo of our family. She had underestimated the steel that formed in my spine during those long hours in the operating room. I was no longer the fragile, sick daughter she expected me to be. I was the keeper of her secrets, and I held the power to destroy the comfortable life she had built on a foundation of stolen money and broken trust. The realization was both heavy and strangely exhilarating. I knew exactly what I had to do next to corner her in this game. The dawn brought a pale, unforgiving light into my room, highlighting the stacks of printed bank records scattered across my desk like confetti from a ruined party. I reached for my phone, my fingers steady as I pulled up the contact information for my sister, Clara. The urge to scream at her, to confront her immediately with the undeniable proof of her greed, was overwhelming, but I forced myself to remain patient. If I acted too quickly, she would destroy the digital evidence or find a way to manipulate the narrative to make me look unstable and paranoid. My transition from victim to strategist was almost complete. I needed one more piece of the puzzle to ensure that she could never escape the consequences of her actions. I decided to contact an old friend of mine who worked in cybersecurity, someone who didn't know my family or their history. I carefully scrubbed the documents of any identifying markers that could point back to me and sent them over with a cryptic message requesting an analysis of the origin point. The response came back within an hour, confirming what I had already suspected. The transfers originated from a home network that was specifically registered to her home address in the suburbs. It was the smoking gun. With this confirmation, the weight of the last 3 years began to lift from my shoulders, replaced by a cold, sharpened focus that I hadn't felt since before the diagnosis. My mother had been so proud of Clara, always boasting about her success and her seemingly perfect life, never suspecting that the wealth she flaunted was being built on the suffering of her own parents. I felt a surge of righteous fury, a fire that burned through the lingering physical pain of my surgery. I was ready to end this charade, not with tears or pleas for mercy, but with the cold, hard logic of the law. The pieces were finally falling into place, and the endgame was about to begin in earnest. I spent the morning crafting a trap, one that would force Clara into the open without her realizing that I held the upper hand. I drafted a message to her, adopting a tone of exhaustion and defeat, the kind of submissive language she expected from her ailing, vulnerable older sister. I told her that Mom could move in, but that Dad's accounts were such a mess after the divorce filing that we needed to consolidate everything into a single, temporary trust to protect the remaining assets from legal seizures. I watched the screen, waiting for the notification that she had read the message. My heartbeat slowed, becoming a steady, rhythmic thrum in my ears. I knew she was greedy, and I knew she believed that I was too weak to manage any significant financial maneuvering. If she bit, she would try to gain control of that trust, which would involve her signing documents that I had prepared with Mr. Henderson, documents that included a forensic audit clause. She would never notice until it was far too late. The silence in the house felt heavy, almost suffocating as I waited for her response. I imagined her reading my text, a smug smile spreading across her face as she pictured herself seizing control of the final remnants of our parents' estate. She thought she was the predator, but she didn't realize that she was merely walking into a cage I had constructed with precision. I looked at the surgical scars on my chest, a reminder of what she had ignored while she drained our father's accounts. That pain fueled my resolve. I was no longer interested in family reconciliation or saving face. I was interested in justice. As the notification finally pinged, a sense of grim satisfaction washed over me. She had taken the bait, and the final phase of her undoing was now officially underway. The reply from Clara arrived just moments later, dripping with the fake, sugary concern she always adopted when she wanted something. She agreed to the plan, saying it was a relief that I was taking the lead, completely unaware that she had just signed her own professional and financial death warrant. She suggested that we meet at my house the following afternoon to sign the papers, claiming she wanted to be there for me during my difficult recovery. I could almost hear the calculation in her words, the way she was already planning to maneuver me out of the picture. Once the funds were under her direct control, I typed back a simple affirming message, my fingers barely trembling as I set the final stage of the trap. I felt like a conductor leading a symphony of retribution, each movement planned to ensure the loudest possible conclusion. I spent the remainder of the day ensuring that every digital document, every forensic log, and every piece of financial correspondence was perfectly organized and ready to be handed over to the authorities. Mr. Henderson had promised to have a local investigator waiting nearby, someone who could handle the situation without making a scene that might alarm our neighbors. I was no longer just Andrea, the recovering cancer patient. I was a woman who had seen the darkest parts of her family and had decided that the only way to survive was to bring the truth to light. The house felt colder than it had before, but it was a clarity that I welcomed. I was ready to face her, not with the softness of a sister, but with the cold efficiency of a survivor who had lost everything and found something far more durable in the process. My recovery was just beginning, and for the first time in years, the future felt like something I could actually control. The plan was flawless, the trap was set, and all that remained was for the main actor to walk through the front door and face the consequences of her greed. The following afternoon arrived with a heavy, oppressive stillness that seemed to mirror the tension coiled tightly in my chest. I sat in my living room, the documents neatly stacked on the coffee table, watching the clock as the minutes ticked toward our scheduled meeting. I had arranged the room specifically, ensuring that the sunlight would hit the papers at an angle that made them impossible to read clearly from the doorway, forcing Clara to sit directly across from me. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A message from the investigator, confirming his position in the parked vehicle just down the street. Everything was perfectly aligned. A sequence of events designed to expose years of betrayal in the span of a single conversation. I took a deep, steadying breath, feeling the phantom ache of my stitches, and reminded myself that this physical weakness was temporary. But the strength I had discovered during these last few days was mine to keep forever. When the sound of a car engine finally echoed in the driveway, I felt a strange surge of calm. The hunter had arrived at the kill site, unaware that the dynamic had shifted entirely. I stood up, smoothing my skirt, and walked slowly toward the front door. I could see her silhouette through the frosted glass. A portrait of rehearsed concern. I unlocked the door and pulled it open, greeting her with the same mask of fragility I had perfected over the phone. Clara breezed inside, her perfume cloying and sweet, already launching into a monologue about how difficult it was to handle the paperwork while I was so clearly unwell. I watched her eyes dart around the room, assessing the value of my belongings. Her predatory instincts clearly sharp and hungry. She had no idea that beneath my soft exterior, I was calculating exactly how to dismantle the entire life she had so carefully curated. The game had entered its final, most dangerous phase, and I was ready to win. Clara took a seat on the velvet sofa, her posture rigid with the fake sort of grace that always signaled she was performing for an audience, even when the room was empty. She didn't ask how I felt, nor did she glance at the surgical bandages still visible beneath my blouse. Instead, her eyes were locked onto the thick manila envelope sitting on the coffee table. She spoke in hushed, practiced tones about the strain of our parents' divorce, spinning a web of sympathy that was designed to make me feel small, confused, and dependent on her guidance. I leaned back, resting my head against the cushions, and allowed her to continue her monologue. It was fascinating to watch her work, to see the way she twisted reality to suit her own selfish narrative. She claimed that she had been spending her own savings just to keep Mom afloat, a bold-faced lie that she delivered with the confidence of someone who had never been questioned in her life. I nodded at appropriate intervals, letting her believe she was successfully manipulating me into signing away my rights. The air in the room grew heavy with the weight of her deceit, and for a moment I felt a wave of nausea, not from my recovery, but from the realization of how deeply I had underestimated her capacity for cruelty. She was so convinced of her own brilliance, so absolutely certain that I was the broken, exhausted victim she wanted me to be, that she failed to notice the subtle shift in my gaze. I was no longer looking at my sister. I was looking at a thief who was about to be caught in the act. I watched her reach for the pen, her hand steady and eager, and I realized with a grim sense of triumph that she had no idea the trap was about to snap shut. My heart hammered, a drumbeat of anticipation for the moment when her world would finally, inevitably shatter into 1,000 pieces. She pushed the papers toward me, her eyes gleaming with a predatory light that she likely mistook for executive authority. I looked at the first page, the legal jargon designed to transfer power of attorney over the residual estate directly to her private account, and I felt a cold smile touch my lips. I didn't sign it. Instead, I stood up with a deliberate, slow movement, my body feeling more grounded than it had in months. I walked over to the bookshelf and retrieved a thin, blue folder I had hidden behind a row of worn classics. I tossed it onto the coffee table right on top of her fraudulent contract. Her smile faltered, replaced by a momentary flash of confusion that quickly morphed into genuine alarm. I didn't say a word. I simply gestured for her to open it. Her fingers trembled as she pulled out the printouts, the bank statements, the IP address logs, and the notarized affidavit from the forensic investigator connecting the dots directly to her router. The color drained from her face, leaving her features looking stark and hollow under the afternoon sun. She tried to stammer out a protest, a desperate attempt to frame the documents as a malicious forgery, but her voice failed her. The silence in the room was absolute, a heavy curtain falling over the stage of her manufactured reality. She looked at me, really looked at me, for the first time in years, and I saw the recognition of her own destruction reflected in her wide, panicked eyes. She realized then that my surgery had not been a weakness. It had been the catalyst for her own undoing. I leaned in close, my voice steady, calm, and utterly devoid of the warmth she expected. and I told her that her time as the puppeteer was finished. The game was over, and the consequences of her choices were about to become the only reality she would know for the next several decades. The finality of my words seemed to hang in the air like a physical weight, pressing down on Clara until she slumped against the sofa, the life draining out of her carefully crafted facade. She opened her mouth to argue, but the sound of heavy footsteps on my porch shattered her resolve. The investigator and 2 uniformed officers stepped into the frame, their presence rendering any further deceit utterly futile. I stood tall, my physical pain fading into the background, replaced by the profound, icy satisfaction of absolute justice finally served. As they read her the rights she had so brazenly violated for others, I felt the last lingering ghost of my former timid self dissolve, leaving behind a woman forged in the fires of betrayal and tempered by the sharp, undeniable truth of survival. This wasn't just about money or revenge. It was about reclaiming the agency that had been stolen from me while I was fighting for my very life in that cold hospital room. I watched them escort her away, the slamming of the cruiser door echoing, like a gavel signaling the end of her reign over our broken family. I finally walked to the window, watching the tail lights fade into the gathering dark, feeling a strange, quiet peace settle over the house. The storm had passed, the wreckage had been cleared, and for the first time in a long time, the path ahead was entirely my own to walk. My journey from the silence of a victim to the roaring voice of my own. Truth has only just begun, and the world is about to see exactly what I am capable of when I have nothing left to lose but my own resilience. If you have ever felt the sting of betrayal or found the strength to stand against those who underestimated your spirit, join me as I rebuild my life from the ashes of this tragedy. Like and subscribe to follow my journey as I share the brutal truth about how I transformed my pain into ultimate justice and reclaimed my future. You won't want to miss what happens next.
Pack your desk. You're worthless now. The words sliced into me as Phoebe stood over my cubicle, her diamond bracelet catching the light as she gestured dismissively at my workspace. Every head in the office turned. 20 pairs of eyes witnessed my public execution. But the system launch is next week, I whispered, my voice barely audible even to myself. A system we no longer need you for, she replied, loud enough for everyone to hear. The acquisition is complete. I've been given full control of implementation with a $50 million budget. Your contribution is no longer required. My hands hovered over my keyboard, suddenly foreign objects I couldn't control. Just 30 minutes earlier, the company-wide email had announced our acquisition. Phoebe had been promoted to Chief Integration Officer with a budget that made everyone's eyes widen. Now I understood why she'd been smiling so smugly during the announcement. You have 20 minutes, she added, glancing at her watch. Security will escort you out. As I robotically placed my personal items into a cardboard box, my mind raced through the implications. My rent was due next week. My savings would cover 3 months, maybe 4 if I ate nothing but ramen. The job market was tight, and the 3 years I'd spent building this company's crown jewel, the integration system that had made us an acquisition target, couldn't even be properly listed on my resume because Phoebe had ensured my name appeared. Nowhere in the official documentation. I walked out with my head high, though my legs felt like they might buckle with each step. The security guard, Tom, who'd always greeted me warmly each morning, avoided my eyes as he took my badge. This isn't right, he muttered under his breath. Outside, rain poured down in sheets, soaking through my thin blouse as I waited for a taxi. My coat was still hanging on the back of my chair. I wouldn't go back for it. The taxi driver kept glancing at me in the rearview mirror. Bad day? He asked. I met his eyes, suddenly aware of mascara tracks down my cheeks. The worst, I replied. Or maybe not. Maybe this is just the beginning. I didn't know then how prophetic those words would be. If you've ever been betrayed by someone you trusted, hit the like button. If you've ever fantasized about getting even, Subscribe now, because what happens next in this story might just be the most satisfying thing you'll hear all day. My name is Ivy Carter, and until 2 hours ago, I was the lead architect for a tech integration system that transformed customer data into actionable insights. Not the sexiest description, but that system had just made our CEO rich and earned my boss a $50 million budget. I'm 32, single, and until today, I thought I was successful. I'd sacrificed everything for my career: relationships, sleep, even the painting classes I once loved. My apartment had become just a place to crash between coding marathons. My fridge contained nothing but coffee creamer and week-old takeout. Growing up with a single mom who worked 3 jobs taught me one thing: security comes from making yourself indispensable. So I'd made myself exactly that. Or so I thought. I stumbled into my apartment and dropped the sad box of desk plants and coffee mugs on the floor. A framed photo slid out, the company holiday party from last year. There I was, standing in the background while Phoebe posed center stage with the executive team. Phoebe Blake, my boss for 3 years, a woman who'd once told me we were going places together. I'd believed her. We'd started on the same day. Me as a developer, her as project manager. I created the systems. She presented them to clients. I stayed late debugging. She networked at happy hours. When she was promoted to director, she brought me with her as her technical lead. "We're a team," she'd said. "Your brain, my face." I believed her because I wanted to, because I was more comfortable with code than people, because presenting to rooms full of executives made my palms sweat and my words tangle, because Phoebe seemed to genuinely value my work, even if she never quite understood how it functioned, until she did. 3 months ago, I noticed her asking different questions, taking more detailed notes, requesting access to repositories she'd never cared about before. I thought she was finally taking an interest in the technical side. I was flattered. I pulled my laptop from my bag and opened it on my kitchen counter. My personal laptop, thank goodness, not my work computer. As it booted up, I poured myself a glass of wine I couldn't afford to waste, but desperately needed. The integration system had been my idea from the start. When our company struggled to differentiate itself, I proposed a solution that would seamlessly connect disparate data sources in real time, something our competitors couldn't do. The executives were skeptical until Phoebe championed it. "Ivy can build this," she had told them confidently. "I'll make sure of it." For 18 months, I barely slept. I built, tested, rebuilt, and refined. When early tests showed promising results, Phoebe began showcasing the system to potential investors. The demos were carefully scripted. I would set everything up, then step aside as Phoebe wowed them with the interface I'd designed. "It's just business," she explained. "They respond better to my presentation style." She wasn't wrong. Phoebe had a way of making people feel both impressed and at ease. Her background in sales had taught her exactly how to read a room. Meanwhile, I preferred the comfort of my code. As the system gained attention, so did Phoebe. Industry magazines featured her as an innovator to watch. At conferences, she was invited to speak about her revolutionary approach. I told myself it didn't matter. We were a team and teams shared credit. What a fool I'd been. I opened my email and stared at the message that had arrived minutes before my termination. "Exciting news, acquisition complete." The CEO thanked everyone for their hard work, especially highlighting Phoebe's visionary leadership in developing the integration system that had caught the buyer's attention. My name appeared nowhere. My phone buzzed. A text from Leo, one of the junior developers. "What happened? Are you okay?" I stared at it, unsure how to respond. Leo had joined 6 months ago. I'd trained him personally, showing him the architecture I'd created, the elegant solutions to complex problems. "I'm fine," I typed back. "Just business." Another message appeared below it. "Phoebe called an emergency meeting. Says there are concerns about the system documentation. Says only she understands how to fix it." My fingers froze over the screen. Documentation. I'd documented everything meticulously. It was my nature. Every function, every variable, every potential edge case, but the documentation lived in a secure repository that only I had full access to. Or so I thought. 2 weeks ago, IT had performed a routine security update that required everyone to reset their passwords. Had Phoebe somehow gained access during that window? I quickly logged into the repository. Everything looked normal, except there was a download history I didn't recognize. Someone had exported the entire documentation library last Friday evening, the night of the company party. The party I'd skipped to complete the final module. A cold sensation washed over me. She'd planned this, waited until the system was complete, the documentation finished, and the acquisition guaranteed. Then she'd taken everything and cut me loose. I was replaceable. Worthless. I closed my laptop and pressed my palms against my eyes. Think, Ivy. Think. That's when I remembered the contract. Not my employment contract. That had been standard boilerplate that gave the company ownership of anything I created. But there had been another document, one I'd insisted on before joining. I pulled open my filing cabinet and dug through folders until I found it. A simple 2-page addendum signed by the previous CEO, by legal, and by me. At the time, it had seemed like standard protection for a cautious newcomer. The company had been small then, eager to hire someone with my skills, willing to accommodate what seemed like a minor request. As I reread it now, my heartbeat quickened. Section 6, Paragraph 4. Any proprietary integration systems developed by the employee shall remain the intellectual property of said employee until formal transfer, which must include 1. A 2-month transition period, and 2. Appropriate compensation for ownership rights, as determined by independent valuation. My hands began to shake, but not from fear. For the first time since hearing Phoebe's cruel dismissal, I felt something else, hope. I grabbed my phone and scrolled through contacts until I found a name I hadn't called in years. Diego Reyes. We'd met at a coding boot camp before I joined the company. He'd gone on to law school instead of tech, specializing in intellectual property. I hesitated, my finger hovering over his name. Was I overreacting? Was this document even valid after all this time? My screen lit up with another message from Leo. Phoebe's freaking out. Something about missing authentication protocols. The demo for the new parent company is bombing. I pressed Diego's number. Hello? A groggy voice answered. Diego? It's Ivy Carter. I need your help with a contract. Right now. There was a pause, then the sound of sheets rustling. Ivy? It's almost midnight. I know. I'm sorry. But this can't wait until morning. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. I added, suddenly aware of how desperate I sounded. Hold on. I heard rustling, then the click of a lamp. What kind of contract are we talking about? An IP ownership addendum I signed when I joined my company. I was just fired without notice after building the system that got us acquired. Send it over, Diego said, his voice sharper now, fully awake. And Ivy? Don't contact your former employer until we talk. I took photos of each page and sent them. Then paced my apartment while waiting for Diego to call back. 20 minutes later, my phone rang. This is fascinating, he said without preamble. Did they give you any severance, transition period, ownership compensation? Nothing. Just 20 minutes to clear out my desk. Diego made a sound between a whistle and a laugh. Then they're in breach of this addendum. It's surprisingly well crafted for something you did yourself. I didn't trust them even then, I admitted. The CEO kept changing terms during negotiations. Smart woman. Especially this clause about the authentication protocols requiring your personal key for any major update or data migration. They literally can't fully implement your system without you. I froze. What did you just say? Section 8? Core authentication protocols require originator verification through secure channels established at system creation. That's you, Ivy. You built in a kill switch. I hadn't thought about that protocol in months. When I designed the system architecture, I'd included several layers of security. The deepest one required my personal verification for major structural changes. a precaution against someone accidentally corrupting the database during implementation. I'd almost removed it before launch, but left it in as an extra safeguard. So, what does this mean? I asked. It means they need you more than you need them. The question is, what do you want? What did I want? Revenge seemed too simple a word for the burning in my chest. I wanted recognition. I wanted justice. I wanted Phoebe to feel what I felt standing in that office while everyone watched my humiliation. I need to think, I said finally. Don't wait too long. Based on what you've told me, they're going to realize their mistake very soon. After hanging up, I opened my laptop again and checked my personal email. 3 new messages from Phoebe in the span of an hour. 8:47 p.m. Need access to authentication protocols ASAP. 9:16 p.m. Call me immediately. Critical system issue. And 9:58 p.m. This is unprofessional, Ivy. The board is asking questions. My finger hovered over the delete button when a new email appeared. Not from Phoebe, but from our CEO, Anthony. Ivy, understand there's been a miscommunication. Please call me directly to discuss your position with the company. Urgent. I closed my laptop without responding. For 3 years, I'd answered every urgent message, canceled weekend plans for critical issues, and sacrificed sleep for company emergencies. Tonight, they could wait. I took a hot shower, letting the water wash away the day's humiliation. As steam filled the bathroom, clarity began to cut through my foggy thoughts. I had leverage. I had time. Most importantly, I had nothing left to lose. My phone buzzed again as I toweled off. A text from Leo. Where are you? Phoebe told everyone you sabotaged the system before leaving. Board members are here past midnight. So that was her play. Blame me for her inability to understand the system she claimed to have built. Classic Phoebe, always finding someone else to take the fall. I texted back, interesting theory. What's actually happening? Migration failed. Authentication errors. Parent company reps looking nervous. I smiled for the first time since being fired. Not sabotage, just careful engineering. They're talking about flying you in tomorrow. Phoebe looks like she's about to explode. I didn't respond. Instead, I made myself a cup of tea and stood by my window, looking out at the city lights. My phone continued buzzing with messages I didn't read. For once, I wasn't rushing to solve someone else's problem. Morning came with surprising clarity. I'd slept better than I had in months, despite everything. When I finally checked my phone, I had 17 missed calls and 32 messages. I called Diego first. They've been contacting me, he said immediately. Their legal department tracked me down somehow. What did you tell them? That I represent you now, and all communication needs to go through me. He paused. Ivy, they're desperate. The new parent company is threatening to nullify the acquisition if the system isn't fully operational in 48 hours. 48 hours? I repeated. That's our leverage window. We need to meet. How soon can you get to my office? An hour later, I sat across from Diego in a small but neat office downtown. He'd laid out my contract on the desk between us, key sections highlighted. They're claiming the addendum isn't valid because it wasn't included in subsequent promotion paperwork, he explained. That's ridiculous. My role never fundamentally changed. Diego nodded. They're grasping at straws. Now, let's talk strategy. What exactly do you want out of this? I'd been pondering that question all morning. 3 things, I said finally. Full credit for my work, fair compensation for the system I built, and... I hesitated. And? Diego prompted. And I want Phoebe exposed for what she did. Diego leaned back, studying me. The first 2 are straightforward. The third is trickier. We can't make exposure a legal demand, but we can create circumstances where the truth comes out naturally, I suggested. A slow smile spread across Diego's face. Now you're thinking like a lawyer. Let's draft our response. We spent the next 2 hours crafting a careful message. Not a list of demands, but an invitation to resolve the unfortunate situation in a way that benefited all parties. By the time we finished, the company had called 4 more times. Ready? Diego asked, finger hovering over the send button. I nodded, and with that simple motion, Everything was set in motion. The response came within 15 minutes. A request for an immediate meeting with the board, including representatives from the parent company. They offered to send a car. Too eager, Diego murmured. They're panicking. Good, I said. Let's make them wait until tomorrow. Playing hardball? Diego raised an eyebrow. I like it. We scheduled the meeting for 10 a.m. the next day, giving the company another night of uncertainty. Another night for Phoebe to dig herself deeper, trying to fix what she didn't understand. That evening, Leo called instead of texting. They brought in external consultants, he said without greeting. 3 different teams. None of them can get past the authentication blocks. How's Phoebe handling it? I tried to keep my voice neutral. He lowered his voice. She told the board she mentored you through building the entire system, that she designed the architecture and you just executed her vision. My grip tightened on the phone. Did they believe her? At first. But then the consultants started asking technical questions. It got awkward fast. I closed my eyes, picturing the scene, Phoebe stumbling through explanations of systems she'd never bothered to understand, her confidence faltering with each question. There's something else, Leo continued. The parent company rep asked to see all the development documentation with your signatures. Phoebe claimed you never properly documented anything. A harsh laugh escaped me. She said what? Yeah. That's when Anthony looked really concerned. He asked about the repository. Phoebe said, you must have deleted it before leaving. The repository that contained every detail of my work for the past 3 years, every decision, every breakthrough, every late night. The repository she had downloaded before firing me. Leo, I need you to do something for me, I said carefully. Can you check the access logs for the documentation repository? I need to know who accessed it in the past 2 weeks. Already did, he replied, surprising me. That's actually why I'm calling. Phoebe downloaded everything last Friday. I have the logs. My heart raced. Can you forward them to me? Already did that too. Check your personal email. He paused. Ivy, what she did to you was wrong. Most of the team knows it. After we hung up, I forwarded the logs to Diego with a simple message. More ammunition. That night, I did something I hadn't done in years. I pulled out my old sketchbook and paints, setting up by the window where the city lights provided a perfect backdrop. For hours, I lost myself in colors and shapes, creating something new instead of fixing someone else's problems. By morning, I felt centered in a way I hadn't in years. I chose my outfit carefully, not the standard business attire I'd worn at the company, but a deep green dress that made me feel confident, professional but distinctly me. Diego met me in the lobby of my former office building. Remember? He said quietly as we waited for the elevator. Let me do most of the talking. When you do speak, focus on the technical aspects only. No emotions. I nodded, though containing my emotions would be the hardest part. As the elevator climbed, I silently rehearsed what I would and wouldn't say. The conference room fell silent when we entered. 8 people sat around the table. Anthony, our CEO, 3 board members, 2 representatives from the parent company, a woman I didn't recognize who had legal written all over her crisp suit, and Phoebe. Phoebe's expression flickered between surprise, anger, and something else, fear, before settling into a composed smile. Ivy, thank you for coming in. We have some concerns about the system implementation that Ms. Carter will be addressing the technical aspects shortly. Diego interrupted smoothly. But first, we need to clarify the terms of her involvement. He placed copies of my contract addendum on the table, along with printouts of the repository access logs. As each person reached for the documents, I finally allowed myself to look directly at Phoebe. Our eyes met. And in that moment, I saw the exact instant she realized what was happening. The precise second she understood that her carefully constructed narrative was about to collapse. And I knew exactly what I wanted my revenge to be. The boardroom air felt charged with tension. Anthony cleared his throat, glancing between the contract in his hands and Phoebe's increasingly rigid posture. Before we begin, Diego said, I'd like to establish some facts. Ms. Carter designed and built the integration system that forms the centerpiece of your recent acquisition. According to this addendum, which was properly executed and never superseded, she retains intellectual property rights until specific conditions are met. The company lawyer leaned forward. This addendum was signed 3 years ago under different management. We contend that, if the signatures remain valid, Diego interrupted. The company accepted the benefits of this agreement for years. You can't now claim it doesn't apply simply because it's inconvenient. One of the parent company representatives, a woman with silver-streaked hair and piercing eyes, tapped the access logs. Could someone explain what these show? Before anyone could respond, Phoebe jumped in. Those are standard backup protocols. As project lead, I regularly archived system documentation. I couldn't help myself. At 11:42 p.m. on a Friday, while I was completing the final module, the room fell silent. The silver-haired woman turned to Phoebe. You told us yesterday that Ms. Carter failed to properly document the system. Phoebe's voice faltered. There were gaps in her documentation that I was attempting to fill. Anthony's expression darkened. That directly contradicts what you said in our emergency meeting. You claimed Ivy deleted documentation before leaving. Perhaps I misspoke under pressure, Phoebe said, her smile strained. The important issue is getting the system operational. Indeed, said the silver-haired woman, turning to me. Ms. Carter, can you resolve the authentication issues? All eyes turned to me. This was the moment, my opportunity to explain exactly how Phoebe had betrayed me, how she'd stolen credit, how she'd humiliated me. The words bubbled up in my throat. Diego touched my arm lightly, a silent reminder of our strategy. I took a deep breath. Yes, I can resolve the issues. The authentication protocol requires my biometric verification for major structural changes, a security feature to prevent unauthorized system modifications. That seems... The company lawyer hesitated. Unusual. It's documented in Section 27 of the Architecture Overview, I replied calmly. Which Phoebe approved last year. Phoebe's face flushed. I don't recall that specific you. Page 42, paragraph 3, I continued. Your initials appear in the approval column. The silver-haired woman leaned back, a glimmer of what might have been appreciation in her eyes. How quickly can you implement the necessary fixes, Ms. Carter? Diego stepped in. That depends on the terms of Ms. Carter's re-engagement. As her counsel, I must insist on proper recognition of her intellectual property rights, fair compensation, and appropriate credit for her work. Credit? Phoebe interjected. Ivy was part of my team. Teams don't get individual credit. Interesting perspective, Diego replied, sliding another document across the table. These are press clippings where you discussed your revolutionary system. No mention of teams there. Anthony ran a hand through his hair. Let's focus on solutions. Miss Carter, what would it take to get you back on board immediately? Diego and I exchanged glances. This was proceeding exactly as we'd anticipated. 3 conditions, I said, my voice steadier than I expected. First, proper compensation for my intellectual property. The system currently being implemented. Diego has prepared a fair valuation. Anthony nodded. And second, public acknowledgement of my role as creator and architect of the integration system in all company communications, press releases, and technical documentation going forward. Phoebe made a small noise of protest, but Anthony silenced her with a look. That seems reasonable, given the circumstances. And third, I met Phoebe's eyes directly. I will oversee the implementation personally, as Chief Technology Officer. The room erupted in murmurs. Phoebe stood up, her chair scraping against the floor. That's absurd. I'm the Chief Integration Officer. The system falls under my purview. The system you can't operate, the silver-haired woman said quietly. The system you claim to understand. Anthony looked pained. Phoebe, please sit down. Let's discuss this rationally. Anthony, there's nothing to discuss. Phoebe snapped. She's holding the company hostage. You can't reward that behavior. Diego smiled thinly. Miss Carter isn't holding anyone hostage. She's enforcing her contractual rights after being wrongfully terminated without the transition period her agreement requires. The silver-haired woman turned to Anthony. Our timeline doesn't allow for prolonged negotiations. If Ms. Carter can implement the system as promised, her terms seem reasonable considering the alternative. Anthony nodded slowly. I tend to agree. Ivy, if we meet these conditions, how soon can you begin? Immediately, I replied. The authentication issues can be resolved within hours. Full implementation would take approximately 2 weeks. 2 weeks? Phoebe laughed incredulously. I promised the board 3 days. You promised something you couldn't deliver, I said simply. The second parent company representative, who had been silent until now, leaned forward. Ms. Blake, yesterday you assured us you understood every aspect of this system. Now it appears you can't even access it without Ms. Carter's assistance. Can you explain this discrepancy? Phoebe's composure cracked visibly. I oversaw the entire project. The technical details were delegated. Yet you presented yourself as the architect, he pressed. I was speaking in a managerial capacity, she insisted, her voice rising. Ivy worked under my direction. That's not how innovation works, the silver-haired woman said. Direction isn't creation. Anthony cleared his throat. I believe we need to make a decision quickly. I propose we accept Miss Carter's terms, with details to be finalized by end of day. Diego produced a preliminary agreement he'd prepared. We anticipated this outcome. The key terms are outlined here. As papers were passed around, Phoebe tried one last gambit. This is setting a dangerous precedent. What's to stop other employees from holding critical systems hostage? Perhaps, said the silver-haired woman. The precedent we should worry about is taking credit for other people's innovations. The meeting concluded 30 minutes later with a signed agreement. As people filed out, Phoebe lingered, waiting until we were alone in the conference room. You won't succeed, she said, her voice low. You're not a leader, Ivy. You're a coder. You don't have what it takes to navigate the politics at this level. I gathered my papers calmly. You taught me more about politics than you realize. This isn't over, she warned. Actually, it is. I met her gaze steadily. You fired me, Phoebe, in front of everyone. Called me worthless. Did you really think there wouldn't be consequences? She opened her mouth to respond, but I was already walking away. The next 2 weeks were among the most challenging of my career. I worked directly with the parent company implementation team, untangling the integration issues that had emerged. True to my word, I resolved the authentication problems within hours. But the full system implementation required meticulous attention. Phoebe attempted to insert herself into the process repeatedly, scheduling unnecessary review meetings and questioning my decisions in front of others. Each time, I responded with technical explanations so thorough that even attempting to follow them made her eyes glaze over. By the end of the first week, the parent company representatives had taken to coming directly to me with questions. By the middle of the second week, Phoebe's meetings were being rescheduled or canceled entirely. The board scheduled a company-wide announcement for Friday afternoon to formally introduce the new organizational structure. As I prepared for the meeting, Leo knocked on my temporary office door. You did it, he said, grinning. Everyone's talking about how you saved the acquisition. The system works, I replied modestly. It just needed the right implementation approach. It's more than that, Leo insisted. Phoebe's been telling everyone for months that she designed the architecture. Now, everyone knows the truth. I paused in gathering my notes. How's she handling that? Leo's grin widened. Not well. She tried to take credit for the successful implementation in yesterday's executive meeting. Anthony shut her down immediately. Said something about accurate attribution being essential to company integrity. I couldn't help but smile. Integrity. Imagine that. The company atrium was packed when I arrived for the announcement. Anthony stood at the podium, with board members and parent company executives seated behind him. Phoebe sat at the end of the row, her face a careful mask. As you know, Anthony began, the past 2 weeks have seen significant changes in our organization. The integration of our technologies with our new parent company represents an exciting opportunity for growth. And he continued with standard corporate optimism until reaching the personnel announcements. I'm pleased to introduce our new executive team, who will lead us through this transition and beyond. One by one, executives were called forward, their new titles announced to polite applause. When Phoebe's name was called, I held my breath. Phoebe Blake will be transitioning to our client relations team, where her communication skills will strengthen our customer partnerships. Not fired, but demoted and sidelined. From the tight smile on Phoebe's face as she stood for a moment of awkward applause, this was unexpected news to her as well. And finally, Anthony continued, I'm pleased to announce our new Chief Technology Officer, the architect of the integration system that brought us to this momentous juncture, Ivy Carter. The applause that greeted me as I walked to the podium was thunderous. From the development team, I heard actual cheering. As I scanned the crowd, I saw genuine smiles, nods of respect, and more than a few thumbs up from people who had witnessed my humiliation 2 weeks earlier. At the podium, I kept my remarks brief and forward-looking, focusing on the potential of our technology rather than the past. But as I concluded, I couldn't resist one final statement. Success in technology isn't about who speaks the loudest or who can best present an idea, I said, my eyes briefly meeting Phoebe's. It's about innovation, integrity, and the quiet persistence to build something that works exactly as promised. I look forward to leading a team where every contributor is valued for their actual contribution. The pointed message wasn't lost on the crowd. As applause erupted again, I saw Phoebe slip quietly out a side door. Later that evening, as I was packing up my new office, the corner space that had once been Phoebe's, Diego called with news. The final compensation agreement came through, he said. 6 times your previous salary, plus stock options, and the implementation bonus we negotiated. And the public acknowledgement? The press release went out an hour ago. You're prominently featured as the architect and creator of the system. There's already interest from tech journals for interviews. I sat back in my chair now, and looked out at the city lights. Thank you, Diego, for everything. You did the hard part, he replied. You built something so valuable they couldn't ignore you. After hanging up, I pulled out my old company badge, the one Tom, the security guard, had awkwardly taken 2 weeks earlier. I'd found it in my new desk drawer with a sticky note. Thought you might want this back. T. The photo showed a younger version of me. Hair pulled back severely, expression serious. I hardly recognized that woman now. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Your office looks good on you. Never doubted you'd find your way back. Tom. I smiled and began typing a response when an email notification appeared. From Phoebe, my finger hovered over the delete button, but curiosity won out. I opened it. Ivy, I underestimated you. A mistake I won't repeat. This company isn't big enough for both of us, and I won't be relegated to selling what you build. Enjoy your victory while it lasts. P. I read it twice, then calmly clicked delete. Her threats meant nothing now. The system she'd claimed as her own had exposed her, and her inability to understand what she'd taken credit for had been her undoing. No dramatic confrontation needed, no elaborate scheme, just the elegant justice of truth revealing itself. That was my revenge, not destroying Phoebe, but simply creating space for the truth to emerge. She had destroyed herself by believing she could claim credit for work she didn't understand. I turned off my computer and picked up my bag, ready to head home. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new systems to build, new problems to solve. But tonight, I would sleep soundly, secure in the knowledge that I had reclaimed not just my work, but my worth. As I walked through the quiet office, I passed the empty desk that had been mine 2 weeks ago. The desk where Phoebe had stood over me and declared me worthless. I paused, running my fingers lightly across its surface. Thank you, I whispered to no one in particular, for showing me that the true measure of my value was never in someone else's hands. If you've ever had someone try to diminish your worth or take credit for your hard work, leave a comment below. And if this story of quiet persistence and truth prevailing resonated with you, hit that subscribe button. Because sometimes the most satisfying revenge isn't about bringing someone else down. It's about rising to exactly where you belong.
Such a loser, Emma. Can you please not mention where you work when my in-laws arrive? My sister's voice sliced through the candlelight like broken glass. I looked up from the mashed potatoes I'd just set down on Mom's table. She said it so casually, like I was the help, not the sister who worked 2 jobs to pay her college tuition. Her fiancé's parents, stiff, country club smiles, pretended to sip their wine. My mother gave that tight, warning look that meant don't make a scene. My father cleared his throat, pretending he hadn't heard. But my chest felt like it had cracked open. My name is Emma Lane, I'm 32. And if you think you know how this ends, stay tuned. I smiled politely, the kind of smile you wear when you've run out of safe words. Don't worry, Claire, I said quietly. I won't embarrass you. She rolled her eyes and turned to her fiancé's mother. Emma works at a diner, she announced like she was sharing a charity case. Laughter rippled at the table, thin and brittle. I felt heat crawl up my neck, but my voice stayed calm. Actually, 2 diners, I corrected softly. Double shifts help when you're covering someone's tuition payments. The table fell silent. Claire's fiancé, Mark, blinked. Wait, you paid for... Let's not dwell on the past, Mom interrupted sharply, forcing a laugh that didn't reach her eyes. But the truth was already out, humming like electricity under the tablecloth. Dinner continued in awkward fragments, silverware clinking, conversations forced. I kept my eyes on my plate, counting every second until I could leave. After dessert, Claire followed me to the hallway. Why do you always have to ruin things? She hissed. Ruin what? Your curated image? I said, slipping on my coat. Don't worry. I won't be around to mess it up. Her mouth opened, but I was already walking toward the door. Outside, cold air slapped my face, and I finally exhaled. I'd spent years feeding her dreams while starving mine. But something shifted tonight. Quiet, steady, irreversible. And by the time the first rent day rolled around, she'd understand what it means when the person you call a loser stops paying your bills. The next morning, sunlight hit my kitchen window like an accusation. My phone buzzed with work notifications, but I stared at the list of automatic payments, utilities, student loan, and one that stood out like a bruise. Claire's rent. $1,450. Due on the 1st. I hovered over the cancel autopay button for a long minute before tapping it. A clean click. It was like deleting an old version of myself. The sound of the coffee machine grounded me back into my small apartment. Every surface smelled faintly of lemon cleaner and effort. I'd built this life inch by inch. Waitress mornings, night shifts at the copy shop, online design classes in between. Not glamorous, but mine. Claire had never asked where the money came from. She just accepted it. The rent transfers, the tuition payments, the loans that never got repaid. Her version of me existed somewhere between background noise and bank account. I went to my afternoon shift, tying my apron around my waist. The diner hum was its own kind of therapy. Plates clinking, coffee pouring, music from the 80s humming from the back. Marcy, my manager, raised a brow. You okay? You look like someone finally saw the truth. Something like that, I said. Good. About time you stopped carrying dead weight. That night, my phone lit up. Claire. Hey, forgot to remind you about the rent transfer. Can you send it before midnight? I typed slowly. Not sending. Not my responsibility anymore. 3 disappeared, then came back. What does that mean? You know I have the twins and bills. Then maybe stop calling me a loser at family dinners, I wrote, hitting send before I could soften it. 10 minutes of silence. Then, you can't just stop. Mom will lose it. I set my phone face down on the counter. For years, I'd been her invisible backbone. The steady one, the fixer. But something about being humiliated in front of strangers flipped a switch inside me. That night, I didn't dream about work or bills. I dreamed of silence, of a peace so complete it felt like freedom wearing my skin. By Sunday morning, the family group chat was on fire. Mom, Emma, What's this about you refusing to help your sister? Dad, can we all be adults about this? Claire, you're punishing the kids, not me. Grow up. I sipped my coffee slowly, scrolling through the messages. Not one said, "Are you okay?" Not one asked what happened at dinner. For years, they'd expected me to absorb every insult, every expense, and call it love. But not this time. At noon, Mom called. "Sweetheart, can we talk about what's going on?" Claire's worried sick. She called me a loser in front of her in-laws, Mom. A long pause. She didn't mean it. You know how stressed she's been. I worked 2 jobs to get her through college. She meant it. Mom sighed, her voice turning careful. Families support each other. That's what makes us strong. I laughed quietly. Funny. That only seems to apply when I'm the one giving. Don't be dramatic, Emma. I'm not. I'm just done. Click. The call ended before I could hear her inhale. Later, I visited the small park near the diner. Wind brushed through the trees, and the quiet gave me courage. I opened a note on my phone and began writing, not a message, but a record. Every payment I'd made, every tuition check, every month of rent. By the time I finished, the list scrolled for nearly a minute. It wasn't about money anymore. It was about acknowledgement. That evening, I texted the family group, "Dinner next Sunday. My place. Everyone's invited." Claire replied instantly, "So you're finally coming around?" "Sure," I typed. "Bring receipts. We'll talk about support." Ethan, my quiet friend from the diner who'd seen me drag myself through night shifts, peeked over my phone screen as I hit send. "Big move," he said. "Yeah," I replied, feeling the tremor in my hands. But someone's got to rewrite the story. And this time, it wasn't going to end with me cleaning up the mess. The following Sunday, my small apartment smelled like coffee and confrontation. I'd cleaned the counters twice, rearranged the chairs, then forced myself to stop fussing. They were coming not for me but for answers. At 6 sharp, the doorbell rang. Claire arrived first, perfectly dressed for sympathy. "I brought dessert," she said sweetly, holding up a bakery box like peace offering. "Keep it sealed," I said, stepping aside. "We're not celebrating." Behind her came Mom and Dad, already tense. Mom clutched her purse like a life vest. Dad looked at everything except me. They sat stiffly around my table, the same table where Ethan and I had eaten takeout 100 quiet nights. I placed a folder in front of them. "That's a summary of what I've paid for over the last 10 years. I began. Tuition, rent, utilities, everything Claire couldn't manage on her own." Mom frowned. "Emma, that's unnecessary." "It's overdue," I interrupted, my voice steady. "You called it family support. I called it sacrifice." Claire crossed her arms. "I never asked for your help." I let out a small laugh. "Right. Because I offered it before you had to ask. That's what family does, remember?" Dad leaned forward. "Emma, you're overreacting." I looked straight at him. When she called me a loser in front of her fiancé's family, was that overreacting too? Silence. Claire's eyes darted to Mom. "You're twisting it." I was nervous. "Then maybe next time, insult someone who didn't put you through college," I said. The tension thickened until it hummed in the air. I slid another paper across the table, a printed notice from her landlord. "Your rent's overdue." I let him know the payments won't continue. "You'll need to handle it." Her face drained of color. "You wouldn't." "I already did." Mom gasped. "Emma, she has kids. And maybe she'll finally learn what responsibility feels like." No one spoke after that. The only sound was the clock ticking toward the first of the month. When they finally left, the air felt still, like the pause between thunder and rain. For the first time in years, I didn't feel guilty for doing the right thing. The silence after they left clung to my apartment like fog. I didn't turn on music, didn't text anyone. I just sat there, staring at the folder of receipts, feeling both lighter and hollow. I had finally spoken the truth aloud, and it had landed like a wrecking ball. Monday morning, I walked into the diner early. The neon open sign buzzed softly, casting pink light across the counter. Marcy was wiping menus. You look like someone who finally dropped a 10-year secret, she said. More like a 10-year burden, I answered, slipping on my apron. Well, she smiled, don't pick it back up. By mid-morning, I noticed the stares. My phone buzzed with alerts, group texts, missed calls, a social media post from my sister. She'd written, "Some people would rather humiliate family than help them. Can't believe blood can be this cold." Hundreds of sympathy emojis trailed beneath it. For a second, I felt that familiar urge to explain, to defend. But then I remembered the silence at my wedding, the whispers at dinner, the bills with my name on them.
Not this time.
That evening, Ethan dropped by with takeout. "You've seen it?" he asked, setting down the bag. "Yeah," I said, scrolling through the comments. "She's turning me into the villain." "You don't owe anyone a counterstory," he replied. "The truth will breathe on its own." His calm steadied me like a hand on the shoulder. 2 days later, my manager handed me a stack of mail that had been dropped off. Inside one envelope was a printed letter from my parents. "We're disappointed in how you handled things, but we still love you." I traced the words with my finger, realizing it wasn't an apology, just a performance of one. I folded the letter and placed it in the trash. There's a strange quiet that follows when you stop begging to be understood. That night, I fell asleep to the sound of rain tapping against my window, steady, cleansing, final. By the weekend, the family's silence felt strategic. No calls. No messages. Just the kind of quiet that dares you to break it first. But I'd learned something new. Silence isn't punishment when it's chosen. It's peace. Sunday afternoon, while I was refilling coffee at the diner, a familiar voice broke through the noise. "Emma?" I turned, nearly dropping the pot. Claire stood there, makeup perfect but eyes red-rimmed. "Can we talk?" she asked. I nodded toward a corner booth. 10 minutes. That's all I've got. She slid in across from me, her hands trembling around a napkin. "I shouldn't have said what I did at dinner," she began. I waited. She exhaled shakily. I wanted them to like me. Mark's parents. They're judgmental, and I panicked." "You didn't panic," I said quietly. "You aimed your shame at me." "That's not the same thing." She flinched, but didn't deny it. "I lost the apartment," she whispered. "Mom's furious. Dad won't even talk to me. I'm staying at a friend's house for now." I studied her for a long moment. The proud sister, who'd once looked down on me, now sat small and scared. "You'll figure it out," I said. "Please, Emma. I can't do this alone." "You never had to," I said softly. "You just chose to forget who was helping you." She bit her lip. "You're really not going to help me, are you?" "I already did," I replied. "For 10 years. A single tear rolled down her cheek before she stood. "You've changed." "No," I said, returning to the counter. I finally stopped pretending. After she left, Marcy nodded toward me from the register. "You okay?" I looked out the window, at the fading light over Main Street. "Yeah," I said. "For the first time, I think I actually am." When I clocked out that night, my phone was quiet. No guilt, no begging, no apologies. Just silence. And this time it felt earned. The next morning, sunlight spilled across my kitchen table, glinting off the stack of mail I hadn't touched all week. A notice from my landlord, a few bills, and one cream-colored envelope addressed in my mother's handwriting. I didn't open it right away. Instead, I poured coffee and sat staring at the steam curling upward, remembering all the mornings I'd rushed out early so Claire could sleep in. Years of quiet sacrifices disguised as love. When I finally opened the letter, her words were carefully rehearsed. "Families shouldn't fight over money. We've all made mistakes. You should have been kinder to your sister." No mention of what she'd said at dinner. No apology. Just guilt disguised as grace. I folded the paper, slid it into the drawer, and wrote a reply I never planned to send. "Dear Mom, I'm not angry. I'm awake. There's a difference." At the diner that afternoon, Ethan walked in with 2 coffees. "You've been quiet," he said, sliding into the booth. "I'm processing," I admitted. "It's strange, letting go of something that's defined you for so long." He studied me for a moment. You're allowed to build a life that doesn't include people who keep tearing you down. Even if they're family, especially if they're family. His words settled somewhere deep. I thought about the scholarship program the diner owner had mentioned months ago, a local grant for single women in night school. I'd ignored it back then, too busy keeping everyone else afloat. But now, the idea flickered like a new sunrise. That evening, I sat at my desk and filled out the application. For the first time, I was investing in myself. My own name in the recipient box felt strange and thrilling. Before bed, I checked my phone one last time. No messages. No noise. Just peace. And for the first time, I didn't mistake silence for loneliness. It sounded a lot like freedom. A month passed quietly. The first of the month came and went, no payment, no pleading text. Just a subtle shift in air, like everyone had realized the old dynamic was dead. At the diner, things changed too. Customers I'd served for years started greeting me by name instead of sweetheart. Marcy promoted me to assistant manager. "You've got leadership written all over you," she said, handing me new keys. For the first time, I believed her. That same week, Ethan helped me set up a small workspace in my living room. "If you're serious about the design classes, you need a proper setup," he said, assembling a secondhand monitor. "I don't even know where to start," I confessed. "Start where you always have," he said, "by showing up." I laughed, not out of disbelief, but recognition. For years, I'd shown up for everyone else. Now, I was finally showing up for me. By Friday, a voicemail from Claire appeared. Her voice cracked midway through. "I got a part-time job. I'm sorry for everything I said. You were right. I didn't understand." I replayed it twice, unsure how to feel. The apology I'd wanted for a decade came softly, too late. But I didn't delete it. I just saved it under closure. Later that night, I hosted a small dinner, Marcy, Ethan, and a few coworkers. Laughter filled the apartment where arguments once echoed. We toasted with cheap wine and loud music, and for once, I didn't feel like an outsider in my own life. When the clock struck midnight, I looked out at the quiet street. Somewhere, Claire was probably counting down the hours until her next rent payment. I didn't feel satisfaction or spite, just understanding. Sometimes, peace doesn't roar. It whispers. Ethan clinked his glass against mine. "To what?" he asked. "To new cycles," I said. "And to finally ending the old ones." And in that single moment, surrounded by laughter that didn't need permission, I realized. The silence I once feared had become the sound of my freedom.
Grandma, please don't. I'm allergic. My 10-year-old daughter, Cordelia, begged in panic, her voice hoarse as her throat swelled shut. My mother stepped right over her convulsing body on the kitchen floor and said with irritation and contempt, "Stop being dramatic like your mother. Aunt Isadora needs a good video. Goat milk is natural. Your expensive medicine is what's making her weak." Then she locked the door and left with my father to cut the ribbon at my sister's grand opening of her $6,800 Reverse Your Allergies Naturally program. At that moment, I was 500 miles away in a hotel room in Bethesda. My heart was pounding, my hands were shaking, but I still called 911 and the ER attending in the calmest professional voice I could manage. I didn't cry. I wouldn't let myself cry. 3 hours later, when the hospital report reached their phones showing severe anaphylactic shock and ICU admission, they started begging. They had no idea I had already opened the 4-month-old text chain, the pharmacy records, and the memo that would destroy everything they had built. My name is Matilda Noble. I am 38 years old. If this story is already hitting you in the chest, please take a second to like and subscribe. It helps stories like this reach the people who need them. And drop your location and local time in the comments below. I love knowing where in the world you're listening from. This is the story of the weekend I stopped waiting for my parents to choose my child over my sister's brand. Let's go back 48 hours to a Friday afternoon in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. The last time I dropped Cordelia off at my parents' house, she was reading the ingredients on a granola bar. She had been doing that since she was 6. Kids of allergists learn to read labels the way other kids learn to read street signs. Contains milk. May contain milk. She read from the passenger seat. Then she looked over at me and smirked. That's just milk twice, Mom. I laughed. It was the last time I laughed for a while. We pulled into the driveway on Field Hollow Lane. Meadowmont Village is one of those Chapel Hill neighborhoods where every fourth family has a physician somewhere in the tree, and every third neighbor has a spare key to somebody else's house. My parents had lived there since 2004. My mother, Constance, was already on the porch when we arrived. She was holding a small amber bottle in her hand. She held it the way people hold things they've been rehearsing giving to you. Your sister sent this, she said. Isadora asked me to give it to you. She said it's the new pediatric formulation. She said you'd know what to do with it. Thank you, Mom, I said. I took the bottle. I did not open it. I slid it into the door pocket of the car. My father, Clayton, was sitting on the wicker chair on the porch with a folded newspaper. He didn't stand. He didn't say hello. He nodded once, the way he had nodded at me since I was 13. Cordelia gave both of them careful, dutiful hugs. She was polite the way children in physicians' families learn to be polite. Measured, watchful. One eye on the exit. She kissed my cheek and walked past me toward the door. At the threshold, she turned around. She pulled a folded square of paper out of the front pocket of her backpack and pressed it into my palm without breaking eye contact with my mother. I put it in my purse. I told her I loved her. I told her I would see her Sunday. I drove half a mile before I pulled over on the side of Barbie Chapel Road and opened it. 4 lines in her careful 10-year-old handwriting. Mom, tell me if you feel scared coming home Sunday. I promise I won't say anything. C. I sat in the car for a minute and a half. Then I texted her. You call me if you need me, any hour. And I texted my ex-husband, Silas Blackwell, who is 3 hours west in Asheville. Cordelia's at my parents' this weekend, Bethesda, back Sunday night. He replied inside a minute. Understood? I'm reachable. That was Silas. Steady. He had been that way since we were 23 years old, and he watched me pull an all-nighter for a biochem exam. He was that way after we divorced too. Whatever went wrong between us as a marriage never went wrong between us as parents. I got on I-40 and drove to Raleigh-Durham and boarded a flight to Baltimore, Washington. By 10 o'clock that night, I was in a Marriott room in Bethesda reviewing 4 case files for a pediatric oral immunotherapy board meeting the following morning. I had built my career on this science. My paper in the New England Journal of Medicine on cross-reactivity between cow and goat milk protein was cited every time someone in the country tried to sell a family a natural allergy reversal course. At 9:45, my phone rang. Cordelia, FaceTime, pajamas with pandas on them, a copy of A Wrinkle in Time in her lap. My mother in the background, holding a ceramic mug. Say goodnight to your mother, Cordelia, my mother said. Grandma made goat milk chai for tomorrow morning, Aunt Isadora's special. Cordelia looked into the camera. She didn't smile. Cordelia, I said, if she offers it to you, you don't have to drink it. You know that, right? I know, Mom. I love you. Sleep well. I hung up. I texted my mother directly. Please make sure Cordelia has her Allegra tonight. It's in the front pocket of her backpack. She replied within a minute. Of course, dear. I did not know that Friday night that the last time Cordelia had actually taken a full dose of her prescribed antihistamine had been 8 months earlier. I did not know that her CVS auto refill had been canceled by phone the previous June, using my mother's name on file. I did not know about the amber bottles. I did not know about the 62 photographs. I did not know about the text chain that had already been sitting in my mother's screenshots folder for 4 months and 7 days. I turned off the light and went to sleep. Saturday morning began at 8:15, with my mother making a goat milk chai latte in her kitchen. She had received the sample bag from my sister's brand 2 days earlier, along with detailed instructions. I know this because I would later read the text chain. At 9:47, my sister Isadora pulled into the driveway in her BMW X5. She was 35 years old, 5'4", in a cream boucle jacket that cost more than my first month of medical school tuition. She was there to escort my parents to the grand opening of the 4th Ashcroft Wellness location at the Umstead Hotel and Spa in Cary. The ribbon was scheduled to be cut at 11. The Chamber of Commerce photographer was already on site. The videographer was already on site. Everything was on site except the testimonial. At 9:52, my mother set a ceramic mug in front of my daughter at the kitchen table. Cordelia had just finished the last page of A Wrinkle in Time. The mug had a printed paper label taped to the side. It read, "Ashcroft Pediatric Immune Support, Warm and Trust." Cordelia looked at the mug. She looked at the label. "Grandma, that has milk." Mom said no dairy. "Goat milk, sweetheart," my mother said. "Different animal, different protein." Your aunt explained everything to me. My sister called from the living room. "Mama, we're leaving in 15. Get the shot." At 9:56, my mother lifted her phone and started recording. "Cordelia trying Ashcroft Pediatric Immune Support," she narrated in her volunteer committee voice. 9:56 a.m. No reaction. Cordelia looked into the living room, where my father was reading the sports page with his back turned. She looked at the recording phone. She was 10. She had been raised to be polite. She took the smallest sip a child can take without lying about having taken one. "See?" my mother said. "Perfect. Your mother has scared you for nothing." At 10:04, Cordelia stood up to walk to her backpack. It was 6 meters away, on the couch. She made it 4 steps. She stopped. Her lower lip was numb. Her tongue felt too big. She kept walking. She reached the backpack. She pulled out the iPhone SE I had given her the summer she turned 9, the one with the bare pop socket. She stepped into the hallway so my mother couldn't hear. She FaceTimed me. I was in the lobby of the Marriott Bethesda North, holding a paper cup of coffee, ready to head down the block to the conference center. My phone rang. I picked up on the second ring. "Mommy," Cordelia whispered. Her voice was already hoarse. "She made me. Goat milk. My lips are numb. My throat feels tight." I set the coffee cup on the lobby table. I did not spill it. "Cordelia, where's your EpiPen? Get it now. Walk to the kitchen counter." "It's in the drawer. Grandma put it in the drawer." "Which drawer, baby? Show me." The camera swung as she walked. I saw the hallway. I saw the kitchen door. I saw my mother's back. She was closing her handbag, checking her hair in the reflection of the microwave. Cordelia stepped into the kitchen. She said, out loud, the sentence that will live in my head for the rest of my life. "Grandma, please don't. I'm allergic." My mother turned around. She looked at Cordelia. She looked at the phone. She saw my daughter, 10 years old, pale, wheezing, one hand braced against the counter and the other holding a FaceTime call to her mother. She stepped over her. She stepped directly over my daughter's convulsing body on the kitchen floor, walked around the island to the phone, picked it up, saw my face on the screen, and hung up. Then she said, loud enough that the phone microphone caught it before she set it face down on the counter, "Stop being dramatic like your mother. Aunt Isadora needs a good video. Goat milk is natural. Your expensive medicine is what's making her weak." She turned the deadbolt on the front door, from the outside, with her own key. She had a spare on her keyring. I heard the click of the deadbolt. I heard the engine of the BMW start. I heard my daughter breathing on the kitchen floor, in and out, wet and shallow through a throat that was closing. I dialed 911 at 10:13. 911, what's your emergency? My 10-year-old daughter is in anaphylactic shock at 4218 Field Hollow Lane, Chapel Hill. She is unresponsive. She weighs approximately 70 pounds. She has a documented severe IgE cow milk allergy. She was given goat milk approximately 15 minutes ago. She is alone. The front door is locked from outside. I am her physician and her mother. I am in Bethesda, Maryland. Please dispatch immediately. Ma'am, stay on the line. I cannot. Dispatch is confirmed. I have to hang up. I hung up. I called Patrice Waldorf. She lived 2 houses down from my parents. She was 58 years old. She had been to Cordelia's birthday party twice. She had our spare key in the ceramic bowl by her front door. Patrice, it's Matilda. Cordelia is inside. My mother locked her in and left. You have our spare key. Please go now. EMS is coming. Stay with her until they arrive. I'm running. I opened the United app. I booked the 11:10 flight from Reagan to Raleigh-Durham. I texted Silas. Silas, anaphylaxis, Cordelia, UNC Rex. I'm airborne in an hour. He replied in 40 seconds. On my way. I'll be at Rex. I walked out of the lobby, past the concierge, past the doorman, past the taxi rank. I did not cry. I did not sit down. I did not stop to zip my jacket. I ordered a car to Reagan National. I told the driver there was no need for conversation. I did not know yet about the videographer at the Umstead. I did not know yet about the 4-month text chain. I did not know yet about the pharmacy log. But I already knew, in the way you know, when the ground under you has finished being ground, that I was not going to spend one more night pretending my mother was safe with my daughter. Patrice reached the house at 10:22. She told me later, 3 weeks later, over a cup of tea in her kitchen, that she had never run that fast in her life. She told me she left her own front door open and her dog barking behind her and one shoe untied. She unlocked the deadbolt. She stepped into a house she had visited twice, and she went straight to the kitchen, because Cordelia's phone was still lying face down on the counter next to a ceramic mug labeled Warm and Trust, and Patrice could hear breathing. She put her hand on Cordelia's forehead. She said her name. She stayed on the floor. At 10:28, Chapel Hill EMS pulled up. Renata Callisto was the paramedic in charge, 14 years on the job, 2 children of her own. She had a daughter Cordelia's age. She took one look at my daughter and administered the first intramuscular epinephrine. Cordelia did not respond. Second dose, IV access, epinephrine drip, oxygen, saline bolus. The ambulance rolled at 10:44. Callisto asked Patrice for the EpiPen. Patrice said she didn't have one. Callisto opened the drawer next to the sink. She found 2 of them, capped, unused. She did not say anything out loud. She wrote it in her run report. Every EMT I have ever known writes the truth in the run report even when they cannot say it in the room. At 11:10, my flight departed. At 11:10, Cordelia arrived at UNC Rex. Dr. Wendell Beckenridge was the attending. I had trained under him for 3 years of fellowship. He had been at my white coat ceremony. He had been at my divorce. He would now be at my daughter's intubation. He intubated her at 11:23. She stabilized at 11:52. At 12:31, my plane touched down at RDU. At 12:55, I walked into the ICU lobby. Silas was already there. He had driven from Asheville 4 hours, in 3 hours and 45 minutes. He put his arms around me. He did not say anything. I did not cry. I still didn't. I couldn't. There was too much I still had to do, and I was afraid that if I started, I would not be able to stop and finish it. She lay in bed 4 East in the pediatric ICU ventilator. IV drip, corticosteroid, antihistamine drip. Her hand was so small against the tape and tubing. I sat down beside her, and I put my finger inside her closed fist, and I did not move for 8 minutes. Beckenridge came in. "Matilda," he said, 2 IM doses at scene. Drip started en route. Hypotensive on arrival. Stabilized within 20 minutes. Intubated as a precaution. She's stable. She's yours to sit with. Thank you, Wendell. When you're ready to talk about what happened, I'm here. I will be. Not yet. He nodded. He left. At 1:15 in the afternoon, 3 hours and 4 minutes after I had dialed 911, 3 hours and 8 minutes after my mother had stepped over my child. The UNC Rex admitting system auto-forwarded the ER intake report to the backup emergency contact on Cordelia's file. The backup was my mother. I had put her there in 2022 because she was the closest adult relative if Silas and I were ever both unreachable at the same time. I had trained her on the EpiPen protocol in a family Zoom meeting in the summer of 2021. She had signed a printed acknowledgement form. At the Umstead Hotel and Spa in Cary, my mother stood in the marble atrium in her navy dress with the pearl brooch she wore to weddings and funerals, waiting for the last 2 Chamber of Commerce members to arrive so the ribbon could be cut. Her phone chirped with a hospital email. She opened it because she thought it might be a school notification. The subject line read, UNC Rex ED Intake Summary. Noble, Cordelia. She read the first paragraph. She read the second paragraph. She read the sentence that referenced my New England Journal of Medicine paper by name. Her phone slipped out of her hand onto the marble. Later, Isadora would tell Emmett, who would tell me, that our mother sat down on a decorative bench next to a potted magnolia and did not stand up again for the rest of the ceremony. The ribbon at the grand opening of the 4th Ashcroft Wellness location was never cut. Between 1:15 p.m. and 3:22 p.m. that Saturday, my phone lit up 41 times. I had it face down on the bedside table in the ICU. Do not disturb. But the screen still flashed. 22 calls from Isadora, 12 from my mother, 5 from Emmett, 2 from unknown numbers. Silas sat in the chair across from me, reading a chart printout Beckenridge had left on the table. They're going to keep calling, he said. Let them. You want me to block? No. I want them to know I'm choosing not to answer. At 3:14, a text from my mother came through, and even face down I could see the notification banner at the top of the screen. Matilda, please. This is a misunderstanding. Please call me. Your father is in shock. I read it. I did not reply. I picked up the chart printout. I read every line. I understood every term because I had spent my adult life understanding them. At the 8th line, I stopped. Grandparent primary caregiver present at time of exposure. Grandparent did not seek emergency intervention. Grandparent departed residence at approximately 10:15. I ran my finger under that sentence. I read it 4 times. I did not cry. I folded the printout in half and I placed it on the bedside table under my phone. I trained her. I had trained her in the EpiPen protocol. I had trained her in what anaphylaxis looked like. I had trained her in what my daughter's body would do when it came into contact with cow milk protein, or its 90% cross-reactive cousin. She had stepped over my daughter. At 5:47, Silas said, I'll take tonight. Go home, shower, sleep 2 hours, come back at 10. You're sure? I'm sure. Go. I'm okay to drive. I know you are. Just don't sit here staring at her. She wouldn't want that. I drove home. 14 minutes. Chapel Hill Park View neighborhood. 3 lefts and a right. I sat down on my sofa. I opened my iPad. I logged into iCloud. I opened the shared family album titled Cordelia Care. I had created it in 2022 after Cordelia's first ER visit at age 4. Constance, Clayton, Silas, and Silas's mother Vera all had access. It was where we tracked medical events, safe food photos, allergen exposures, and pediatrician instructions. It was a family accountability tool. I scrolled up to the newest uploads. There were 6 of them, all dated Friday, February 20th at 5:30 p.m. 5 of them were photographs of Cordelia's safe pasta dinner. The 6th one was a screenshot. I zoomed in. It was a screenshot of an iMessage thread. My mother had multi-selected 6 photos to add to the album, and one of them had been a screenshot she had never deleted from her Photos app. Her thumb had picked it up along with the pasta pictures. She had never realized. The timestamp on the screenshot was October 14th of the previous year, at 8:42 in the evening. The thread was between my mother and my sister. I sat on my couch, and I read it. Isadora, October 14th, 2:14 p.m. Mama, the Carrie opening is set for February 21st. I need testimonial content locked before the ribbon cutting. Can Cordelia stay with you that weekend? Constance, October 14th, 2:18 p.m. Of course, sweetheart. What do you need? Isadora, October 14th, 2:20 p.m. If we introduce goat milk protocol 3 days consecutive, she'll be desensitized by day 4. Small doses first. I have the videographer booked. Constance, October 14th, 2:22 p.m. I'll tell Matilda I have a canning weekend planned. She won't push. She always defers when I sound firm. Isadora, October 14th, 2:25 p.m. Perfect. If it works, we launch the pediatric wing at Carrie. If it doesn't work, we say she had a reaction to something at school. Either way, we control the narrative. Constance, October 14th, 2:27 p.m. God will decide what her body accepts. I stood up. I walked to the kitchen. I poured a glass of water. I did not drink it. I set it down on the counter. I sat down on my own kitchen floor, on the same kind of tile my mother had in her kitchen, and I put my back against the cabinet. I did not cry. I understood something new about the shape of my life. It had a plan under it. It had had a plan under it since October. It had had a plan under it when Cordelia and I had come to Thanksgiving dinner, and my sister had raised a glass and looked at me over the rim and smiled. She had already booked the videographer. I screenshotted the screenshot. I emailed it to myself from an account no one in my family had ever seen. I created a folder on my desktop with a password I invented on the spot. I named it February 21st, Documentation. I placed the first file inside. Then my phone rang. Silas. She's breathing on her own. They extubated at 8:40. She asked for you. I drove back to Rex. I did not tell Silas about the screenshot yet. Not because I did not trust him, because I was not ready to say the sentence out loud. Before I keep going, if you were me right now, sitting on your own kitchen floor with a 4-month-old screenshot on your iPad, would you confront your family that same afternoon, or would you wait until you had every single piece? Drop your answer in the comments. Tell me what you'd have done first. Cordelia opened her eyes when I sat down next to her. Her throat was raw. Her voice came out in a whisper. Mom, does Aunt Isadora think you're a bad doctor? Grandma said Aunt says your medicine is fake. I sat down. I took her hand. I did not lie to her. I have never lied to my daughter about anything that mattered, and I was not going to start in a pediatric ICU. Cordelia, Aunt Isadora thinks I'm a very good doctor. That's the whole problem. She looked at me for a long moment. She squeezed my hand once. Okay. She fell back asleep. I stepped into the hallway. I leaned my forehead against the wall. I closed my eyes for exactly 30 seconds. And then I opened my laptop on the nurse's station and I logged into my chart. I pulled Cordelia's pharmacy history. Fexofenadine 30 milligrams, prescribed by Dr. Marin Alcott, our pediatrician of 6 years. Last picked up, May 22, 2025. Auto refill canceled, June 15, 2025. Canceled by phone. Family member on file, Constance Noble. Refill activity gap, June 15, 2025 through January 8, 2026. Most recent pickup, January 8, 2026, 8 months? I clicked into the iCloud album again. There was a subfolder under Cordelia Care that I had never opened because my mother had labeled it Wellness Log, Grandma's Reference, and I had assumed it was a running list of the safe recipes she cooked at her house. I opened it. 62 photographs. In every single one, a small amber bottle labeled Ashcroft Immune Support. Pediatric was being administered to my daughter. Every 4 days. Starting June 18th. Ending February 14th. 1 week before the collapse. The caption on the first photo dated June 18th said, Day 1 of Ashcroft Immune Protocol. Cordelia is going to grow up strong without pharmaceuticals like the rest of us did. I scrolled slowly. In most of the pictures, Cordelia was not smiling. In 3, she was holding her nose. In 1, taken September 18th, she was crying. I could see the tear track on her cheek. She was looking off camera at whoever was making her drink. I screenshotted that one photograph. I saved it to my private folder. I did not save the others as individual images. I did not need to. I called Dr. Alcott. She picked up between patients. Matilda. My God. I saw the intake this morning. What can I do? Marin. Pharmacy log shows Cordelia's Allegra hasn't been picked up in 8 months. I need to know if that gap was ever flagged. There was a 3-second pause. I have known Marin Alcott for 6 years. She does not pause. Matilda. I flagged it in September. I sent an EMR message to your mother's caregiver portal. She marked it red. She replied that she was, and I'm quoting the exact language, managing symptoms alternatively per family preference. I assumed you knew. I would have called you directly if I'd thought you didn't. I closed my eyes. Send me the EMR audit trail. Matilda, are you okay? Not yet. I hung up. I walked down the hall to Wendell Beckenridge's office. He was on the phone with somebody about a supply order. He hung up when he saw my face. Wendell, I need you to draft a professional memo. Distribute to Chapel Hill Pediatric Allergy Associates. Neutral language. Evidence-based. Pattern of unauthorized substitution of prescribed IgE management with unregulated compounds distributed by Ashcroft Wellness. No names below director level. No mention of my daughter. He looked at me. He set his pen down. Matilda, this will end them. Wendell, they already tried to end her. He nodded once. He opened a blank Word document. I walked back to Cordelia's room. She was sleeping. I sat down in the chair next to her bed. I checked my email. There was a new one from an address I did not recognize. The subject line was, about the meeting in October. Her name was Delilah Rourke. She was 22 years old. She worked the front security desk at the Chapel Hill location of Ashcroft Wellness. Her aunt, Nadine Ruvalcaba, was a registered nurse who had been on the ICU floor that morning when Cordelia was rolled in. Nadine had recognized my daughter's last name on the whiteboard and had called her niece before her shift ended. Delilah picked up on the second ring. Dr. Noble, thank you for calling. I don't want anything from this. I want to be clear about that. Delilah, tell me what you heard. October 14th. I was on shift at the Chapel Hill location. Ms. Ashcroft Vance and your mother were in the back office. I was outside the office changing the water cooler. The door was open a crack. I heard Ms. Ashcroft Vance say the words, goat milk protocol 3 days. I heard your mother say, God will decide what her body accepts. I texted my aunt that night. I have the text thread. My aunt told me to write down exactly what I heard and save it. I did. My aunt drove me to a notary this morning. I have a notarized statement dated today. Delilah, would you be willing to have that statement referenced without your name in a professional advisory document? Dr. Noble, I would be comfortable with anything that keeps another child off a floor. I thanked her. I promised her that her name would never be public unless she wanted it to be. She thanked me back. We hung up. I sat with my daughter for the rest of the night. I did not sleep. Every time she stirred, I checked her breathing. Every time her monitor blipped, I looked up. At 3 in the morning, she woke briefly and asked for water. I held the cup for her. "Mom," she whispered, "is Grandma coming?" "No, baby. Grandma is not coming." "Okay." She went back to sleep. I made a decision in the chair, in the low blue light of the pediatric ICU, that I would build the case the way I built every case. Methodically, without hysteria, and without a lawyer, because lawyers are for people who don't have systems, and I had a system. My system was 32,000 square feet of clinical practice and every allergist in the triangle who knew my name. By Monday morning, Wendell Beckenridge would send that memo. By Wednesday, the Chapel Hill Mamas Facebook group would light up. By Friday, the contractor who had built out the Cary location would file a mechanic's lien on the property. And the following Monday, in a bank branch office my father had once run, a man named Sheridan Vaughn would pick up a phone and dial the number of his old mentor. The memo went out at 8 a.m. Monday. Wendell had drafted it exactly the way I asked. It was 2 paragraphs long. It named no patients. It named no antagonists. It described, in professional language, a pattern of unauthorized substitution of prescribed antihistamine and immunomodulator regimens in pediatric patients with severe IgE-mediated food allergy, whose source appeared to be unregulated wellness brands marketed under natural allergy reversal terminology, active in the Research Triangle area. It urged all Chapel Hill pediatric allergy associates referring physicians to review their counseling protocols. Wendell had compiled the pattern from 6 cases across 3 practices. Cordelia was 1. 2 came from Duke Children's. 2 came from UNC Rex ED records over the previous 12 months. 1 came from a colleague in Durham who had been quietly documenting his own concerns for a year and had never known who else to tell. By 10 in the morning, the memo had been forwarded to a pediatrician at Duke who had 3 patients whose parents worked at Ashcroft Wellness. He asked Wendell if he could distribute it internally at Duke. Wendell told him to use his professional judgment. By Wednesday, 6 of the pediatric testimonial posts on the Ashcroft Wellness Instagram had been quietly deleted. No explanation was posted. The comments filled up with questions anyway. By Thursday, a screenshot of one of those deleted posts had made its way into the Chapel Hill Mamas Facebook group, which had 23,000 members. Somebody had posted anonymously, "Anyone else notice Ashcroft's kid content got scrubbed this week?" Someone asked about an Allegra substitution rumor in the mom group and got blocked immediately. By Friday, 6 senior ambassadors of the Ashcroft Ambassador Program, the multi-level supplement arm of the brand, had resigned. All of them cited personal health circumstances. One of them was based in Cary. Another was married to a pediatric nurse practitioner. By Friday afternoon, Halverson Commercial Construction had recorded a mechanic's lien on the Cary property, $68,000 in unpaid final phase work. My sister's husband, Emmett, opened the email at his desk. He called Isadora. The call lasted 38 minutes. He did not come home that night. None of this was on my calendar. I did not make any of it happen. I sent 1 memo through 1 colleague. The system I had spent 15 years building did the rest. On the following Monday, March 2nd, my father drove downtown to the branch office he had run for 34 years and sat down across the desk from a man named Sheridan Vaughn. Sheridan was 44. My father had trained him when Sheridan was 29. The desk between them was the desk my father had sat behind for over a decade. Sheridan's wife was a pediatric nurse practitioner. She had received the memo forward the previous Friday. She had recognized the pattern. She had recognized the borrower's name on the personal guarantee sitting in a folder on her husband's desk. Sheridan opened the folder. "Clayton, the credit committee is asking me questions I don't know how to answer. Personally, I'm sorry. My father did not raise his voice. My father had never raised his voice at work in his life. Preston, ask what you need to ask. They want to know if you were aware of the operations at the Cary location prior to the grand opening cancellation. My father was silent for 8 seconds. Sheridan told me these numbers later. He told me because he needed someone to know he had counted them. I was aware of a conversation, my father said. I chose not to intervene. Sheridan closed the folder. The committee will require you to secure the $340,000 personal guarantee within 60 days. Otherwise, it moves to collections. My father nodded once. He stood up. He did not offer his hand. He walked out of the branch he had built. By the end of that week, he had listed the RV he had bought for retirement on Craigslist Chapel Hill. Cordelia came home from Rex on Saturday, February 28th. 7 days after her collapse. She was thin. Her voice was still hoarse. She slept most of the first 4 days. Vera Blackwell, Silas's mother, drove down from Winston-Salem to sit with her when I could not. The doorbell rang on Monday, March 9th at 4:20 in the afternoon. Cordelia was upstairs napping. Silas was in the kitchen drying a bowl. I opened the door. Isadora was on the porch. Behind her, Emmett. Behind him, my mother. On the sidewalk, at the end of the walk, my father, hands in his coat pockets, not stepping up. Matilda, Isadora said. Please, just 5 minutes. Cordelia is sleeping. Speak quietly. I did not invite them in. I stood in the doorway with my hand on the frame. Silas came halfway down the hallway behind me and stopped there. Isadora started to cry immediately. It was a professional cry. She had done it before. She said everything at once. The Cary location was closing. Emmett was moving out. The contractor was suing. The videographer was demanding a kill fee. The ambassadors were resigning. Her Instagram had lost 22,000 followers in 6 days. Her sponsor at the Nashville imprint had gone quiet on her book deal. She had built something, and it was crumbling. I did not interrupt. I did not confirm. I did not deny. I waited until she was done. Then my mother stepped forward. Matilda, please. Isadora didn't mean it like that. It was my idea. I made the tea. Blame me. Not her. Mama, don't, Isadora said. It was my idea, sweetheart. God knows it was. Emmett had not spoken yet. He was looking at the ground. I went back into the house. I came back to the door with 3 sheets of paper. I had printed them that morning. They were identical. Each one was a printout of the October 14th text chain. Isadora, take this. I handed her the first sheet. She looked down. She went white. Emmett, take this. I handed him the second sheet. He read it, slowly, line by line. He did not look at his wife. Mom, take this. I handed her the third. She did not need to read it. She already knew what she had screenshotted on the 14th of October. Emmett was the first to speak. You told me this was Mother's idea. You told me last November. Emmett, please. Not here. You told me at Thanksgiving. You told me with a glass in your hand. He turned to me. Matilda, I didn't know. I need you to know I didn't know. Emmett, that's between you and your wife. He walked past me, down the steps, past my father, and got into his car. He did not close the door behind him gently. He did not close it slowly. He got in and he drove away. Isadora turned to my mother. She was looking for an ally. My mother looked at her feet. I spoke. Isadora. Delilah Rourke has signed a notarized statement. She heard both of you in the back office in October. She remembered the phrase, goat milk protocol 3 days. She remembered Mom saying God will decide what her body accepts. She wrote it down that night. Her aunt is a nurse at Rex. The statement is dated and witnessed. Matilda, you can't. She was security. She wasn't in the meeting. She was outside the door. The door was open. That is enough. Isadora went down on her knees on my porch. Not the professional cry anymore. A real one. I did not lean down. I did not lift her up. I did not soften. Isadora, you made me your product testing site. Cordelia was your marketing bomb. You are not welcome in this house. You will not call. You will not text. You will not attempt to see my daughter. If you do, everything in that folder becomes distribution material. Matilda, please. You are my sister. I stopped being your sister when you booked the videographer. My mother tried a different tack. She had been sitting on the top step for a minute. She stood up now. Matilda, you cannot end this family over one mistake. Mom, it was not one mistake. I took a breath. I counted, in my head, from 1 to 62. It was 62 mistakes, one every 4 days, for 8 months. I have the photographs. I have the pharmacy log. I have Dr. Alcott's flag from September. I have Delilah's statement. I have your screenshot. I have every single piece, and I have not given a single document to a lawyer. I don't need one. I have my medical community. That is worse. She sat back down on the step. Her legs went out from under her. My father, on the sidewalk, took one step toward the porch. Then he stopped. He looked at me. He did not say anything. I closed the door. I turned around. Cordelia was standing at the top of the stairs, in her panda pajamas, the ones she had worn on FaceTime that Friday night. She was holding the small red pediatric stethoscope I had given her for Christmas. Was that them? Yes. Are they gone? Yes. She came down the stairs. She walked into my arms. She did not cry. She just held on. Silas stood in the kitchen doorway and watched. He did not come closer. My phone lit up in the kitchen drawer where I had put it before I opened the front door. It buzzed against the wood, over and over for the next hour. 68 calls. I did not open the drawer. If you have ever had to close a door on someone who shares your last name, you know what that quiet feels like. If this story has reached you, please share it with someone who needs to hear that they are allowed to protect their child before their parents. What happened next was not what I expected. The first message from my father came at 11:52 that same night. He was at the Franklin Hotel on Franklin Street in Chapel Hill. He would stay there for 6 weeks. Matilda, I am staying at the Franklin Hotel this week. I will not go home while your mother is there. When Cordelia is ready, I would like to see her. On your terms. In your setting. Anywhere you choose. I will not bring your mother. I will not ask for forgiveness. I will not ask anything. I read it once. I read it twice. I put the phone face down on the counter and I made a cup of tea and I sat on the couch with Cordelia's head on my thigh, and I did not answer for 3 days. On Friday, March 13th, I typed one reply. Dad. Not at my home, not at my clinic, not with mother. Ever again. A neutral space, when I say, when Cordelia is ready. If any of those conditions change, communication ends. He replied in 8 minutes. Understood. Wherever you name. We met on Friday, March 20th at Café Driad on East Franklin Street. 3 in the afternoon. Cordelia was at home with Silas. My father arrived 2 minutes early. He did not order coffee. He sat down across from me at the corner table and folded his hands on the wood. I did not order coffee either. Matilda, I saw the screenshot when your mother forwarded it to me in October. I opened it. I read it. I closed the phone. I did not confront her. I did not call you. I chose peace at the cost of your daughter's safety. That is the sum of what I did. I sat with that for 12 seconds. Dad, you said peace. Whose peace? He looked at his hands. Mine. That is the honest answer. I did not answer him. We sat in the quiet for a long time. Franklin Street moved past the window. A UNC student walked by holding a bike helmet. A dog on a leash sniffed the sidewalk. "Are you selling the RV?" I said. "Yes." "Is that how you plan to secure the guarantee?" "Some of it. Not all. Your mother and I are separating. Her attorney is drafting the agreement now. I will not use joint funds to secure the guarantee. That is my promise to you, and it is the only promise I know how to keep at this point in my life." "Dad, I am not going to promise you a relationship with me." "I know. But I will not stop you from writing to Cordelia. I will read what you send before she reads it. If it does not include your mother, and it does not include your daughter, and it does not include any request for forgiveness, then Cordelia can read it." He nodded. "Thank you." "That is not a gift, Dad. It's a boundary. Do not confuse them." "I won't." We sat for another few minutes. Then he thanked me for the meeting. He stood up. He did not try to hug me. He left the cafe first. I watched him walk to his car in the parking lot behind the shop. He put his hands in his coat pockets and he stood next to the driver's side door for a long time before he opened it. I sat at the table for another 20 minutes. Then I drove home. The Cary location went into foreclosure in the last week of March. Emmett moved out of the house he had shared with Isadora on April 5th. He did not file for divorce immediately. He simply left. He rented a 2-bedroom apartment in Raleigh. He sent me one text the day he moved. I found the Thanksgiving photos on the family Dropbox. "I saw the one where she raised her glass to you. I am sorry. I am asking nothing. I just wanted you to know I saw it." I did not reply. I did not archive it either. I let it sit in my thread. My mother's attorney sent my father a separation agreement draft on April 8th. Her cover letter, which I read only because my father forwarded it to me, cited irreconcilable conduct including breach of marital loyalty via unauthorized private meetings with adult child and refusal to defend marital residence. My father read it. He signed it 2 days later. Isadora went silent on Instagram. Her account still exists. It has 92,000 followers now, down from 148. The Nashville imprint that had signed her book quietly declined to move forward. There was no press release. There didn't need to be. The UNC Coker Arboretum sent my mother a letter on April 14th, thanking her for 15 years of volunteer service and requesting that she take a leave of absence while community concerns are addressed. She had been the head of the tulip planting committee. She had been in the annual newsletter every spring since 2011. The letter was polite. It was final. Patrice Waldorf brought me a lasagna the Sunday after Cordelia came home. She did not knock. She left it on my porch with a note that said, "We are all here. Nothing needs saying." I froze half of it. I served the other half to Cordelia with a green salad. Cordelia ate 2 helpings. Cordelia started reading labels again around the 3rd week of March. Obsessively at first. She would read them out loud. She would ask me to confirm what each one meant. By the 4th week, she was reading them silently again, the way she used to. She started drawing again. She started asking about school. She started asking once about her grandfather. "Is Grandpa okay?" she said. "He's making his own choices now." "Are those good choices?" "They're better than they used to be." "That's not the same as good." "But it's the direction." "Okay." She did not ask again for a while. On Monday, April 20th, at noon, my father came to my clinic on Franklin Street. Evelise Marchetti was at the front desk. She had known me for 8 years. She had raised her own daughter mostly alone. She understood the assignment without being briefed. She showed him into my office. She left the door open. She stayed at the front desk with a direct line of sight. Cordelia was already there, at the small table in the corner, working on a diorama of a respiratory system for her 5th grade science project. Alveoli made of cotton balls, bronchi made of pipe cleaners, A pair of pink construction paper lungs. My father sat down across from her, not next to her, across. Cordelia, can I look at your project? It's the lungs. Mom helped me with the alveoli. They look right. Mom said they should look right. They worked on it for 45 minutes. I sat at my desk. I did not pretend not to be there. Evelise came in once to bring water. She did not stay. When it was time for him to leave, he stood up and he asked at the doorway, "May I come again?" "In 2 weeks." He nodded. He left. Cordelia looked at me. "Was that okay?" "Was it okay for you?" "I think so." Then it was okay. She went back to Frank Porter Graham Elementary on Monday, May 4th, 10 weeks after the collapse. I drove her. She wore a new backpack because she had not wanted to carry the old one. She had 2 EpiPens in the front pocket. I had checked them 3 times before we left the house. The school nurse had a matching pair in her office. The teacher, Ms. Redmond, had my direct cell number written on a laminated card taped inside her desk drawer. Cordelia was quiet on the drive. Halfway there, she opened a granola bar from her lunch bag and read the label aloud, the way she used to. Contains oats, maple, no milk, no may contain. Just oats. Just oats. She chewed for a while. She looked out the window. "Mom, can I be a doctor when I grow up?" "You can be anything you decide. I want to work with kids like me, kids who feel scared of food." "That would be a very good doctor to be." She nodded. She finished the granola bar. I pulled up to the drop-off circle. She opened the door. She grabbed her backpack. She turned around before she got out. "Mom, I'm not scared coming home today." "I know, baby. I mean it. I know." She got out. She waved to a girl in a purple jacket who was already running toward her from the sidewalk. It was Everett Kirkland, 10 years old, Patrice Waldorf's son. He had made his mother drive him past our house 4 times in 6 weeks so he could wave through the window if he saw Cordelia. She ran to meet him. She did not look back. I sat in the drop-off circle for another minute before I pulled forward. I drove to my office. I saw 6 patients. I ate a sandwich at my desk. I called Silas at lunch. I picked Cordelia up at 3:15. She was carrying a card. 22 signatures on it, in 22 different colors of marker. On the front, in construction paper, someone had cut out the words, "Welcome back, Cordelia." Inside, in the middle of the signatures, Everett Kirkland had written, in careful pencil, "You were brave when it counted." She showed me in the car. Everett said his mom saved me. Is that true? Yes. And your teacher, and the paramedic, and the nurses, and your dad. A lot of people saved you. And you. And me. She put the card in her backpack. She fell asleep against the window on the drive home. That evening at 9:15, I sat down at my desk in my home office. Cordelia was reading in her room. Silas had gone back to Asheville after dinner. The house was quiet. I opened the second drawer of my desk. I took out the Littman Master Classic stethoscope that my father had given me on the day I graduated from UNC Medical School in the spring of 2013. Navy blue, slightly worn where the tubing bent. 15 years of my professional life bent into the shape of that curve. I set it on the desk. I did not put it around my neck. I did not put it back in the drawer. Cordelia walked past the office on her way to get water. She stopped. She came to the doorway. "Mom, is that the one Grandpa gave you?" "Yes." "Are you going to use it?" "Not yet." She looked at me. She looked at the stethoscope. She nodded, the way she nodded at things that she had thought through. "That's okay." She got her water. She went upstairs. I sat there for another 4 minutes. Then I turned off the desk lamp and I went to bed. That night, for the first time in 11 weeks, I slept through until morning. When I woke up at 6:52, there was light coming through the curtains and the sound of a kettle downstairs. Silas had come by early to take Cordelia out to breakfast the way they used to on Tuesdays before everything happened. I could hear my daughter laughing at something. Not a big laugh. A small one. The kind she saves for people who have earned it. I lay in bed for a minute before I got up. Some houses stop being homes when someone leaves them. Some houses only become homes when someone finally lets someone go.
Happy birthday to me, I whispered, watching through the car window as Boston's familiar streets blurred past. 73 years on this earth, and here I was, dressed in my favorite blue dress and pearl earrings, gifts from my late husband Henry, being driven to what my son David had promised would be the best birthday lunch ever, Mom. The weight of Henry's watch pressed against my wrist. 5 years since cancer took him. 5 years I'd spent rebuilding myself while hiding the truth from my family. They thought I was just a widow, living off Henry's modest insurance money and pension. If only they knew. You're quiet back there, Martha, my daughter-in-law Melissa said, her voice syrupy sweet as she turned from the passenger seat. Her blonde hair was perfectly styled, not a strand out of place, just like the calculated smile that never quite reached her eyes. Excited about your surprise? I'd learned to read people during my 40 years in real estate. Right now, Melissa's tight grip on her designer purse and the quick glance she exchanged with my son screamed that something wasn't right. Every birthday's a blessing at my age, I replied, keeping my voice deliberately frail, the helpless old lady they expected me to be. Though I'm curious why we've driven past Giovanni's. I thought that was my birthday tradition. David cleared his throat, his knuckles whitening around the steering wheel. Change of plans, Mom. Something better. We turned into an elegant driveway lined with manicured maple trees. My heart froze as I recognized the sign, Golden Sunset Retirement Community. Not just any retirement home, my retirement home, the crown jewel of Wilson Properties, the company I'd secretly built after Henry died. What's this? I asked, injecting confusion into my voice while my mind raced. Did they know? No, impossible. I'd used shell companies, trusted lawyers. My ownership of this place and 12 other properties across New England was my best-kept secret. Mom, David said as he parked, turning to face me with practiced sympathy. We've been worried about you. The forgetfulness, the confusion. It's not safe for you to live alone anymore. What forgetfulness? I demanded, genuine anger flaring. I haven't forgotten anything. Melissa reached back to pat my hand. Last week you called David Henry, Martha, and remember when you couldn't find your medication? The one you take every single day? Lies. All lies. I'd never called David by his father's name, and my misplaced medication had mysteriously reappeared in the guest bathroom after Melissa had visited. This is ridiculous, I protested as David came around to open my door. Today's my birthday. Take me home. This is your new home, Mom, David said firmly. We've already moved some of your things. The staff is expecting you. As they led me through the elegant lobby, I noticed everything with owner's eyes. The fresh flowers I'd insisted on, the comfortable seating areas, the subtle security measures I'd implemented, my creation, my investment, and now, apparently, my prison. Mrs. Henderson will take good care of you, David said, as a kind-faced woman in a Navy uniform approached. She's the administrator. I bit back a laugh. Rebecca Henderson reported directly to me via email and secure calls twice monthly. She'd never met me in person, part of my privacy protocol, but she knew my voice. Welcome to Golden Sunset, Rebecca said professionally, though I caught the flicker of confusion in her eyes at my family's behavior. We're delighted to have you join our community. David handed over a folder. Here's all of Mom's information. The doctor's evaluation confirming early-stage dementia is on top. My blood ran cold. What doctor? I'd never been diagnosed with anything. I need to speak with my lawyer, I said firmly. Melissa's smile tightened. Martha, remember, you made David your power of attorney last year, for your protection. Another lie. I would never. We've got to run, Mom, David said, checking his watch, the Rolex I'd given him last Christmas. We'll visit soon. They both hugged me, a performance for Rebecca's benefit. As they turned to leave, I heard Melissa whisper, How long before we can put the house on the market? The lawyer said we can start the paperwork Monday, David replied, too quietly for anyone but me to hear. She'll be much happier here anyway. The doors closed behind them, and I stood frozen in the lobby of my own building, abandoned on my birthday by the son I'd raised and the woman he married. Rebecca approached cautiously. "Mrs. Wilson, would you like to sit down? You look pale." I straightened my spine, years of negotiating multi-million-dollar deals stealing my resolve. "Ms. Henderson," I said quietly, "I believe we need to have a private conversation in your office. Immediately." Her eyes widened at my transformed voice, no longer the fragile old woman, but the sharp businesswoman I truly was. "You have no idea who I really am," I said, steel in my words. "But my son is about to learn that you should never underestimate your mother, especially one who owns the building you just left her in." Rebecca Henderson stared at me with wide eyes as we sat in her office. My office, technically. The door closed behind us with a soft click that felt like the turning of a lock on my son's fate. "Mrs. Wilson, I don't understand. Please call me Martha," I said, removing my reading glasses from my purse. "And I believe this will clear things up." I pulled out my phone, the one David didn't know about, and opened a secure email app protected by both fingerprint and facial recognition. Technology had always fascinated me, much to my family's amusement. "Oh, Mom's trying to use a smartphone again," they'd laugh. If only they knew I'd invested in 3 tech startups last year alone. I turned the screen toward Rebecca, showing her the email chain between us from just last week, discussing property improvements and quarterly profits. Her name on one end and mine on the other. Martha Wilson, CEO, Wilson Properties, LLC. "You're Madeline Ross?" she whispered, using my business pseudonym. "In the flesh," I replied. "I've owned Golden Sunset and 12 other properties for nearly 5 years now. My late husband taught me well, but I built this empire myself." Rebecca sank back in her chair. "But your son, the dementia diagnosis, fabricated," I said, anger flaring again. "Part of what appears to be a carefully orchestrated plan to seize control of what they think is my modest estate, my house, my savings. They have no idea about any of this." I gestured around us at the elegant retirement community that generated over $2 million in annual profit. "Why the secrecy, even from family?" Rebecca asked. I looked out the window at the garden where residents were enjoying the summer sunshine. "Henry always handled our finances. After he died, David immediately tried to help with my money. I saw how he and Melissa lived, always beyond their means, always wanting more. I decided to protect myself by keeping my new ventures private." Rebecca nodded slowly. "What do you need from me?" A smile spread across my face. "First, we need to establish that I am absolutely staying here, but not as a patient with dementia, as an undercover owner conducting a quality review. Consider it done. Second, I need access to all security footage showing my arrival today. David's little speech about my condition will be evidence against the fraudulent papers he submitted." Rebecca was already taking notes. "We keep footage for 90 days. I'll have IT secure it immediately." "Perfect. And third," I continued, "I need a trusted ally, someone who understands what I'm facing and can help me build my case while I remain here. You have the entire staff at your disposal, Mrs. Wilson. Madeline." "Martha." She stumbled over what to call me. "Martha is fine, and I appreciate that, but I need someone specific, a resident named Catherine Parker." Rebecca raised an eyebrow. "The former district attorney? She moved in about 6 months ago." I nodded. "We've never met, but I've followed her career. A brilliant legal mind who specialized in elder fraud cases before her retirement. I want her as my roommate." Rebecca's professional composure cracked slightly. "You want to share a room? But you own the premium private suites. David and Melissa will be suspicious if I'm given special treatment. I need to appear as just another resident while I gather evidence and plan my counterattack." Before Rebecca could respond, a knock at the door interrupted us. A young woman in scrubs peeked in. "Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Henderson, but Mr. Wilson is calling. He wants to know if his mother has settled in and if she's still asking to leave." My jaw tightened. Not even 30 minutes, and he was already checking to make sure his plan was working. "Tell him," I said before Rebecca could answer, "that his mother is quite tired from the emotional day and is resting comfortably. She seems confused, but accepting of her new circumstances." After the nurse left, Rebecca looked at me with newfound respect. "You're going to fight back." "With everything I have," I confirmed. "David and Melissa picked the wrong woman to underestimate. By the time I'm done, they'll wish they'd simply taken me to lunch at Giovanni's." I stood up. straightening my pearl necklace. Now, shall we tour my facility? I'd like to meet my new roommate and begin planning how to teach my son that some lessons come too late in life to forget. As we walked through the hallways, residents and staff greeted Rebecca warmly. I observed everything with new eyes, no longer just the owner concerned about property values and profit margins, but as someone whose life might depend on the quality of care here. You know, I said quietly as we approached the East Wing, when I bought this place, it was just business, another investment. I never imagined I'd end up living here myself. Rebecca matched my pace. And now? I paused, watching an elderly gentleman carefully tend to orchids in the solarium, his gnarled hands moving with surprising grace. Now I think perhaps it was fate. This place needs me as much as I need it right now. And together, we're going to make sure justice is served. I smiled at an approaching resident, a sharp-eyed woman with silver hair pulled back in an elegant bun. Catherine Parker, if my research was correct, my new roommate, my new ally. Wait, I said, touching Rebecca's arm. Before we meet everyone, I'd like you to do something for me. If you truly believe in what I'm saying, anything, I need you to pause right now and tell anyone watching this that if they're enjoying my story, they should subscribe to this channel for the next chapters. There are more shocking revelations coming that they won't want to miss. I smiled with determination. Now, let me introduce myself to the woman who's going to help me reclaim everything that's mine and teach my son the most expensive lesson of his life. Martha Wilson, I said, extending my hand to Catherine Parker. Her grip was firm, her gaze appraising. I believe we're going to be roommates. Former District Attorney Parker, she replied, a hint of amusement in her voice. Though these days, everyone just calls me Catherine, or that nosy old lady who asks too many questions. I liked her immediately. Rebecca excused herself to handle the paperwork for our arrangement, leaving Catherine and me sitting in the sunlit common area. Around us, residents played cards, read books, or simply dozed in comfortable chairs. It all seemed so peaceful, a perfect facade hiding the betrayal that had brought me here. So, Catherine said, stirring her tea, Rebecca mentioned you requested me specifically as a roommate. Rather unusual for a new arrival who's supposedly suffering from dementia. My eyebrows shot up. She told you? Not everything, just enough to pique my interest. Catherine leaned forward. 30 years prosecuting elder abuse cases teaches you to recognize when something doesn't add up. Your son deposits you here on your birthday with suspicious paperwork, and suddenly our administrator is treating you like you're the Queen of England. Her eyes twinkled. I'm intrigued. I glanced around, then lowered my voice. What I'm about to tell you must remain between us. For the next 10 minutes, I laid out the bare facts of my situation, my secret ownership of the facility, David's betrayal, the falsified medical documents. Catherine listened without interruption, her expression growing increasingly outraged. The sheer audacity, she finally said, shaking her head. Your own son. Money changes people, I replied, the words bitter on my tongue. Or perhaps it simply reveals who they truly are. Catherine studied me. You don't seem particularly surprised by his behavior. Hurt, yes, but not shocked. Her perception was unsettling. I looked down at my hands, still steady despite everything. David was always ambitious. When Henry was alive, he kept David in check. After the funeral, things changed. David started visiting more often, asking about finances, suggesting I sell the house because it must hold so many painful memories. And your daughter-in-law? Melissa. I couldn't keep the edge from my voice. She married David for his potential, not for who he was. I saw it from the beginning, the way she pushed him to demand more from his father's company, to stretch beyond our means. Henry gave them the down payment for their house as a wedding gift. 6 months later, they were asking for money to renovate. A flash of memory hit me. David, as a little boy, sitting on Henry's lap as they built model airplanes together. His infectious laugh when Henry would pretend the planes were swooping down to tickle him. When had that sweet child become this man who could abandon his mother on her birthday? Martha? Catherine's voice pulled me back. I'm sorry, I said, blinking away the unexpected moisture in my eyes. It's been a day. Indeed it has. And now you need a plan. Catherine's prosecutorial instinct was evident in her direct approach. What evidence do we have of the fraud? The security footage from today? The falsified medical records? I've never even seen this doctor who supposedly diagnosed me. And I have documentation proving David does not have power of attorney. Catherine nodded. Good start, but we need more. Communications between David and Melissa discussing their plans would be ideal, and we need to establish your mental competency beyond any doubt. I've already contacted my attorney, I said. He'll be arranging for an independent evaluation. Smart move. Catherine looked impressed. Most people in your situation would be too distraught to think so clearly. I smiled grimly. I didn't build a real estate empire by falling apart in a crisis. Our conversation was interrupted by a staff member announcing afternoon activities. As residents began moving toward the recreation room, Catherine stood. Come on, Rumi, let's get you settled in. We can continue our strategy session in private. The room we shared was modest but pleasant. 2 twin beds with floral comforters, nightstands, a shared dresser, and a small sitting area near the window overlooking the garden. My suitcase, packed by David and Melissa, sat at the foot of one bed. As I unpacked, I discovered they'd included mostly nightgowns, slippers, and casual clothes. No business attire, nothing that would present me as a competent, independent woman. The message was clear. They were already seeing me as the diminished, dependent mother they wanted me to be. They even took my jewelry, I muttered, finding only my everyday pieces. The valuable items, my diamond tennis bracelet, Henry's mother's emerald ring, were conspicuously absent. Document everything, Catherine advised, handing me a notepad from her desk. Every missing item, every conversation. Build your case methodically. As I wrote, Catherine settled into her chair by the window. You know, in all my years prosecuting these cases, I've seen countless children try to take advantage of their parents. But rarely have I seen someone as prepared to fight back as you are. I paused my writing. I'm not just fighting for myself. This is about principle. No one should be able to discard a parent like yesterday's trash just because they've reached a certain age. Amen to that, Catherine agreed. Now tell me more about this son of yours. What makes him tick? What are his vulnerabilities? I spent the next hour detailing David's character, his insecurities, his desperate need for status, his genuine intelligence undermined by impatience and entitlement. He wasn't always like this, I finished quietly. There was a time when he was kind, thoughtful. I keep wondering where I went wrong. Catherine reached across and patted my hand. We all wonder that about our children sometimes, but their choices are their own, Martha. Your job now is to protect yourself. As evening approached, a nurse came to check on us, reminding me that I had a phone call scheduled with David at 7 p.m. He wants to see how you're settling in, she explained. After she left, Catherine and I exchanged glances. Remember, Catherine said, you're playing a role now. Confused, but compliant. Can you do that? I nodded, steel returning to my spine. I've negotiated with sharks in boardrooms across New England. I can certainly handle a phone call with my son. Good, because every conversation is an opportunity to gather intelligence. As I prepared for the call, I looked out at the fading daylight and thought about all the people watching my story unfold. You know, I said to Catherine, I'd love to know where all of you are watching from and how old you are. If you're enjoying this journey so far, please leave a comment below with your age and location and hit that like button. Your support means everything as I fight to reclaim my dignity. Catherine raised an eyebrow at my unexpected address, but I just smiled. Sometimes, when you're planning a strategic victory, you need all the allies you can get. The phone felt cold against my ear as I listened to David's voice, so concerned, so caring, a performance worthy of Broadway. How are you feeling, Mom? Getting settled in okay? He asked, the perfect picture of a dutiful son. I bit back the words I wanted to say, and instead played my role. I suppose so, David. It's all a bit confusing. This morning I was in my home, and now I let my voice trail off, adding a slight tremble for effect. Catherine gave me an approving nod from across the room, where she pretended to read while eavesdropping shamelessly. I know it's an adjustment, Mom, but it's for the best. The doctor was very clear about your condition, David continued smoothly. Melissa and I are just getting your house ready for the market. Property values in your neighborhood are at an all-time high. My blood boiled. Not even 24 hours, and they were already preparing to sell my home, the beautiful colonial that Henry and I had lovingly restored over decades, where David had grown up. My house? I injected confusion into my voice. But where will I live when I come home? An uncomfortable pause. Mom, Golden Sunset is your home now. Remember? We talked about this. It's the best place for someone with your challenges. But my things, my memories, I pressed, wanting to see how far he'd go. We're keeping all the important stuff, he assured me quickly. Family photos, keepsakes. The rest? Well, you know how you always said you wanted to downsize eventually. I closed my eyes, imagining the vultures picking through my belongings, deciding what was important enough to save. Melissa had always coveted my antique silver tea service. No doubt it would find its way to her dining room before the week was out. David, I said, dropping my voice to a near whisper, where's my jewelry box? The one with Grandma Wilson's emerald ring. I can't find it. Another pause, longer this time. It's safe, Mom. We're keeping all your valuables in our safe deposit box. You wouldn't want to lose something precious at the facility, right? Theft, pure and simple. I looked at Catherine, who was scribbling furiously in her notepad. I suppose that makes sense? I conceded, playing along. Will you bring it when you visit? I'd like to see it. Sure, Mom, he said quickly. Too quickly. Hey, listen, I've got to run. Melissa and I are meeting with the real estate agent for dinner. You get some rest, okay? We'll visit this weekend. After saying goodbye, I placed the phone down with deliberate care, though what I really wanted was to hurl it across the room. Well, Catherine said, setting aside her notepad, if we needed proof of intent, that conversation provided plenty. I moved to the window, watching as the last light of day faded from the gardens below. He's already selling my house, taking my jewelry. He didn't even ask if I needed anything. That call was recorded through the facility's system, Catherine reminded me, another piece of evidence. It's not enough, I said, turning back to face her. I need to see what they're doing at the house, what they're taking. Catherine raised an eyebrow. You have someone who can help with that? A smile tugged at my lips. As a matter of fact, I do. The next morning, after a surprisingly decent breakfast in the dining hall, I excused myself to make a private call from the facility's phone booth, a quaint feature I'd insisted on when renovating the place, knowing many residents preferred traditional handsets to cell phones. Santiago Security, answered a crisp, professional voice. This is Martha Wilson, I said, lowering my voice. I need to speak with Miguel immediately. Within moments, Miguel Santiago was on the line, my head of security for all properties in the Wilson portfolio, and a man who owed his business success partly to my early investment. Mrs. Wilson, he said warmly, what can I do for you? Quickly, I explained my situation. Miguel's reaction moved from shock to outrage to determined resolve. So you need surveillance on your home? Consider it done. I'll have my best people there within the hour. We'll document everything they remove and access the security system you already have installed. The security system that David had no idea about. Cameras I'd had discreetly installed after noticing small items going missing during Melissa's visits. Thank you, Miguel. And one more thing. I need a secure phone. Can you have one delivered here? Something that can't be traced back to you or me? I'll have Maria bring it personally. She can pose as your niece visiting. After finishing the call, I returned to find Catherine chatting with a distinguished-looking gentleman in the common area. She waved me over. Martha, meet Judge Walter Simmons. Walter, this is my new roommate, Martha Wilson. The elderly man stood, revealing an impressive height despite a slight stoop. He took my hand with old-world courtesy. A pleasure, Mrs. Wilson. Catherine was just telling me you're new to our little community. Involuntarily new, Catherine added with meaningful emphasis. Understanding flickered in the judge's eyes. Ah, one of those situations. Walter was on the bench for 40 years, Catherine explained. Family court, among other assignments. He's seen his share of inheritance anticipation cases. That's a delicate way of putting it, he said with a wry smile. I presided over hundreds of guardianship hearings, saw plenty of adult children suddenly discovering their parents were incompetent right after inheriting money or property. And now you're here, I observed. A shadow crossed his face. My daughter thought it best after my wife passed. She lives in California, busy career. This was convenient for her. His tone suggested there was more to the story, but he quickly brightened. However, I've found unexpected purpose here. Informal legal advice for residents facing challenges with their families or finances. Judge Simmons, Walter, might be another valuable ally, Catherine suggested. By mid-afternoon, I'd been introduced to several more residents with relevant backgrounds. A retired banker, a former social worker specializing in elder care, and a woman who'd spent 30 years as a private investigator. Golden Sunset, it seemed, was filled with sharp minds and sharper instincts. Your own personal senior citizen, Ocean's 11, Catherine joked as we walked the grounds later, all with axes to grind against family members who underestimated them. I laughed, my first genuine laugh since arriving. I never expected to find such resources here. That's the thing about places like this, Catherine said, gesturing around us. Society puts us out to pasture, assuming we're finished contributing. They forget that wisdom and experience don't diminish with age. As promised, Miguel's employee Maria arrived that afternoon, playing the part of my concerned niece perfectly. Between hugs, she slipped me a smartphone in a discreet case that looked like an old-fashioned address book. That evening, I received my first report from Miguel. David and Melissa had spent hours at my house with a real estate agent. They'd already begun boxing up smaller items, and Melissa had been photographed wearing my diamond tennis bracelet as she directed movers toward my antique secretary desk, a family heirloom worth thousands. I showed the photos to Catherine, my hands shaking with rage. "Document everything," she reminded me. "Remember, we're playing the long game here." I nodded, taking a deep breath. "You're right. They think they have all the time in the world to dismantle my life. That's their weakness, overconfidence." As I prepared for bed that first night away from home, I found myself addressing imaginary observers again. If you're following my story, I'd love to know where you're watching from and how old you are. Please comment below and like this video if you're supporting me through this journey. Catherine gave me an odd look. "You know, you've done that twice now. Spoken to invisible people. Should I be concerned about your mental state after all?" I laughed and shook my head. "Just a quirk I've developed in my old age. Sometimes I imagine my life as a story being told to others who might learn from it." "Well," Catherine said, climbing into her bed, "if people are watching, I hope they're taking notes, because what we're about to do will be a master class in justice served cold." I smiled at her words, feeling for the first time since my birthday that perhaps this betrayal might become something more. A lesson not just for David, but for anyone who thought age equaled vulnerability. The game was just beginning. A week passed at Golden Sunset, each day a careful balance of playing the confused elderly mother while secretly building my case. David visited twice, brief, perfunctory appearances where he patted my hand, spoke to me in that loud, slow voice people reserve for those they consider mentally diminished, and deflected all my questions about the house. "Don't worry about any of that, Mom," he'd say, checking his watch every few minutes. "Melissa and I have everything under control." "I'm sure you do," I thought, nodding docilely while my mind catalogued every condescending word for future reference. On his second visit, he brought Jenny, my 18-year-old granddaughter. Unlike her parents, Jenny's distress seemed genuine as she hugged me tightly. "Grandma, I don't understand why you're here," she whispered when David stepped out to take a call. "You seemed fine at Easter." I squeezed her hand, wondering how much to reveal. Jenny had always been different from her parents, more compassionate, less materialistic. While David and Melissa pushed her toward business school and corporate internships, Jenny volunteered at animal shelters and talked about studying environmental science. "Things aren't always what they seem, sweetheart," I said carefully. "How are things at home?" Jenny glanced toward the door. "Weird. Mom's been wearing your jewelry. Said you wanted her to have it. And they've been moving furniture out of your house. Dad said it's being staged for sale, but..." She hesitated. "But what?" I prompted. "I heard them arguing last night. Mom wants to use some of the money from your house for a vacation home in Florida. Dad thinks they should invest it. They're already spending it, Grandma, like I'm already gone," I finished for her. Tears welled in her eyes. I told them it wasn't right. "Dad said I don't understand adult responsibilities, and Mom said you're being taken care of better here anyway." She looked around the common room with its institutional furniture and bland artwork. "But this isn't your home." I took a risk. "Jenny, if I needed your help with something important, something secret, could I trust you?" Her eyes widened, curiosity replacing sadness. "Of course, Grandma. Anything. When you visit next time, bring my old photo album, the blue one from the shelf in my study. Tell your father you want it for a school project about family history." "The blue album," she repeated. "But why?" "Jenny," David's voice cut through our conversation as he returned, phone in hand. We need to go. Your mother needs us at the house. The realtor is coming for final measurements. Jenny squeezed my hand one last time before standing. I'll bring it next time, Grandma. I promise. After they left, I found Catherine waiting in our room, eager for an update. I think I have another ally, I told her with cautious optimism. My granddaughter Jenny seems troubled by what her parents are doing. Be careful, Catherine warned. Family loyalties are complicated. Children often side with their parents, even when they have doubts. Jenny's different, I insisted. She has Henry's moral compass. What's in the blue album? Catherine asked, always quick to catch important details. I smiled. Nothing sentimental. It's where I kept hard copies of my most important documents, including the real power of attorney I granted to my attorney, Thomas Blackwell, not to David, and photos of the jewelry collection with insurance documentation showing value. If they've sold any pieces, that's grand theft. Catherine looked impressed. You really did prepare for this possibility. Not specifically this, I admitted, but after 40 years in real estate, I learned to keep ironclad documentation of everything valuable. I sighed, suddenly feeling the weight of the deception surrounding me. I just never imagined I'd need to use it against my own son. That evening, I joined a bridge game with Catherine, Judge Simmons, and Harriet Goldstein, the retired private investigator. As we played, I noticed how their conversation subtly extracted information from me, my background, my family situation, my mental acuity, while sharing relevant experiences from their own lives. It's not uncommon, you know, Harriet said as she dealt the cards. I worked a case once where 3 siblings conspired to have their mother declared incompetent. She'd won the lottery, $4 million. What happened? I asked. A wolfish grin spread across Harriet's face. Let's just say that by the time I finished my investigation, those kids were lucky their mother didn't press charges. She used some of her winnings to move to Boca Raton, sends them Christmas cards from her beachfront condo every year. Judge Simmons chuckled. The courts are finally starting to take elder fraud seriously. 20 years ago, cases like yours were dismissed as family matters. Now prosecutors have specialized units. Speaking of which, Catherine interjected, I made a call to an old colleague in the DA's office. Strictly hypothetical, of course. The fraudulent medical diagnosis alone could mean serious consequences for David. I laid down my cards. I don't want my son to go to jail, I said quietly. I want justice, not vengeance. Judge Simmons studied me with kind eyes. Martha, in my experience, people who commit these kinds of acts rarely stop at one victim. If your son faces no consequences, what's to prevent him from doing the same to someone else's mother? Someone without your resources or preparation? His words struck home. This wasn't just about me anymore. Later that night, my secure phone buzzed with a message from Miguel. He'd sent photos from my home security system. David and Melissa in my study, rifling through my desk drawers. Melissa trying on my pearl necklace, the one Henry had given me on our 30th anniversary. Preening before the mirror while David searched through file cabinets. I zoomed in on one image. David holding what appeared to be my financial documents, his expression triumphant. The next photo showed his face transforming to confusion, then alarm, as he apparently realized the statements showed only modest savings and investments, nothing like the wealth he was expecting. They can't find evidence of my real assets, I told Catherine, showing her the photos. Everything significant is under my business entities. He looks worried, Catherine observed. Financial pressure? Possibly. David's always lived beyond his means. I know they remortgaged their house last year to pay for renovations. A plan began forming in my mind, a way to apply pressure that might reveal even more of their intentions. The next morning, I asked Rebecca to arrange a meeting with the facility's visiting financial advisor under the guise of reviewing my limited personal accounts. Instead, I used the meeting to make a call to the real estate agent handling my home, using my Martha Wilson voice, not my confused elderly lady persona. This is Martha Wilson. I understand you're working with my son to sell my property. The agent sounded startled. Mrs. Wilson, yes, David said you were indisposed. A temporary situation, I replied smoothly. I'm calling to inform you that the property is not for sale. My son does not have authority to list it. But he showed me power of attorney documents, fraudulent ones, I interrupted. My attorney will be contacting you formally, but I wanted to give you professional courtesy of advance notice. Anyone involved in this fraudulent sale could face legal consequences. After ending the call, I sent a text to Miguel. Phase 1 initiated. By that afternoon, the storm began. My secure phone rang. David, his voice tight with barely controlled panic. "Mom, the real estate agent just called me. She said you told her the house isn't for sale. What's going on?" I pitched my voice high, confused. "David, is that you? Where are you calling from? This isn't the facility phone." A pause. "What? No, Mom. This is your home number. Did someone give you a cell phone?" "A cell phone? I don't understand all that technology, you know that," I said, laying it on thick. "A nice lady let me use her phone to call about my house. I was confused why strangers were coming through it." "Mom," his voice strained with forced patience, "we talked about this. You're living at Golden Sunset now. The house is too much for you to maintain." "But it's my house," I said, a quaver in my voice. "Henry and I bought it. I don't want to sell it. It's for the best, Mom. Listen, I've got to go. We'll talk about this when I visit tomorrow." After he hung up, I turned to Catherine, who had been listening on speakerphone. "He's coming tomorrow, earlier than planned." "Good," she said with a satisfied nod. "He's rattled. People make mistakes when they're rattled." The next day, David arrived alone, his normally impeccable appearance slightly disheveled. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and he kept checking his phone nervously. "Mom," he began without preamble, "we need to talk about the house." I blinked innocently. "Which house, dear?" He ran a hand through his hair. "Your house, Mom. Our family home. You called the real estate agent yesterday." "Did I?" I tilted my head. "I'm sorry. I get confused sometimes. That's why I'm here, right? Because I get confused?" David squirmed visibly. "Yes, but look, the house sale is important. We need to use that money for your care here." "But I thought Medicare and my pension covered that," I said, deliberately bringing up financial matters I'd previously seemed too confused to discuss. "Well, yes, partially, but..." He stopped, frowning. "Who have you been talking to about this?" I widened my eyes. "The nice people here. We play cards and talk. Is that wrong?" David leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Mom, you need to stop interfering with the house sale. You're not thinking clearly. Remember what the doctor said?" "Which doctor?" I asked. "I'd like to speak with this doctor. What was his name again?" For a moment, panic flashed across David's face before he composed himself. "Dr. Richter. We've discussed this, Mom, several times." "I don't remember any Dr. Richter," I insisted. "Could you arrange for him to visit me here? I have questions about my condition." "He's very busy," David said quickly, "but I'll see what I can do." By the time he left, David was visibly agitated, making a phone call the moment he stepped into the hallway. Through the partially open door, I heard snippets. "She's asking questions. No, I don't think she suspects anything. We need to move faster." Catherine, who had been pretending to nap during our conversation, opened one eye. "You certainly know how to push his buttons." "I learned from the best," I replied, thinking of Henry and his negotiation tactics. Always let the other party reveal their weaknesses. That evening, as we finished dinner in the dining hall, Miguel sent another update. David and Melissa had been arguing heatedly in their car outside my house. Later, Melissa had called a local jewelry appraiser about inherited pieces she wanted to sell. "They're getting desperate," Catherine observed. "Selling your jewelry, pushing to close the house sale quickly. They must need the money urgently. And now they're worried I might be a problem," I added, "which means they might take more drastic measures." "Like what?" I thought for a moment. "They could try to have me transferred to a facility with less autonomy, or increase the medication they claim I need." Catherine nodded gravely. "We need to accelerate our timeline. The longer this goes on, the more risk to you." "You're right," I agreed. "It's time for our next move." I turned as if addressing an audience. "For those of you who have been following my journey and supporting me, I want to thank you. Please make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what happens next. If you've ever dealt with family betrayal, share this with someone who needs to hear it." "You know," Catherine remarked, "for someone supposedly suffering from dementia, you have an unusual habit of addressing imaginary audiences." I smiled enigmatically. "Perhaps I just like to believe that our stories matter beyond the moment we live them." "Poetic," she conceded. "Now, let's go plan how to trap your son in his own deception." The blue photo album felt heavy in my hands when Jenny delivered it 3 days later. She'd come alone, using her weekend job at the local coffee shop as an excuse to visit without her parents. They didn't even question it, she told me as we sat in a quiet corner of the garden. Dad's been distracted, arguing with Mom about money, and yesterday some man called about jewelry Melissa was trying to sell, something about provenance and insurance documentation. I hid my smile. Miguel's associate at the jewelry appraisal shop had done exactly as instructed. Jenny, I said, keeping my voice low, what I'm about to tell you might be difficult to hear, but I need you to know the truth. Over the next half hour, I explained everything, not the confused grandmother David portrayed me as, but the sharp businesswoman who had built an empire in secret. I showed her documentation from the album proving my ownership of Golden Sunset and other properties. I told her about the falsified medical diagnosis, the fraudulent power of attorney, the theft of my jewelry. Jenny's expression shifted from shock to disbelief to anger. They lied to me, she whispered. They said you needed specialized care, that you couldn't recognize family members sometimes. Her eyes filled with tears. Dad looked me in the eye and said it was what you wanted. I squeezed her hand. People can justify almost anything when money is involved. What are you going to do? She asked. Expose the truth, I replied. But I need to be careful. If they realize I'm building a case, they might take more drastic measures. Jenny straightened her shoulders, so like Henry when he'd made an important decision. I want to help. I studied my granddaughter's face, weighing the risks against the benefits of involving her. It could put you in a difficult position with your parents. They put themselves in a difficult position when they lied to me, she said firmly. Besides, Grandpa always said doing the right thing isn't supposed to be easy. Pride swelled in my chest. Your grandfather would be so proud of you right now. We spent the next hour going through my plan. Jenny would be my eyes and ears in the house, documenting what items were being removed and eavesdropping on conversations about finances. She'd also search for the fraudulent medical records and power of attorney documents David had used. I know where Dad keeps important papers, she assured me. He thinks his home office safe is secure, but I figured out the combination years ago. Christmas and his birthday, not exactly creative. As she prepared to leave, Jenny hugged me tightly. I'm sorry, Grandma. I should have questioned things earlier. You're questioning them now, I said. That's what matters. After Jenny left, I joined Catherine, Judge Simmons, and Harriet in Catherine's carefully orchestrated therapy group, our cover for strategy meetings. Today, we were joined by Dr. Eleanor Patel, the facility's medical director, whom Rebecca had cautiously brought into our confidence after thorough vetting. I've reviewed the supposed medical documentation, Dr. Patel said, her expression grim. It's concerning on multiple levels. The neurological assessment allegedly performed by this Dr. Richter doesn't follow standard protocols, and some of the symptoms described are inconsistent with any form of dementia I've encountered in 30 years of practice. Can you perform your own assessment? Catherine asked. Something official we can use to counter these fraudulent claims? Dr. Patel nodded. I've already scheduled Mrs. Wilson for a complete cognitive evaluation with an independent neurologist who specializes in geriatric care. He's a respected expert witness in competency cases. Perfect, Judge Simmons said. Medical evidence will be crucial when we move to invalidate the fraudulent power of attorney. Harriet, who had been quietly taking notes, looked up. My contact at the bank confirmed that David attempted to access Martha's safe deposit box yesterday. He presented the power of attorney, but the manager remembered Martha's explicit instructions that no one but her was permitted access, regardless of documentation. They turned him away. I nodded, grateful for the precautions I'd put in place years ago. He's getting desperate. The house sale is stalled. He can't access my accounts or safe deposit box, and the jewelry he thought would bring quick cash is proving difficult to sell without proper documentation. Which brings us to the next phase, Catherine said, spreading out a calendar. Thanksgiving is 2 weeks away. Martha believes that would be the ideal time to spring our trap. A family holiday, Judge Simmons mused. Symbolic. More than symbolic, I explained. David and Melissa always host Thanksgiving. Family, friends, business associates. It's their annual showcase of success. This year, David told me they're having 30 guests, including his boss and several potential clients. The perfect audience, Harriet said with a knowing smile. Exactly, I confirmed. David values his reputation above almost everything. Being exposed as someone who abandoned his mother and falsified medical documents to seize her assets in front of his professional network would devastate him. But how do we get you there? Dr. Patel asked. You're supposedly too cognitively impaired to leave the facility. I smiled. That's where you come in, doctor. I'll need your help arranging a therapeutic day pass for family Thanksgiving. Something about familiar surroundings potentially benefiting patients with memory issues. Plausible, Dr. Patel agreed. I can document it as part of your treatment plan. And I'll drive her, Catherine volunteered, as her support person from the facility. We spent the next hour refining the details. By the time our therapy session ended, we had a comprehensive plan in place. That evening, as expected, David called. His voice sounded tense, controlled. Mom, how are you doing today? I gave my now practiced confused response, asking about his day and then appearing to forget his answer moments later. Then I introduced the idea Rebecca had coached me on. David, dear, when is Thanksgiving? The nice doctor here said something about me visiting family. There was a pause. Thanksgiving? That's in 2 weeks, Mom. Oh, will I be home by then? I injected innocent hope into my voice. Another pause. Longer this time. Mom, Golden Sunset is your home now, remember? We've talked about this. But holidays are for family, I persisted. The doctor, the nice lady doctor here, said I could visit for Thanksgiving. She called it a therapeutic pass for familiar surroundings. Did she? David's tone sharpened. I should speak with her about that. I'm not sure it's a good idea, Mom. Our house will be full of guests. It might be overwhelming for you. Oh, I said, allowing my voice to quaver with disappointment. I understand. I'll just stay here alone on Thanksgiving then. The emotional manipulation was deliberate and effective. No, Mom, that's not. He sighed heavily. Let me talk to Melissa and call you back. After hanging up, I exchanged a satisfied nod with Catherine. He'll agree, I predicted. He won't risk looking like the son who abandoned his mother on Thanksgiving. Sure enough, David called back an hour later, his voice artificially bright. Good news, Mom. We figured it out. You can come for Thanksgiving dinner. The facility can arrange transportation, right? I think my friend Catherine might drive me, I said. She's alone for Thanksgiving too. Catherine? My roommate. She's very nice. Used to be a lawyer? No, that's not right. Anyway, she's helping me remember things. David's voice grew cautious. Mom, are you making friends with the other residents? They're very smart here, I said cheerfully. We play cards and talk about our children. Another pause. What? What do you talk about? Oh, you know, the usual. How often they visit. How they handle our finances. I deliberately let that hang in the air. Mom, you know I'm doing everything I can to take care of your finances properly, David said stiffly. That's why we're selling the house, to ensure you have the best care. Of course, dear, I said soothingly. I'm sure you know best. Oh, Catherine is calling me for bingo. I need to go. I hung up before he could respond, then turned to Catherine with a grim smile. He's worried now, wondering what I might have told others, what I might remember and say during Thanksgiving dinner. Good, Catherine said. An anxious opponent makes mistakes. Over the next week, Jenny provided regular updates. David had been making frantic calls to the real estate agent, pushing to close the house sale before Thanksgiving. He'd also contacted several lawyers, presumably seeking advice about challenging the bank's refusal to grant him access to my safe deposit box. Most disturbing was what Jenny overheard one night, David and Melissa discussing the possibility of having me transferred to a different facility, one with a more structured environment and appropriate medication protocols. They're talking about sedating you, Grandma, Jenny said during her next visit, her voice shaking with anger, making sure you're too drugged to question anything. My blood ran cold, but I kept my expression calm for Jenny's sake. That won't happen, I assured her. Our plan is almost ready. On my secure phone that evening, I messaged my attorney, Thomas Blackwell. Accelerate timeline. Potential transfer risk. Thomas responded immediately. All documents prepared. Court date set for Monday after Thanksgiving. Judge Carruthers presiding. I showed Catherine the exchange. We need to survive Thanksgiving dinner. Then the legal process begins. Are you nervous? She asked. I considered the question carefully. Not about exposing David. That needs to happen. I'm nervous about facing the reality that my son, my only child, was willing to discard me for money. Catherine squeezed my hand. Family can hurt us like no one else, but family isn't always about blood. Sometimes it's about who stands by you when it matters. I thought about Catherine, Judge Simmons, Harriet, Dr. Patel, Rebecca, Miguel, and Jenny, my unexpected alliance of supporters. Perhaps Catherine was right. Family took many forms. The day before Thanksgiving, Dr. Patel brought me the results of my neurological evaluation. Perfect scores across all cognitive assessments, she reported with satisfaction. The neurologist's report explicitly states there is no evidence of dementia or cognitive impairment of any kind. In fact, he noted your exceptional mental acuity for any age. I accepted the official report with a smile. One more piece of our puzzle. That night, I found myself addressing my invisible audience again. If you've been following my journey, please make sure you're subscribed and share this with someone who needs to hear it. Tomorrow is Thanksgiving, and I'll finally confront the son who abandoned me in my own building. Your support means everything as I prepare for the most difficult conversation of my life. Catherine, packing a small overnight bag for our Thanksgiving adventure, shook her head fondly. There you go again, talking to your imaginary viewers. Maybe we should have checked you for other conditions besides dementia. I laughed, the sound dispelling some of my tension. Maybe I'm just rehearsing for tomorrow's performance. One last time playing the confused mother before the grand revelation. Are you ready? Catherine asked, suddenly serious. I thought about David, the little boy who once made me Mother's Day cards with glitter that got everywhere, the teenager who drove me crazy with his loud music, the young man who had made me so proud at his college graduation. Somewhere along the way, I'd lost that son to greed and entitlement. Yes, I said firmly, I'm ready to reclaim my life and my dignity, and perhaps, in the long run, help my son reclaim his conscience. As I laid out my outfit for tomorrow, an elegant blue dress I'd had Jenny smuggle from my closet, not the shapeless cardigans David and Melissa had packed for me, I felt a strange sense of calm. Tomorrow would change everything, for better or worse. The trap was set, and this time, the vulnerable old lady would be the one springing it. Thanksgiving Day dawned crisp and clear, sunlight streaming through autumn leaves as Catherine drove us toward David's suburban home. I sat in the passenger seat, dressed in my blue silk dress and pearl necklace, not the real ones Melissa had taken, but a convincing replica Miguel had provided. Nervous? Catherine asked, glancing at me as we turned onto Maple Street, where large colonial homes sat behind manicured lawns. Strangely calm, I replied, smoothing my silver hair, which I'd styled carefully instead of leaving it in the messy bun David was now accustomed to seeing. I feel like I've been preparing for this moment my entire life. In my purse rested a slim portfolio containing everything I needed: the neurologist's report, documentation of my ownership of Golden Sunset and other properties, evidence of the falsified power of attorney, and photographs of Melissa wearing my jewelry. Thomas Blackwell would arrive separately, timed to coincide with dinner. As we pulled into David's circular driveway, I noted the luxury cars already parked there: Mercedes, BMWs, a Lexus, belonging to the colleagues and clients David was so eager to impress. The house itself, a 4-bedroom colonial David and Melissa had stretched their finances to afford, was decorated with tasteful Thanksgiving wreaths and potted chrysanthemums. Remember, Catherine said as she turned off the engine, stick to the plan. Play confused until everyone's present. I nodded, then reached over to squeeze her hand. Thank you for everything. Just doing my job as your roommate, she replied with a wink. Besides, I haven't had this much fun since I prosecuted that embezzling city councilman in '98. David opened the front door before we could ring the bell, his smile tight and his eyes darting nervously between me and Catherine. Mom! Happy Thanksgiving! He hugged me stiffly, then extended his hand to Catherine. And you must be. Catherine, was it? Mom's mentioned you. Catherine Parker, she replied, shaking his hand firmly. Your mother has told me so much about you, David. Something in her tone made him pause, a flicker of unease crossing his face before he recovered. All good things, I hope. Please come in. Everyone's in the living room having appetizers. The house was warm, filled with the aroma of roasting turkey and the murmur of conversation. As we entered the spacious living room, heads turned to observe us. I recognized several of David's colleagues, some neighbors, and at the center of it all, Melissa, resplendent in a designer dress, directing a caterer where to place a tray of hors d'oeuvres. When she spotted me, her smile faltered momentarily before she rushed over. Martha, how wonderful you could join us. She air-kissed my cheek, then whispered, David, you didn't tell me she'd be so put together today. The facility must have helped her dress, he muttered back, not realizing how clearly I could hear him. Jenny appeared from the kitchen, her face lighting up when she saw me. She embraced me warmly, whispering, "Everything's ready, Grandma," before turning to introduce herself to Catherine. For the next hour, I played my role perfectly, the slightly confused elderly mother, occasionally asking the same question twice or misidentifying a guest. David hovered anxiously, jumping in to explain away my confusion and steering conversations away from anything substantive. "Mom's having one of her good days," he told his boss, a silver-haired man named Richard. "But the doctors say that's common with her condition, moments of clarity mixed with confusion." "How fortunate you found such a nice facility for her," Richard commented. "We only want the best for her," Melissa chimed in, absently touching the diamond tennis bracelet on her wrist, my bracelet. I pretended not to notice, but Catherine's sharp eyes caught the gesture, and she gave me a subtle nod. As dinner approached, the doorbell rang. David frowned, checking his watch. "Are we missing someone, Melissa?" "Not that I know of," she replied, equally puzzled. When David opened the door, Thomas Blackwell stood there, elegant in his tailored suit, despite being in his 70s. "Good evening. I believe I'm expected." "I'm sorry. There must be some mistake," David began. "No mistake," I called out, my voice suddenly clear and strong, nothing like the fragile tone I'd been using. I invited him. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to me. David stared, confusion evident on his face. "Mom, do you know this man?" "Of course I do," I said, walking forward with confidence. "This is Thomas Blackwell, my attorney for the past 30 years. Melissa hurried to David's side. "I'm sorry, but we're in the middle of Thanksgiving dinner. Perhaps you could come back another time?" Thomas smiled politely. "I'm afraid this matter can't wait. It concerns Mrs. Wilson's legal standing and assets, which we're managing as her power of attorney," David said quickly, placing a protective arm around my shoulders. "Mom's not well, as you can see." I shrugged off his arm and stood straight, meeting his gaze directly. "Actually, David, I'm perfectly well, as confirmed by the neurological evaluation I underwent last week." The mask of concerned son slipped, revealing a flash of alarm. "What evaluation? The facility can't authorize medical tests without my consent." "They can when the patient is fully competent and requests them," Catherine interjected, stepping forward. "Allow me to introduce myself properly. Catherine Parker, former district attorney for Suffolk County, specializing in elder fraud cases." A murmur rippled through the gathering of guests, who were now watching with undisguised interest. "I think we should discuss this privately," David said through clenched teeth, glancing anxiously at his colleagues. "Why?" I asked innocently. "Aren't these your friends and business associates, the people you want to impress with your beautiful home and successful life? Don't they deserve to know the truth about how you finance it all?" Melissa gripped David's arm. "David, what is she talking about?" The caterer appeared in the dining room doorway. "Dinner is served," she announced, then retreated quickly, sensing the tension. "Perfect timing," I said. "Let's all sit down. I have quite a story to tell over turkey." Despite David's obvious discomfort, social convention prevailed. No one wanted to be the first to leave what had become the most interesting Thanksgiving dinner in memory. We moved to the dining room, where a long table gleamed with Melissa's best china and silverware, some of which I recognized as pieces taken from my home. I took the seat at the end of the table opposite David, with Catherine and Thomas flanking me. Jenny quietly slipped into the chair beside Catherine, while Melissa sat rigidly next to David, her knuckles white around her water glass. After a painfully awkward blessing, led by Richard at David's request, serving began. I waited until everyone had food on their plates before speaking. "I want to thank everyone for being here today," I began, my voice clear and steady, "especially since you're all witnesses to something important." David laughed nervously. "Mom loves to be dramatic. It's part of her condition." "My condition," I repeated, opening the portfolio I'd brought. "Let's talk about that, shall we?" Dr. Eleanor Patel, medical director at Golden Sunset Retirement Community, supervised a complete neurological evaluation performed by Dr. James Westfield, chief of neurology at Boston Memorial. I slid the report across the table. His conclusion: I show no signs of cognitive impairment, dementia, or any other condition affecting my mental capacity. David didn't touch the report. "One doctor's opinion doesn't overrule Dr. Richter's diagnosis." Ah, the mysterious Dr. Richter. Thomas interjected smoothly. "We've been trying to locate him. Strangely, there's no record of a neurologist by that name licensed in Massachusetts." The guests exchanged glances. Richard put down his fork, his attention fully captured. "This is ridiculous," Melissa snapped. "We're trying to enjoy Thanksgiving." "So was I replied calmly. "Until my son and daughter-in-law abandoned me at a retirement home on my birthday, using falsified medical documents to seize control of my assets." A collective gasp rippled around the table. David's face flushed. "That's not what happened. Mom needed specialized care. We were worried about her safety." "Is that why you immediately began selling my jewelry?" I asked, sliding several photos across the table. Surveillance images from my home showing Melissa trying on my pieces, paired with photos of her wearing them in public. "Or why you listed my house for sale the very next day?" "Those pieces were gifted to me," Melissa protested. "Martha wanted me to have them." I turned to the guests. "Would any of you gift away family heirlooms without documentation, if you were in your right mind? Especially pieces insured for over $100,000? More uncomfortable shifting in chairs. David's boss was now watching him with open suspicion. "But here's what I find most interesting," I continued, producing another document. "David isn't even my power of attorney. This document, which he presented to Golden Sunset and my bank, is a forgery." Thomas placed the genuine power of attorney beside it. "Mrs. Wilson granted power of attorney to me 5 years ago, after her husband's death. We renew it annually. The document David has been using contains discrepancies in both the notarization and my signature." David stood abruptly. "This is all a misunderstanding. Mom's been confused, mixing things up." "Like the fact that I own Golden Sunset Retirement Community?" I interrupted quietly. The room went completely silent. David stared at me, his face draining of color. "What did you just say?" he whispered. "Golden Sunset Retirement Community is owned by Wilson Properties LLC, along with 12 other commercial and residential properties throughout New England." I smiled. "I've been quite busy since your father died, David, building the real estate empire he and I always dreamed of." Melissa's hand flew to her throat. "That's not possible. You're just a housewife. A housewife who worked in real estate for 40 years before retiring," I corrected her. "A housewife who doubled as your father's business partner," I told David. "Henry may have been the face of our investments, but I was always the one who found the properties, analyzed their potential, structured the deals." "If that's true," David said, desperation creeping into his voice, "why keep it secret from us, your family?" "Because of exactly what happened when you thought I had something valuable," I replied sadly. "You tried to take it." Jenny stood up suddenly. "I can't listen to any more of this," she said, her voice shaking. "Dad, you and Mom lied to me. You said Grandma couldn't take care of herself anymore. You said she needed to be in that place." "Jenny, you don't understand," David began. "I understand perfectly," she cut him off. "I found the papers in your office safe, the ones from the lawyer about declaring Grandma incompetent so you could access her accounts. There was even a draft agreement to sell her house to your golf buddy for below market value for a quick cash sale." Several guests were now openly staring at David with disgust. Richard pushed his plate away, his appetite clearly gone. "I think," Catherine said into the uncomfortable silence, "this might be a good time to mention that Martha has already filed legal documents to invalidate the fraudulent power of attorney. The hearing is scheduled for Monday, and the police have been notified about the theft of Martha's jewelry," Thomas added, "though charges haven't been filed yet." "Charges?" Melissa's voice rose to a near shriek. "You'd press charges against your own son?" I looked at her steadily. "I'd rather not, which is why I'm offering an alternative." I nodded to Thomas, who produced another document. "This is a proposed settlement," I explained. "In exchange for returning all my property, including my jewelry, house keys, and financial documents, and signing a statement acknowledging the fraudulent nature of your actions, I'll agree not to pursue criminal charges." "You expect us to admit to fraud?" David asked incredulously. "I expect you to take responsibility," I replied. "The statement won't be made public unless you attempt something like this again, with me or anyone else. And if we refuse," David challenged, a hint of his old arrogance returning, "then on Monday I'll ask the court to pursue this matter to the fullest extent of the law," I said simply. "Elder fraud carries significant penalties in Massachusetts, including prison time." The room had grown so quiet you could hear the clock ticking in the hallway. Guests looked uncomfortable, caught in a family drama none of them had anticipated. I don't want that, David, I continued, my voice softer now. Despite everything, you're still my son. I'd rather see you learn from this than be punished for it. David sank back into his chair, defeat evident in every line of his body. Melissa stared straight ahead, tears streaming down her face, mascara leaving black tracks on her carefully made-up cheeks. Richard cleared his throat. I think perhaps the rest of us should give the family some privacy to discuss these matters. He stood, prompting others to follow suit. David, I'll see you in my office first thing Monday morning. The implied threat was unmistakable. As the guests filed out, murmuring awkward thanks and goodbyes, I remained seated, watching the life David and Melissa had so carefully constructed crumble around them. It brought me no joy, only a profound sadness that it had come to this. When the last guest had departed, Jenny came to stand beside me, her hand on my shoulder. Catherine and Thomas remained seated, silent guardians ensuring the confrontation remained civil. What happens now? Jenny asked quietly. I looked at my son and daughter-in-law, these strangers who shared my blood and name. That, I said, is entirely up to them. I reached out to those watching my story unfold, my voice steady despite the emotion of the moment. For those who have followed my journey to this point, thank you for your support. Make sure you're subscribed and share this with someone who needs to hear it. Sometimes standing up for yourself means facing painful truths about those closest to you. As David and Melissa exchanged defeated glances, I knew the final chapter of this saga was still to be written. But for the first time since my birthday, I felt truly in control of my destiny again. The confused, helpless mother was gone. In her place sat the woman I had always been, strong, capable, and unwilling to be anyone's victim. The days following Thanksgiving unfolded like a carefully choreographed dance. David and Melissa, faced with the prospect of legal consequences and social ruin, signed the settlement agreement in Thomas's office the very next morning. Their signatures trembled on the paper, their faces ashen as the full reality of their situation sank in. All your jewelry will be returned by this afternoon, David said stiffly, unable to meet my eyes. And we've withdrawn the house listing. Thank you, I replied, my voice neither triumphant nor condemning. This wasn't about victory. It was about justice and moving forward. By Monday, the court had officially invalidated the fraudulent power of attorney and confirmed my competency. The judge, a stern woman in her 60s, had glanced over her reading glasses at David. You're fortunate your mother is more merciful than the Commonwealth might have been, she told him. Elder fraud is something this court takes extremely seriously. Now, 2 months later, I sat in Rebecca Henderson's office at Golden Sunset, no longer as a resident, but as the owner conducting our regular business meeting. The winter sun streamed through the window, casting long shadows across the carpet. The new West Wing renovations are on schedule, Rebecca reported, sliding a folder across the desk. And occupancy rates are up 5% since last quarter. Excellent, I nodded, reviewing the figures. And how are our special residents doing? Rebecca smiled, understanding my meaning. Catherine continues to mentor our community legal aid program. Judge Simmons has started a memoir writing class, and Harriet is terrorizing everyone at poker night. I laughed, genuinely happy to hear about my friends. Though I'd moved back to my own home, I visited Golden Sunset several times a week, continuing the friendships that had sustained me during my unexpected residency. And what about the new program? I asked, referring to the initiative closest to my heart, one born from my own experience. The Martha Wilson Elder Advocacy Program is officially launching next month, Rebecca confirmed. We've already identified 3 residents who are experiencing financial pressure from family members. The legal team is stepping in to help them secure their assets and establish proper protections. Pride warmed me from within. Something good had come from my ordeal after all. A program to ensure other elderly individuals wouldn't face what I had. As we concluded our meeting, Rebecca hesitated. David called again yesterday, asking if you'd be here today. My heart gave a small, painful twist. What did you tell him? The truth, that I didn't know your schedule. She studied me carefully. He's called every week for the past month. I nodded, gathering my belongings. Thank you for letting me know. Outside, the January air was crisp and clear. I'd parked my car. Yes, I still drove, much to David's former consternation, near the main entrance. As I approached it, A familiar figure straightened from where he'd been leaning against the adjacent wall. "Mom," David said, his breath visible in the cold air. He looked different, thinner, less polished. The designer suit was gone, replaced by jeans and a simple wool coat. The Rolex was absent from his wrist. "David," I acknowledged, stopping a few feet away. "Rebecca mentioned you've been calling." He nodded, shoving his hands into his pockets. "I wasn't sure you'd talk to me if I called directly." He wasn't wrong. Since Thanksgiving, our communication had been limited to necessary legal matters, conducted primarily through Thomas. "How have you been?" I asked, unlocking my car but not getting in. Honest answer? Terrible. A rueful smile crossed his face. "Richard fired me the Monday after Thanksgiving. Most of my business contacts won't return my calls. We had to sell the house, legitimately this time. Melissa and I are separated. She's staying with her sister in Connecticut." I absorbed this information without comment. Actions had consequences. We both knew that. "Jenny told me about your advocacy program," he continued when I didn't respond. It's a good thing you're doing." "Thank you," I said simply. An awkward silence stretched between us, mother and son, connected by blood but separated by broken trust. "I've been seeing someone," David finally said. "A therapist, trying to understand why He trailed off, then forced himself to continue. "Why I was willing to hurt you for money. And? Have you found any answers?" He looked down at the pavement. "Some. None that excuse what I did, but I'm trying to understand the man I became so I don't stay that person." He glanced up. "The therapist suggested I might have viewed Dad's money, what I thought was your money, as somehow already mine by right, an inheritance I was simply claiming early. That's not how inheritance works," I pointed out. "And it certainly isn't how respect works. I know that. Now." He sighed heavily. "I'm not asking for forgiveness, Mom. I don't deserve that yet. Maybe never. I wanted you to know I'm trying to be better." For the first time, I truly looked at my son, beyond the anger and hurt of his betrayal. I saw shadows under his eyes, new lines on his face, but I also saw something that had been missing before. Humility. "What are you doing for work?" I asked. "I'm managing a small property downtown. Not as an owner, just an employee. The hours are long, the pay is modest, but it's honest work." A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "Turns out I did learn something useful from you and Dad after all." I nodded, processing this information. "And Jenny?" His expression softened. "She's amazing. Stronger than I ever gave her credit for. She's speaking to me again, barely. Says she'll consider forgiving me if I prove I've changed over time. Smart kid." "Yes," I agreed. "She takes after her grandmother." That earned a genuine, if brief, laugh from him. "Mom," he said, suddenly serious again, "I am so deeply sorry, not just for what I did, but for who I became. Someone who could look at his own mother and see only dollar signs." His voice cracked. "I don't know if we can ever repair what I broke, but I want you to know I'm going to spend the rest of my life trying to be worthy of being your son again." Something shifted inside me. Not forgiveness, exactly, but perhaps its distant cousin. An openness to possibility. "There's a diner around the corner," I said after a long moment. "They make decent coffee. If you have time, we could talk a bit more." The hope that flared in his eyes was almost painful to witness. "I'd like that very much." As we walked together toward the diner, a careful distance between us, I thought about the journey that had brought me here. From the shock of betrayal on my birthday, to the triumph of Thanksgiving, and now to this tentative first step toward, what? Reconciliation? Understanding? I wasn't sure yet. What I did know was that I was no longer the victim in this story. I was its author. 3 months later, on a bright spring day, I celebrated my 74th birthday surrounded by friends in my garden. Catherine, Judge Simmons, Harriet, and other allies from Golden Sunset raised glasses of champagne as Jenny brought out a cake blazing with candles. "To Martha," Catherine toasted, "who taught us all that age isn't about growing weaker, but growing wiser." As laughter and conversation flowed around me, I noticed David standing slightly apart from the group, watching with uncertain eyes. I'd invited him, a small step in a long process. He'd been attending weekly counseling sessions, volunteering at an elder care center as part of his amends, and slowly rebuilding his relationship with Jenny. I made my way to him, 2 plates of cake in hand. "It's too nice a day to stand alone in the corner," I said, offering him a slice. He accepted it with a grateful smile. "Happy birthday, Mom. It's better than the last one." "Much," I agreed. The new program at Golden Sunset helped another resident last week, he told me. A woman whose nephew was pressuring her to add him to her accounts. Jenny's been volunteering with the advocacy team. Pride swelled in my chest for the program that was my legacy and for my granddaughter who understood its importance. I've been thinking, I said carefully, about the Wilson Properties portfolio. It's getting large enough that I could use some help with the administrative side. Someone with property management experience. David stared at me, cake forgotten in his hand. Mom, you don't have to. This isn't forgiveness packaged as a job offer, I clarified. It's a business proposition. You have experience. You've demonstrated over the past 3 months that you're committed to change. And frankly, I'm not getting any younger, despite what that neurologist's report might say. A complex mix of emotions crossed his face. Gratitude, unworthiness, hope. I would never betray your trust again, he said quietly. Never. I know, I replied. Because this time you'll be working with me, not behind my back. You'll learn the business properly from the ground up. And, I added with a small smile, you'll be reporting to Jenny, who's starting as my assistant this summer. He laughed, a genuine sound that reminded me of the boy he'd been. My daughter as my boss, that seems like poetic justice. I thought so, I agreed. As we rejoined the party, I found myself addressing my invisible audience one last time. For those who have followed my journey from that fateful birthday to today, thank you for your support. If this story has touched you, please share it with someone who needs to hear it. Remember to subscribe to see more stories of resilience and justice. Sometimes the happiest endings aren't about perfect resolution, but about finding strength you never knew you had. Catherine caught my eye across the garden and raised an eyebrow. There you go again, talking to your invisible viewers. I smiled, serene in the knowledge that my story mattered, not just to me, but perhaps to others facing their own battles for dignity and respect. Just a habit, I replied. A reminder that our experiences don't exist in isolation, that speaking our truth can create ripples we never imagined. As the sun began to set on my birthday celebration, I looked around at the unlikely family I'd gathered, some related by blood, others by circumstance and choice. In betrayal, I'd found strength. In crisis, I'd found purpose. And in standing up for myself, I'd created something that would help others long after I was gone. The Martha Wilson who'd been abandoned at Golden Sunset on her birthday no longer existed. In her place stood a woman who owned not just buildings, but her own story, and who was determined to ensure others could do the same. As I blew out the candles on my cake, I made just one wish, that every person, regardless of age, would find the courage to declare, as I had finally learned to do, I am still here, I still matter, and I am not done yet. The end.
The faces in the boardroom turned toward me with that mixture of pity and awkward discomfort that signals the end of a career. I stood frozen mid-sentence, my presentation on the massive display behind me showing 3 years of my research, the breakthrough that was supposed to secure our company's future. I'm sorry to interrupt, Veda, Brielle said, not sounding sorry at all, as she strode in wearing a cream suit that probably cost more than my monthly rent. Ellis's daughter had perfect timing as always, but there's been a change of plan. I watched her glide to the front of the room while my body went numb, fingers still hovering over my clicker. The 6 investors, who minutes earlier had been nodding along to my presentation, now straightened in their chairs, their attention completely redirected. My father asked me to share some exciting news, Brielle continued, not even glancing my way. We've developed an alternative approach that shows significantly better market potential. My throat closed as she pulled up her own presentation, effortlessly minimizing mine with a casual gesture that seemed to mirror what she was doing to my entire existence. The room's attention shifted completely as my work disappeared from view. We don't need your ideas anymore, she said to me, her voice low enough that only I could hear as she passed by, then louder, to the room. Veda's work laid important groundwork, but we're taking a more innovative direction. I stood there, invisible now, as she showed slides that looked suspiciously like concepts I'd discussed during late nights in the lab. Concepts I'd never formally presented but had written in my personal notebooks. Concepts that somehow now belonged to her. When she finished, the room erupted in applause. Kieran, our lead investor, actually stood up. This is exactly what we hope to see, he said, beaming at Brielle. Much more commercially viable. I packed my laptop with mechanical movements as they discussed funding rounds and expansion plans. Nobody noticed when I slipped my keycard out of my wallet and placed it on the table. I caught Ellis's eye as I headed for the door. The CEO who'd once told me I was the future of his company now looked through me like I was already gone. "Enjoy the funding," I said quietly, my voice steadier than I felt. It was only when I reached my car that the shaking started. I gripped the steering wheel, trying to process what had just happened. 3 years of work, my innovation, my future, and most crushing of all, they didn't even need me to explain it. Brielle had studied my work closely enough to present it as her own. I drove home in a daze, already calculating what I needed to withdraw before Ellis realized what I'd done. I had 48 hours at most. Before we continue, if you're enjoying this story, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Your support means everything, and I promise the revenge coming up is worth sticking around for. Drop a comment about what you think Veda should do next. I love reading your theories. My name is Veda. I'm not what most people picture when they think scientific innovator. I don't have advanced degrees from prestigious universities or family connections in the industry. What I do have is an almost supernatural ability to see patterns others miss, and the stubborn persistence to follow them to their conclusion. I grew up watching my mother clean other people's homes, studying at whatever desk or table was available in whatever apartment we could afford that month. I clawed my way through college on scholarships and waitressing tips. When most students were sleeping, I was in labs, assisting on research that never bore my name. Ellis hired me 4 years ago despite my unconventional background, or perhaps because of it. Fresh perspectives create breakthroughs, he'd said during my interview, seeming genuinely impressed by my self-taught approach to molecular biology. For 3 years, I worked 16-hour days developing a method to stabilize volatile compounds that could revolutionize how we deliver targeted medications to the body. It wasn't just a job, it was my life's work, the innovation that would finally prove I belonged. I never saw Brielle coming. She arrived 8 months ago, fresh from some European business school, installed in the corner office with a made-up title, Strategic Innovation Director. Ellis introduced her with proud father eyes, telling us all how lucky we were to have her fresh perspective. I tried to be welcoming. I shared my research when she asked questions, explained my methodology when she seemed interested. I thought she genuinely wanted to learn. "You're brilliant, Veda," she told me once, leaning against my workstation. "But you don't understand how this industry actually works." I didn't realize those words were both a warning and a threat. The meeting with investors had been scheduled for months, my chance to present directly to the people who controlled our future funding. Ellis had personally told me to prepare, had reviewed my slides, had nodded with satisfaction at the results I presented. Then, 3 days before the meeting, Brielle started asking more detailed questions. She insisted on seeing my latest lab notebooks. She wanted to understand the commercial applications more clearly. I opened the door to my apartment now, tossing my keys onto the counter and staring at the emptiness. My cat, Newton, rubbed against my ankles, sensing my distress. I picked him up, burying my face in his fur as the reality crashed over me. She hadn't just stolen my presentation, she'd stolen my future. By this time tomorrow, Ellis would realize what I'd withdrawn, and then the real chaos would begin. My phone buzzed with a text from Zara, my closest friend at the lab. "What happened? Everyone's talking, but nobody knows anything." I stared at the message, unsure how to respond. How do you explain having your life's work ripped away? How do you admit you've just walked away from everything you've built? Before I could decide, another message appeared. This one from Ellis himself. "We need to talk. Now." I turned off my phone and opened my laptop instead. There was work to do. The next morning dawned with the artificial calm that precedes a storm. I showered, dressed carefully in my most professional outfit, and prepared for the confrontation I knew was coming. My laptop contained everything I needed, the proof that would either save me or destroy us all. When I arrived at the research park, the security guard waved me through with a confused expression. "Thought you quit yesterday," he said. "Not officially," I answered with a smile that felt like broken glass on my lips. The lab was buzzing with unusual energy when I walked in. Conversations stopped as I passed. Colleagues avoided eye contact. I walked directly to my station and began gathering my personal items, ignoring the whispers that followed me. Zara appeared at my side, her voice low and urgent. Ellis has been looking for you since yesterday afternoon. He's ballistic. What did you do? I carefully placed my coffee mug in my bag. Nothing he didn't deserve. Veda, this isn't like you. Tell me what's happening. Before I could answer, Ellis's voice boomed across the lab. Veda, my office. Now. The walk to his office felt like crossing a battlefield. Every eye tracked my movement, waiting for the explosion. Ellis stood in his doorway, face flushed with anger, his designer suit somehow making him look more desperate rather than powerful. Close the door, he barked when I entered. I did so carefully, then stood waiting. I wouldn't sit unless invited, a small act of defiance that I knew would register with him. Where is it? He demanded. I tilted my head slightly. Where is what, exactly? Don't play games with me. You know exactly what's missing. The investors are arriving in an hour to finalize everything, and suddenly we can't access the core stabilization process, the one you were responsible for. I let his words hang in the air between us, enjoying the way his certainty began to crack in the face of my silence. I'm afraid I don't know what you mean, I said finally. According to yesterday's meeting, you're going with Brielle's concept instead. My ideas aren't needed anymore. Ellis's face darkened. Her concept relies on your stabilization process, which is suddenly incomplete in our systems. What did you remove? I smiled then, the kind of smile that comes from knowing you hold all the cards, while your opponent has just realized they've been bluffing with nothing. I didn't remove anything from company systems, Ellis. That would be unethical, and possibly illegal. Then explain to me why we can't replicate your results this morning. The investors are expecting a demonstration in 60 minutes. The door opened behind me, and Brielle swept in, her confidence from yesterday replaced with barely contained panic. Daddy, the lab team can't. She stopped short when she saw me. What is she doing here? I turned to face her, maintaining my calm. I came to collect my things, since you made it clear yesterday that my ideas aren't needed anymore. Brielle looked from me to her father and back again. You did something. We can't get the stabilization process to work. That's unfortunate, I said, adjusting my bag on my shoulder. Have you tried following your own innovative approach? The one you presented yesterday? The color drained from her face. You know, I was building on your work, did I? That wasn't mentioned in your presentation. In fact, I believe you specifically said you'd developed an alternative approach. Ellis stepped forward. Enough games. The investors will be here soon. Fix this, and we can discuss compensation, a promotion, whatever you want. I looked at him directly. I'm afraid I can't help you, Ellis. As I said, I didn't remove anything from company systems. Everything I developed while employed here remains intact. Then why isn't it working? Brielle hissed. I checked my watch deliberately. Perhaps because science requires understanding, not just slides and buzzwords. I moved toward the door. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a meeting of my own to attend. Ellis moved to block my path. You're not going anywhere until you fix this. I kept my expression neutral as I looked up at Ellis. Are you physically preventing me from leaving? Because that would create a whole different set of problems for you. The implied threat hung between us. Ellis was many things. Ruthless, calculating, privileged, but he wasn't stupid. After a moment, he stepped aside. His jaw clenched so tight I could almost hear his teeth cracking. This isn't over, he said. Actually, it is, I replied, walking past him. I quit yesterday, remember? When your daughter announced that my ideas weren't needed anymore. I felt their stares burning into my back as I walked through the lab. Colleagues who had been whispering minutes earlier now watched in stunned silence. Most would never dare to stand up to Ellis. His reputation for crushing opposition was legendary. As I reached the main door, Brielle's voice rang out, high and strained. She sabotaged us. She must have. I didn't turn around. I didn't need to see the expressions to know the damage was spreading. Doubt, confusion, fear. The investors would arrive to find chaos instead of confidence. The perfect presentation Brielle had delivered yesterday would crumble when they asked for demonstrations. Outside, I took my first deep breath since entering the building. The morning air felt cleansing after the suffocating tension. I checked my phone. 3 missed calls from unknown numbers, and a text from Zara. What just happened? I got into my car but didn't start it immediately. Instead, I watched the main entrance, waiting. 5 minutes later, Kieran arrived with 2 other investors. Their expensive cars and confident strides spoke of people accustomed to being catered to. They had no idea they were walking into a disaster. Another 10 minutes passed before my phone rang. A number I didn't recognize. I let it go to voicemail. 30 seconds later, it rang again. Same number. This time, I answered. Veda speaking. This is Kieran Walsh. His voice was tight, controlled. We need to talk. I'm listening. Not over the phone. Where are you? I looked at the glass building gleaming in the morning sun. Close by. Meet me at the coffee shop across the street. 5 minutes. He hung up without waiting for my response. I smiled at my reflection in the rearview mirror. Right on schedule. When I entered the coffee shop, Kieran was already seated in a corner booth, as far from other customers as possible. His normally immaculate appearance showed signs of strain, tie slightly askew, a faint sheen of sweat on his forehead. I ordered a coffee before joining him, taking my time, establishing control of the interaction through unhurried movements. What happened in there? He demanded, when I finally sat down. I sipped my coffee. You'll have to be more specific. Don't play games, Veda. Yesterday, Brielle presents a revolutionary stabilization process. Today, nobody can make it work, and Ellis looks like he's about to have a stroke. That sounds stressful for them. Kieran leaned forward. 6 investors are ready to commit $80 million in funding, but not if this is smoke and mirrors. I nodded thoughtfully. Interesting dilemma. What do you want? He was direct now, recognizing negotiation when he saw it. Want to fix this, to make the process work, like it did in all the preliminary reports we reviewed. I'm not employed there anymore. That can change. He pulled out his phone, scrolling briefly. Your salary was what, $110,000? We can triple that, plus stock options. I shook my head. You're negotiating for the wrong company, Kieran. His eyes narrowed. What does that mean? It means I'm not interested in going back to work for Ellis. Then what do you want? I took another sip, letting him wait for my answer. You're investing in a specific innovation, correct? A molecular stabilization process that allows for targeted delivery with minimal degradation? Yes. And you've verified that this process works? That it's reproducible? He shifted uncomfortably. The preliminary data was compelling, but this morning, suddenly nobody can make it work. I said, doesn't that concern you? It would concern me more if I didn't think you were behind it somehow. I smiled. That's quite an accusation. Am I wrong? Let me ask you something, Kieran. In yesterday's presentation, who did Brielle say developed this process? He frowned, thinking back. She presented it as the company's innovation, her team's work. Her team. I nodded slowly. Interesting. His expression changed as understanding dawned. I'm saying you should be very careful about where you put $80 million. I stood up, leaving my coffee half finished, especially when the person presenting can't actually deliver what they're selling. Wait. Kieran reached for my arm, but stopped short of touching me. We need to continue this conversation. I agree, but not here, and not now. I handed him a business card, blank, except for a phone number. Call this number at 3 p.m. today, if you're interested in seeing what actually works. I left him sitting there, staring at the card in his hand. By the time I returned to my apartment, my phone was lighting up with messages. The lab was in complete disarray. Technicians couldn't replicate results that had been consistent for months. Brielle was blaming faulty equipment. Ellis was threatening everyone with termination if they didn't fix it. Zara texted, Ellis just fired Darren for suggesting the process might be flawed. What is happening? What is happening? I didn't respond. Instead, I opened my laptop and began preparing for my 3 p.m. meeting. Everything needed to be perfect. At 2:30, my doorbell rang. I checked the security camera, surprised to see Ellis standing there, alone. His car idled at the curb, no driver visible. He'd come himself. I considered ignoring him but decided against it. This confrontation was inevitable. When I opened the door, he looked older than he had that morning. The powerful CEO was showing cracks. May I come in? His voice lacked its usual commanding tone. I stepped aside, allowing him entry, but saying nothing. He glanced around my modest apartment, taking in the stacks of scientific journals, the small desk cluttered with notes, the cat watching warily from atop a bookshelf. The investors walked out, he said finally. I'm sorry to hear that. No, you're not. There was no anger in his voice now, just exhaustion. You planned this. I planned nothing, Ellis. I simply quit after being publicly humiliated and having my work stolen. He winced at my directness. Brielle was overzealous. She shouldn't have presented without acknowledging your contributions. Contributions? I laughed, the sound harsh even to my own ears. That's an interesting way to describe creating the entire process. We can fix this, he said, moving to sit on my sofa without invitation. Come back. Full credit. Higher position. Name your terms. I studied him, this man who had once represented opportunity to me. Why would I trust you now? Would I trust you now? Because without you, we lose everything. The company, the funding, everything we've built. You mean everything I built while you took the credit? He flinched but didn't deny it. What do you want, Veda? I want you to leave. Be reasonable. We both lose if you. No, Ellis. Only you lose. I glanced at my watch. I have a meeting to prepare for. His face darkened. With who? That's not your concern anymore. He stood, anger replacing fatigue. You can't take our research to competitors. Everything you developed belongs to the company. I didn't take anything that belongs to the company, Ellis. I promise you that. His eyes narrowed. Then why can't we make it work? I opened the door, indicating our conversation was over, perhaps because science is complex, and not everything can be stolen with a flashy presentation. As he stepped toward the door, his phone rang. He checked it, his expression shifting from anger to concern. We're not finished, he said, answering the call as he walked out. I closed the door behind him, leaning against it for a moment. My hands trembled slightly. Confrontation had never been my strength, but I was beyond caring about comfort now. At 3 p.m., exactly, my phone rang. Hello, Kieran, I answered. Have you decided if you're interested in seeing something that actually works? I'm listening, he replied, but I'm not alone. Who's with you? The entire investment group. After this morning's situation, we need certainty. I smiled to myself. Text me the address. I'll bring everything you need to see. 2 hours later, I stood before 6 of the industry's most powerful investors in a private conference room at their downtown offices. No Ellis, no Brielle, just me and the work I'd dedicated years to perfecting. Before I begin, I said, setting up my equipment, I want to be clear about something. What you're about to see belongs to me, not to Ellis's company. Kieran leaned forward. That contradicts what we were told yesterday. I imagine many things you were told yesterday won't hold up to scrutiny. I launched into my presentation, explaining the true methodology behind the stabilization process. I demonstrated the results with samples I'd prepared, allowing them to verify the efficacy themselves. When I finished, the room was silent for several seconds. Finally, Kieran spoke. This is remarkable work, Veda, but it raises serious questions about what happened at Ellis's company. I can answer those questions, I said. But first, I need to know if you're interested in funding the actual innovation, not just a presentation about it. Another investor, Amara, spoke up. Are you saying you've established your own company? I have. As of 3 weeks ago. Kieran's eyebrows rose. 3 weeks? Before yesterday's presentation? I nodded. I sensed which way the wind was blowing. And the process? The intellectual property? Belongs to me personally, developed through independent research, conducted outside company hours, using my own resources. Ellis will fight that claim, Amara said. Let him try, I replied, sliding a folder across the table. This contains documentation of every step I took to protect my work, verified by independent legal counsel. Kieran opened the folder, scanning its contents with growing interest. You've been planning this for months. I've been protecting myself for months, I corrected. There's a difference. And what exactly happened this morning? Amara asked. Why couldn't their lab replicate the results? I met her gaze steadily. Because they never fully understood the process to begin with. They had my results, but not my methodology. Brielle saw the destination, but not the path. That's devastating for them, Kieran said slowly. Yes, I agreed. It is. The investors exchanged glances, a silent conversation happening above the polished conference table. I remained standing, calm despite the butterflies in my stomach. This moment would determine everything. We need to discuss this privately, Kieran finally said. I nodded, gathering my materials. Of course. No, Amara interrupted, raising her hand. Stay, please. I have more questions. I paused, caught between the impulse to give them space and the need to maintain momentum. Your documentation shows you developed this innovation independently, she continued, tapping the folder. But you were employed by Ellis during this time. Most contracts have clauses about intellectual property. Mine did as well, I acknowledged, which is why I was careful to develop the critical components on my own time, with my own equipment. The lab results they have show a version that works, but not the refined process I've developed since realizing what was happening. And when was that exactly? Another investor asked. When Brielle arrived, I said simply. She asked too many specific questions, spent too much time examining my notes, rather than understanding the science. After the second time I caught her going through my desk after hours, I created a separate research path. Kieran's eyebrows shot up. You have proof of that? I nodded. Security footage. I requested it, claiming I'd misplaced some notes. The cameras caught her at my workstation at 10:30 p.m. on 3 separate occasions when I wasn't present. The room went quiet again. I could see the calculations happening behind their eyes. Not just financial ones, but reputational. Nobody wanted to back a company built on stolen research. What exactly are you proposing? Kieran finally asked. My company, Solara Therapeutics, is seeking investment to bring this stabilization process to market. We're small, but focused. No bloated management structure, no nepotism, just scientists who understand what we're building. And your team is? Currently 4 people, including myself, all experts who left Ellis's company in the past year due to. I paused, choosing my words carefully. Leadership concerns. Amara nodded slowly. You've been planning your exit strategy for some time. I've been protecting my work. I corrected again. The exit became necessary when it became clear my contributions wouldn't be respected or acknowledged. One of the quieter investors leaned forward. What makes your process different from what we saw yesterday? In layman's terms. I appreciated the question. This was my element, the science itself, not the politics around it. Imagine trying to deliver medicine to a specific part of the body. Traditional methods are like throwing darts blindfolded. Some might hit the target, but most scatter elsewhere, causing side effects. My process creates what you might call a guided missile system. The medication remains stable until it reaches exactly where it's needed, then activates precisely. And the applications? Cancer treatment initially, delivering chemotherapy directly to tumors without damaging surrounding tissue. Eventually, the platform could work for neurological conditions, autoimmune disorders, anywhere we need targeted treatment. The energy in the room shifted. This wasn't just about corporate drama anymore. It was about potential that transcended it. We need to verify your claims independently, Kieran said, his voice carrying new respect. I welcome that, I replied. In the meantime, Amara added, I suggest we pause our discussions with Ellis's company. The meeting concluded with handshakes and promises of follow-up discussions. As I packed my presentation materials, Kieran approached me privately. Ellis called me 6 times today, he said quietly. I continued organizing my papers. That's unfortunate. He claims you stole research. That would be projection on his part. Kieran studied me for a moment. You knew this would happen. All of it. I met his gaze. I knew what kind of people I was dealing with. The rest was just paying attention. As I left the building, my phone vibrated with a text from Zara. Total meltdown happening. Ellis firing people left and right. Brielle locked herself in the bathroom crying. What did you do? I didn't respond. Some things were better explained in person. When I reached my car, another message appeared. This one from Ellis himself. This isn't over. You've made a serious mistake. I stared at the words, feeling not fear, but a strange calm. The threat was expected, predictable, like everything else about Ellis when you understood what motivated him. That evening, I met Zara at a quiet restaurant across town, away from anyone who might recognize us. She arrived looking exhausted, her lab coat exchanged for a sweater that couldn't hide the tension in her shoulders. I've never seen anything like today, she said immediately, not even waiting to sit down. Ellis completely lost it. He threw a chair through his office window. Is everyone okay? Physically? Yes. Professionally? Half the senior staff resigned on the spot. The rest are updating their resumes. She leaned in. The investors pulled out completely. All of them. I nodded, unsurprised. You did something, she continued, studying my face. You know exactly what happened. I protected myself and my work. How? I smiled slightly. By understanding people's motivations. Ellis wants status and control. Brielle wants to prove herself to her father without doing the work. The investors want a return without risk. And you? What do you want? Recognition for what I built, and never to feel as powerless as I did in that boardroom. Zara sat back. You're starting your own company, aren't you? Already started. 3 weeks ago. Her eyes widened. Before the presentation? I saw where things were heading. She hesitated. Is there room for another scientist? I thought you'd never ask. The next morning, my lawyer called with news. Ellis had filed an emergency injunction, trying to block me from using his research. The judge had denied it based on the documentation I'd provided weeks earlier. He's floundering, my lawyer explained, making desperate moves without proper preparation. Will there be more legal challenges? Almost certainly, but we're prepared for them. Your foresight in documenting everything independently was crucial. By afternoon, industry blogs were buzzing with rumors. Ellis's company stock had dropped 15%. Board members were calling emergency meetings, and through carefully cultivated contacts, I learned that Brielle had been quietly removed from her position. I didn't feel the joy I'd expected. Instead, I felt a strange emptiness, the vacuum that follows when something that consumed you suddenly evaporates. That evening, as I worked late in my small but growing lab space, the security system alerted me to a visitor. The camera showed Brielle standing outside, looking nothing like the confident woman who had interrupted my presentation. Her hair was pulled back carelessly, her clothing rumpled, her posture defeated. Against my better judgment, I buzzed her in. She entered cautiously, glancing around the modest space with surprise. This is it? This is what destroyed us? You destroyed yourselves, I replied. I just refused to go down with you. She sank into the nearest chair without waiting for an invitation. My father won't speak to me. The board removed me this morning. Her voice held no tears, just disbelief. Everything's gone. What did you expect would happen when you stole someone else's research without understanding it? I didn't steal it, she insisted automatically, then stopped herself. I adapted it, improved the presentation. Science isn't about presentations, Brielle. It's about truth, about putting in the hours to understand complex systems. There are no shortcuts. She looked up at me, and for the first time, I saw past the privileged exterior to the insecurity beneath. How did you do it? How did you know what would happen? I paid attention to details, to patterns, to people. While you were studying my notes, I was studying you. She winced at the directness. The investors are talking to you now, aren't they? I nodded. They won't invest in my father's company even if I'm gone? The damage is done. Trust, once broken, is nearly impossible to restore. She stood suddenly. I didn't come here for sympathy. I came to understand what happened. Now you do. As she turned to leave, she paused at the door. You planned all of this from the beginning. No, I corrected. I simply created options for myself, while you and your father eliminated yours. After she left, I sat alone in the lab, surrounded by the equipment I'd purchased with my own savings. The space was small compared to Ellis's state-of-the-art facility, but it was mine. Every beaker, every centrifuge, every microscope represented a choice to bet on myself when no one else would. 48 hours after Brielle interrupted my presentation, everything had changed. Ellis's company was in freefall. The investors were negotiating with me instead, and the research that might help countless patients would continue under my direction. The revenge wasn't in destroying Ellis or humiliating Brielle. It was in proving they had never been necessary to begin with. My phone rang. Kieran, again. The board's finalized their decision, he said without preamble. We're prepared to offer initial funding of $60 million, with performance-based additions that could take it to 100. I closed my eyes briefly, absorbing the magnitude of what had just happened. There's something else, he continued. Ellis is being removed as CEO. The board's lost confidence. I see. They're asking about you as a possible replacement. I laughed, genuinely surprised. I'm flattered, but no, I'm building something of my own now. I thought you might say that. Worth asking, though. When we hung up, I walked through the quiet lab, running my fingers over equipment that represented not just scientific tools, but freedom. The freedom to work on my own terms, to be recognized for my contributions, to never again stand silently while someone else took credit for my life's work. The next morning, a courier delivered a package to my apartment. Inside was a lab notebook, my original one, the one that had disappeared from my desk months earlier. A small note accompanied it, written in Ellis's distinctive handwriting. You've won. Was it worth it? I closed the notebook, feeling the weight of years of work in my hands. Was it worth it? The question lingered as I prepared for my day, for investor meetings, for the beginning of something new. The answer came later that afternoon when I walked into our expanded lab space, where Zara and 2 other scientists were already setting up equipment. They looked up as I entered, their faces showing something I'd rarely seen directed at me in Ellis's company: respect. Ready to change the world? I asked. Their answering smiles told me everything I needed to know. Yes, it was worth it. If this story resonated with you, please hit that like button and subscribe for more tales of justice served. Have you ever had to stand up for yourself against someone who tried to take credit for your work? Share your experiences in the comments below. I read every single one. And remember, sometimes the best revenge isn't about tearing others down. It's about building yourself up to heights they never imagined you could reach.
I'm so glad you paid it off, Maisie said, running her fingers along the edge of my kitchen counter like it already belonged to her. Now we can finally move in. It's family property, after all. I stared at her. The warmth in my coffee cup suddenly distant. Declan stood just behind her, arms folded, eyes not meeting mine. Excuse me, I said slowly. She gave a rehearsed little smile. You're living here alone. We thought it made sense. The kids need a yard. And this space, well, it was always meant for family. This house. I'd scraped through 23 years of overtime shifts, frozen pipes, missed vacations, and nights when I warmed up dinner with a coat still on my back because I couldn't afford both heat and groceries. I'd finished paying the final mortgage payment just 2 weeks ago. Alone. Quietly. And by we, I asked, keeping my voice even. You mean you two? Maisie nodded without hesitation. Declan and I have talked about it. A lot. You always said this place would stay in the family. I looked at Declan, my son, my only child. He didn't flinch. It's just logical, Mom. Logical. That word hit harder than it should have, as if logic erased memory, as if logic carried groceries or rocked a feverish baby at 2 a.m., or laid tile on a torn-up kitchen floor after your husband walked out. You never asked, I said, placing my mug down carefully. Not once. Maisie leaned against the fridge. We didn't think we had to. That's what family does, right, Shares? I looked at her, then at him, and I understood, maybe not for the first time, but certainly the clearest, this wasn't about need. It was about assumption. They assumed I was done. They assumed I'd step aside. They assumed the house I built with my back and bones was just waiting for someone else to take. Well, I said, finally, I think we see things very differently. Maisie's smile didn't fade, but Declan's eyes narrowed just slightly. I knew then that this was just the opening move. The weekend before the bomb dropped, I'd hosted a small dinner, just family, just us. I made roast chicken, mashed potatoes with real cream, and baked a fresh cobbler, even though I was too tired to eat it myself. I'd picked up a bottle of red I'd been saving and tucked a little card next to each plate. This house is finally mine. I'd expected smiles, a toast, maybe even a simple, "You did it." Maisie stared at the card like it offended her. She didn't clap. Declan barely acknowledged it, kept checking his phone through most of dinner. I mean, congratulations, Maisie muttered eventually, not bothering to make eye contact. But think of the kids. A backyard like this? It's kind of wasted on one person, don't you think? The words didn't sting then. Not really. I thought it was just her being her blunt, a little tactless. I poured her another glass of wine, brushed it off with a smile, and told myself the silence was simply awkwardness. But now I saw it clearly. That wasn't awkwardness. It was calculation. That night, as she packed the boys' jackets and Declan brought in the empty dessert plates, Maisie turned at the door. You should start boxing things, she said lightly. This place'll need decluttering. I remember standing in the doorway, dish towel still in my hand, staring after them as they walked to the car. Declan didn't say goodbye. Maisie didn't wave. I had thought, maybe foolishly, that finally owning this house free and clear would bring a moment of peace, a breath, a sense that my sacrifices had not only built something, but kept something safe. Instead, I felt like I'd just announced my vulnerability. They weren't happy for me. They were circling, and I had been too proud or too tired to notice the teeth behind their smiles. But I wasn't tired anymore. If they were going to treat this house like a prize they were about to learn, I don't give up what I've built. Not without a fight. That night, after Declan and Maisie dropped their little bomb, I called my sister Corinne. She and I weren't especially close, but I needed someone outside this twisted little bubble. Someone who might just say, "That's insane." Instead, she sighed. "Maybe they're just stressed. Maybe they're hoping you'll offer." I didn't offer. I would never. I know I'm just saying. Things are tight for them. The next morning, my phone rang again. This time it was Cousin Bev. Someone I hadn't spoken to since the last funeral. "Hey, I just wanted to say maybe be gentle with Declan. It's tough raising kids these days." By noon, it was my niece. Then Corinne again. Same script. They just want stability. They're thinking about the kids. They said you once offered to let them move in remember. No, I didn't remember, because it was a lie. I'd once said they could visit whenever they liked. That's not the same as handing over keys. By Sunday, it wasn't just phone calls, it was messages, texts, voicemails, a parade of guilt. You're being selfish? They have nowhere to go. You're punishing the boys for something that isn't their fault. Even my older brother chimed in. You're punishing your grandkids. Not fair, Eloina. Not fair. I'd babysat those boys every other Saturday since they were in diapers. I'd bought Maisie's prenatal vitamins when they couldn't afford them. Helped with rent when Declan lost his job twice. I'd kept my mouth shut when they parked their dented SUV in my driveway and ate my food like it was theirs. And now, for saying nothing, for drawing a line, I was the villain. My silence wasn't cruelty. It was dignity. But maybe that's why they'd felt so bold. People think if you're quiet, you'll always stay that way. They see you with your coffee and your quiet garden and your calm tone, and they think they can raise their voice over yours, take your space, rewrite your intentions. They forget sometimes the quiet ones are just watching, waiting. And I'd just begun. Monday morning, I opened the front door to grab the paper and nearly tripped over Maisie. She was on my porch swing legs, crossed a mug of coffee in hand like she'd brewed it in my kitchen. She didn't even flinch. "Morning," she chirped. I thought we'd go over bedroom assignments while the layout's still fresh in my mind. I blinked, half wondering if I was dreaming. Then I laughed. Really laughed, sharp and short. "You're joking." She stood slowly like she was unfurling something dangerous. Her voice dropped to that syrupy register she used when she wanted something. "I'm just saying, if you don't want to hand over the house while you're alive, that's your choice." I narrowed my eyes. She smiled. "But Declan is your only child. You won't live forever." My blood went cold. "What are you saying, Maisie?" She shrugged. "Just that sooner or later everything you have will be his, which means ours. So why not start now? Make the transition easy." It wasn't just arrogance. It wasn't even entitlement. It was a quiet threat wrapped in a cashmere grin. I stepped back slowly like distance could dull the sting. She thought she could scare me, corner me, count down the years until she got the title. Well, she'd have to wait a lot longer than she expected. I didn't respond. I didn't yell. I just turned around, walked inside, and picked up the phone. Not to call Declan, not to call Corinne. I called someone I hadn't spoken to in months, someone I trusted with more than just gossip. Someone who knew how to help people like me protect what was already theirs. By the time I hung up, I knew exactly what my next step would be. No more slow simmering silence. No more hoping it would blow over. If they wanted a fight, they'd get one. On paper, in ink, under seal. Friday afternoon. I was in the side yard pruning the last of the begonias when the crunch of tires on gravel made me freeze. I turned my head. A moving truck. I dropped the shears without thinking. Declan stepped out of the passenger side. Maisie followed, with sunglasses on and a clipboard in her hand. The kids trailed behind, dragging backpacks. "We told you we were moving in," Declan said, not even pretending it was a surprise. "No," I replied, voice steady. Maisie scoffed. "You didn't say no loud enough, and you didn't change the locks." With that, she snapped her fingers toward the movers. They rolled open the truck's rear and began unloading boxes like it was any other relocation. A mattress was leaned against the mailbox. Plastic tubs sat stacked 2 deep on my walkway. A high chair was dragged onto the porch. I stood still, hands shaking not from fear, but from the audacity of it all. Maisie handed me a thick packet titled Family Property Cohabitation Agreement. She smiled, as if she'd just passed me a birthday card. "I printed 2 copies," she said. "One for us, one for you." I didn't raise my voice. I didn't touch the paper. I turned on my heel, walked through my front door and locked it behind me. Then I picked up the phone and called Officer Renee Ferris, someone I'd taught Sunday school, with someone who'd once helped me report copper theft from the tool shed. She picked up on the second ring. "Elowena, I need you to come by," I said. "I have trespassers. I have a truck on my lawn. I have people unloading furniture into a home that isn't theirs." Renee was quiet for a beat. "On my way," she said. I hung up. Outside, Maisie shouted something about just being reasonable, as if dragging a couch onto someone's porch was part of a polite conversation. I watched from the window as one of the movers rolled his eyes. Then I saw the patrol car turn onto my street. They left that night after Officer Ferris calmly but firmly told them to vacate the premises or risk arrest. Declan muttered something under his breath, but it was Maisie who leaned in as she walked past me. "You'll regret this," she hissed. I didn't respond. But the next morning, when I opened the front door, my breath caught. Bright blue paint had been smeared in wide strokes across the white siding of my house. Letters too crude to ignore, too vulgar to repeat. The garage door bore slurs in dripping black spray paint. Beneath it, the chalk drawings my nieces and nephews had made 2 weekends ago. Flowers, sons a smiling stick figure labeled Aunt L, were ruined. Crimson paint slashed through them like a wound. The wooden fence I'd spent an entire spring building each plank, sanded each nail placed by hand, was splattered in uneven strokes of garish green. I didn't cry. I walked back inside, retrieved my phone, and took photos of everything. Then I checked the security footage from the camera by the front door. There they were. Marcus Maisie in the dark, laughing, spray cans in hand, faces full of smug satisfaction. I didn't call Declan. I called Myra Dale, my attorney for the last 6 years. She'd handled my land boundary dispute and helped me finalize my will. She picked up warm but direct. "Elowena, I have footage," I said, "of vandalism. I'd like to pursue charges. And I'd like to discuss the trust clauses." "Come in at 10, she replied. "Bring everything." I did. By the time I walked out of her office, I had a plan, a sealed manila envelope and a date on the calendar circled in red. It was time they learned what family property really meant. I didn't tell anyone I was coming. I just showed up at my older brother Marcus's house for Sunday dinner, the same house where we used to gather every summer. Corinne opened the door startled. Her smile was practice the kind people wear when they're unsure if a storm's about to start. "Elowena," she said, stepping aside. "We weren't expecting you." "I know," I said, walking in. "Smells like roast." The dining room was full. Declan and Maisie were already seated flanked by Marcus, Corinne, their twin girls Aunt Vella from Cincinnati, and Travis, the ever-present house guest, who somehow made himself look official without ever helping with dishes. I took the empty seat at the far end of the table, folded my napkin, and said nothing. I passed the rolls, ate my potatoes, nodded politely when someone brought up Uncle Glenn's terrible boat. I laughed in all the right places. No one asked why I'd come. No one dared. But I waited. Waited until the pie came out and the kids were ushered into the living room with cartoons. I took one last sip of lukewarm coffee, then pulled my phone from my purse. I pressed play and set it on the table beside the dessert. "Let's all watch something," I said. At first silence, then gasps. The footage rolled Maisie and Marcus in my yard spray cans, in hand, their laughter echoing faintly. The slurs, the paint, the fence. Corinne covered her mouth. My brother didn't blink. "There must be some misunderstanding," Marcus finally said. "No," I answered calmly. There was no misunderstanding, only intention. Maisie stood abruptly and left the room. Her fork clattered on her plate. Declan didn't follow her. He didn't say a word, just stared down at the pie like it might rescue him. No one looked at me. I stood, folded my napkin, and placed it neatly by my untouched slice of pecan. I brought copies for everyone, I said, sliding 3 USB drives across the table. One for Corinne, one for Marcus, and one for the police, if this goes any further. I didn't slam the door behind me when I left. I didn't need to. The truth was loud enough. They stayed quiet for 3 days. Then came a text from Declan. "We can talk this out. No police." A few hours later, "Maisie, you embarrassed us. This wasn't necessary." I didn't reply to either. Instead, I forwarded both messages to Myra, my lawyer. She responded with one word: noted. By the end of the week, an envelope arrived on my porch, white crisp, with the letterhead of their attorney, printed in pretentious serif. Inside, a notarized letter demanding $2,800 for emotional distress and public defamation. 10 days to respond. Or they'd sue. I laughed. I scanned the letter, attached the footage again, and sent everything back to Myra. She drafted a response with such precision, it felt like a scalpel, polite, factual, devastating. I didn't have to deliver it. Officer Renee Ferris did. She rang their doorbell the next morning, the official response in hand. Proof of property damage. Proof of trespassing. Notice that we had no intention of paying, and instead were reviewing charges. I wasn't there, but I imagined Maisie's face when she opened the door. I imagined her flinch when Renee handed over the envelope. The same woman who once smiled too sweetly at potlucks, now staring down a uniformed officer on her porch. I didn't gloat. I didn't celebrate. I went to the backyard, rolled up my sleeves, and dug out the space for 2 new flower beds, poppies and salvia. Not because I needed them, but because I wanted to reclaim the ground. Then I repainted the fence white again, smooth again, not because I had to, because they didn't win. They'd tried to intimidate me into silence. Now they were the ones scrambling. When you've spent your life keeping peace, people assume you'll keep doing it forever. They don't expect you to hold a line. They don't expect you to push back. But I had learned something over the last week. Peace doesn't mean surrender. And silence doesn't mean weakness. I still had one more envelope to deliver. Exactly 9 days later, the money appeared in my account. $2,800. No note, no apology, no message, just silence. I stared at the notification for a long moment, then closed the app. There was nothing left to say. I blocked both of their numbers. No calls, no texts, no middle of the night pleas masked as guilt. I closed the front gate literally, bought a new chain and lock, welded the hinges, and posted a sign, "No trespassing." Private property. That weekend I dragged out the ladder and climbed it myself. Roller in one hand, paint can in the other. I covered the slurs and streaks. Every inch of blue, every drop of insult gone. not with white. Cobalt gray. A color I'd picked not for forgiveness, but for boldness. It wasn't about the siding. It was about reclaiming something. They had tried to humiliate me, dismantle what I'd built, steal a home they never sacrificed for, but they hadn't won, and I hadn't broken. I'd done it all, every tile, every repair, every single mortgage payment on my own. They may have tried to claim the story, but they weren't in the pages, not the real ones. A few days later, Ruth from across the street mentioned that Declan and Maisie had moved in with her cousin, 3 kids, squeezed into a 2-bedroom rental with peeling wallpaper and no backyard. They say you were cruel, Ruth said, cautiously, as if it might sting. I smiled. Let them. Let them tell their version. Let them cry about injustice. Let them shape themselves into martyrs for anyone who'll listen. I wouldn't stop them, but I wouldn't play along. I had my version. I had truth. And I had a new coat of cobalt paint drying in the afternoon sun, stubborn, quiet, unyielding. They'd wanted to turn my home into a shared inheritance. Instead, I made sure it stood as a monument to something else, something they couldn't touch. This morning, I drank my coffee on the porch. The sky was still a little hazy, the kind that turns gold before it brightens. The air was crisp. September had finally settled in. There were no grandkids yelling, no Declan's car engine rumbling up the driveway, no Maisie's voice slicing through the morning with some new demand. Just the soft chirp of sparrows and the quiet shift of leaves in the breeze. Peace. I cradled the mug in my hands and looked out at the fence. The cobalt gray had cured beautifully, bold without being loud, sturdy, clear. A woman I'd seen before, dark hair, walks her dog every morning, slowed as she passed. She glanced at the fence, then at me. Looks good, she said. Strong. I smiled, not rising from my seat. Thanks. It needed to be. She nodded, then kept walking, the leash loose in her hand, the dog sniffing the base of the mailbox across the street. I turned back toward the house and let the quiet settle over me again. That fence wasn't just wood. It was a boundary. It was a choice. It was the thing that stood between me and every person who ever thought I owed them more than I had. It was a message. Kindness is not an invitation, and generosity is not surrender. I had built that fence myself twice. Once for beauty, the second time for strength. It would last longer this time. Everything they tried to take had only reminded me what I'd earned. Every insult, every painted wall, every legal threat had been a mirror showing me who I was and who they had never been. I didn't need an apology. I didn't need a reconciliation dinner or a family vote or a call from someone finally realizing I was right. I just needed this: coffee, a crisp morning, and the sound of sparrows undisturbed.
At my own birthday dinner, my mother leaned across the table, smiling like a queen giving orders. While everyone's here, she whispered to my dad, "Tell your son to go change the locks at her apartment." The clinking fork stopped. My brother didn't question, just stood up and left like it was normal to break into your sister's life on her birthday. For an hour, laughter turned into whispers. Then he came back, pale as the tablecloth shaking. "Mom, there's something," he said. Her smile vanished. My stomach dropped. Whatever he saw at my apartment wasn't supposed to be found. When people talk about family, they picture warmth. Birthday candles, laughter, hugs that mean something. Mine always looked the part. Perfect smiles and Christmas photos, matching sweaters, polite small talk about vacations and promotions. But behind that, everything was a performance. My mother, Mrs. Reeves, was the director. My father, her silent investor, and my brother Nathan, the star of every act. Since I was little, I knew my role: stay quiet. Don't ruin the image. If Nathan forgot to call, Mom said he's busy. If I missed one dinner, she said, "You're selfish." Somehow, every flaw became mine. I used to think if I worked harder, achieved more, maybe she'd finally look at me the way she looked at him. But control doesn't stop when you start succeeding. It just changes form. That night at the restaurant, her whisper wasn't random. She had planned it. I could see it in the way she arranged the seating, Nathan next to Dad, me opposite, like an audience member. Even the cake had his favorite flavor, not mine. And when she said, "While everyone's here," she wasn't just talking about convenience. She wanted witnesses. She wanted power. Dad didn't question her either. He never did. Decades of keeping peace had turned him into an echo. He muttered, "Do it after dessert," like it was a grocery list. My brother nodded, eager to please, eager to obey. I remember tracing my finger along the rim of my glass, pretending not to hear, pretending not to care. But inside, my chest burned. Change the locks at my apartment. Why? What had I done this time? I had my own place for 3 years, a small apartment in Portland where I lived with my son Liam. It wasn't fancy, but it was mine, my safe place. No one had a key except me. Or so I thought. When Nathan left the table, I stayed still. Mom chatted with relatives, her voice sweet again, as if she hadn't just ordered a break-in. My father smiled weakly, swirling his wine, pretending not to notice my silence. I excused myself to the restroom just to breathe. The mirror reflected a calm woman, neat hair, lipstick intact. No one could see the storm behind her eyes. By the time I returned, an hour had passed. Nathan was back, pale and shaking. He leaned toward Mom, his voice cracking. "There's something you need to see." Her expression stiffened. "What do you mean?" He hesitated, eyes darting to me. "There's police tape around her door." The table fell silent. My mother's fork slipped from her hand. I didn't move, didn't blink, because in that moment, I realized the real dinner hadn't even started yet. The drive home felt endless. Street lights flashed over the windshield like heartbeat monitors, steady but cold. My phone buzzed nonstop, Mom, Dad, even Nathan, but I didn't answer. The city outside looked normal, but I could feel something shifting, something that wouldn't go back to the way it was. When I pulled into my apartment complex, 2 police cruisers were parked near the entrance. Blue and red lights pulsed against the brick walls. My stomach twisted. I barely remember getting out of the car, just the sound of gravel under my heels, and a uniformed officer stepping toward me. "Ms. Reeves," he asked. "I'm Officer Grant. Are you the tenant of Unit 214? Yes." "What's going on?" He checked his notes. "We received a report of a break-in. Your door was forced open, but nothing appears to be stolen. We've sealed it for investigation." I blinked, trying to process. "A break-in? Who would?" He paused. "Do you know anyone who might have a copy of your keys?" My throat tightened. "My brother Nathan Reeves?" The officer glanced up sharply. "And why would your brother have your keys?" I hesitated. "Because my mother told him to." He stared at me for a moment, pen hovering. "Told him to do what? Change my locks." He exhaled through his nose, writing something down. "That's quite an instruction." "I didn't give permission," I said quietly. He nodded. "We'll review the building footage. You should stay with someone tonight." But I didn't move. I couldn't, because through the cracked door I could see my living room. Nothing was destroyed, nothing missing, except the feeling of safety. And then I saw it. The photos of me and Liam on the wall had been turned face down, one by one. "Officer," I whispered, "those photos." He stepped closer, flashlight sweeping the room. On the coffee table lay a single white envelope. He handed me gloves. "You should open it." Inside was a short printed message. "Tell your mother the truth always finds its way home." My fingers trembled. Grant frowned. "Does that mean anything to you?" I shook my head, but my heart knew better. The words weren't for me, they were a warning to her. Somewhere between that restaurant and this moment, the control my mother built was cracking. She just didn't know it yet. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the envelope again, those printed words staring back at me like a dare. By morning, the rain hadn't stopped. It hit the windows in hard, uneven bursts, the kind that makes silence feel louder. When my phone rang, I thought it was Mom. It wasn't. "Ms. Reeves, this is Officer Grant." His voice was steady, professional. "We traced a payment made to a man named Thomas Hale, the building's maintenance assistant. It came from a bank account under your mother's name." For a second, I didn't breathe. "You're sure?" Completely. The note and the timing line up. "We believe your mother may have hired him to retrieve something from your apartment." Retrieve what I asked, though I already knew. Grant hesitated. That's what we're trying to determine. I suggest you speak to her directly but carefully. After the call, I sat on the edge of my bed, phone still in my hand, pulse pounding. Hired a man. My mother, who preached about reputation and trust, had committed a crime to invade my life. I remembered the box in my closet, the one labeled Dad's business papers. I had found it last month while cleaning. Inside were property deeds, statements, wire transfers, documents signed with my name. I thought it was an accident, a clerical mix-up, but now I understood. Those weren't mistakes. They were camouflage. By late afternoon, I'd made up my mind. I texted her dinner, my place. 7 p.m., no games this time. Her reply came instantly. Fine, but be ready for the truth. When 7 came, the knock was light, deliberate, just like her. My mother stepped in, perfume and confidence filling the room. You shouldn't have involved the police, she said. I crossed my arms. You shouldn't have hired a man to break into my home. Her lips tightened. You don't understand what's happening. Then explain it. She glanced around, eyes lingering on the flipped photos. Those papers you found your father's business isn't simple. Thomas was supposed to retrieve them quietly before you did something reckless. I laughed softly. You mean before I found out you've been using my name to hide your fraud? Her face hardened. Watch your tone, Evelyn. But this time I didn't lower my voice. No, Mom. Watch yours. Thunder rolled outside like the sky had been waiting for her to show up. Rain streaked across the window, sliding down in crooked lines that caught the light from the street lamps. My mother stood in the middle of my living room, perfectly still, perfectly put together, heels polished pearls glowing against her black coat. If guilt had a dress code, she'd nailed it. I was protecting you, she said, voice calm, almost gentle. I tilted my head. By breaking into my home, you don't understand, she said, pacing. Your father's business has complications, partnerships that can't be made public. If those papers were discovered, it would ruin us. Us, I asked, or just you? Her eyes narrowed. Don't twist this. Everything your father and I have done was to secure this family's future. I almost laughed. You used my name, Mom. You forged my signature on property deeds and transfer forms. You didn't secure the future, you stole it. Her voice rose, breaking through the hum of the storm. You think you're some kind of victim. Everything we have you benefited from, college tuition, your first car, that apartment. Do you think those things just appeared? I paid for that apartment myself. I said every word sharp and measured. You just couldn't stand that something had my name on it, without your fingerprints all over it. For the first time, her expression flickered. It wasn't guilt. It was fear. Fear of losing control. She turned toward the window, hiding it. Evelyn, listen to me carefully. If those documents go public, your father could face prison time. I folded my arms. Maybe he should. She spun back around. You wouldn't dare. I already did, I said softly. Officer Grant has them. Her face drained of color. What? You wanted the truth out of my house. I delivered it to the police. Lightning flashed across the glass, bright enough to cut her silhouette in half. For a moment, she didn't look like my mother anymore, just a woman cornered by her own lies. You're destroying your family, she whispered. I stepped closer. No, Mom. You did that the moment you used me as your shield. She shook her head, stepping back as if I'd struck her. You don't understand what you're doing. I do, I said. I'm setting boundaries. Something you never taught me how to do. The air between us thickened. Every word, every silence, every wound we'd both ignored was suddenly there, alive, breathing. Her eyes glistened, not with tears, but rage. You think you're strong. Because you've got the law on your side, you're naive. The world doesn't care about your little revenge. I looked at her steadily. It's not revenge, Mom. It's accountability. She laughed, cold and brittle. You'll regret this. Maybe I said, but at least it'll be my regret. The room went quiet except for the rain. Somewhere outside, a car horn echoed distant and hollow. She stood there, chest rising and falling fast like she was about to lunge or cry or both. Finally, she said it. If you go through with this, you'll never have a family again. I met her gaze. Then maybe it's time I build one worth having. She froze. Her face hardened, mask sliding back into place. Without another word, she turned and walked toward the door. The click of her heels against the hardwood was the sound of a legacy breaking apart. Before she reached the handle, I said, "One more thing." She stopped, didn't turn. "You asked why someone flipped the photos in my apartment," I said. "Maybe because even strangers can tell which way is right side up." Her hand trembled just once before she pulled the door open and disappeared into the storm. The sound of thunder followed her out. For a long time, I stood there watching the door sway slightly from the draft. My hands shook not from fear, but from release. I walked to the table where the envelope still lay. I picked it up, tore it in half, then dropped it into the trash. This time, silence didn't feel like surrender. It felt like ownership. The next morning, I met Officer Grant at the station. My hair was still damp, the air outside heavy with leftover rain. He greeted me with a small nod. "You're sure about this?" "I'm done covering for them," I said. He slid a folder toward me. Inside were photos of the documents, copies of the bank statements, and confirmation that my parents' assets were being frozen pending investigation. "Once this goes to the Financial Crimes Division," he said, "they'll open a full case. You'll be cleared of all liability." I exhaled slowly. "Good." He hesitated. "You know this will make headlines." "I know," I said, "but at least they'll be true." By the time I left the precinct, the clouds had started to break apart. Sunlight spilled through in thin, uneven rays, the kind that look hesitant, like they're not sure they belong yet. When I got to the hospital to pick up Liam, he was waiting with a sticker on his shirt, a gold star. He ran straight into my arms. "Mom, look! I got a star for being brave." I smiled. "So did I, sweetheart. You just can't see mine yet." He giggled, not understanding, and for once I didn't need him to. We drove home in silence, his little hand resting on my arm. The world outside smelled clean, washed new. When we got back, I made pancakes, the kind he liked with too much syrup and not enough patience. He talked about school, his friends, how he wanted to build a rocket in the backyard. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel like something was chasing me. There were still calls I hadn't returned, messages from reporters I didn't plan to answer. Let them talk. The truth didn't need my permission anymore. That night after Liam went to bed, I stood by the window again. The city lights blinked in the distance, reflected in the rain still clinging to the glass. I thought about my parents, not with anger this time, but clarity. They taught me the difference between love and control, between loyalty and silence. And somewhere between their lies and my truth, I'd finally found myself. The next morning, I walked into the post office with one final envelope in my hand. Inside were the remaining documents linking my parents' offshore accounts. No note, no message, just the truth. When I sealed it, I whispered, "This ends here." Outside, the air was bright, cool, honest. I turned toward the street where my car waited, and for the first time, I felt something I hadn't felt since childhood: peace. News travels fast when scandal smells like money. Within a week, every local outlet had picked up the story. Prominent couple under federal review for identity fraud. My phone lit up nonstop. Journalists, lawyers, relatives pretending to check in. I didn't answer a single one. The world could speculate all it wanted. I was done explaining myself. The apartment was quiet now. The flipped photos had been rehung, every frame straightened. Liam's laughter filled the space where fear used to echo. Sometimes late at night, I still caught myself expecting the phone to ring with her name on it. But it never did. Not out of guilt, out of shame. Dad resigned from his company the same day the investigation became public. The firm released a one-line statement about health reasons. Mom vanished from her social circles, her charity events, her book club. For a woman who lived off appearances, silence was the only punishment that fit. Officer Grant called a few days later. "You've been fully cleared, Ms. Reeves. The case is moving forward." "Thank you," I said, "for believing me." He paused. "You didn't need me to believe you. You just needed to believe yourself." After we hung up, I looked around my living room, the same one that had been invaded, violated, reclaimed. The air felt lighter, like the space itself was breathing again. I poured a cup of coffee and opened the window. Outside, the city sounded alive. Horn's footsteps, the soft hum of a place that didn't care who you used to be. That weekend, I invited a few friends over for dinner, people who had stayed when everything fell apart. We didn't talk about my parents. We didn't have to. Nana raised her glass and said, "To freedom, and to never apologizing for protecting yourself." I smiled. I'll drink to that. Later, after everyone left, I tucked Liam into bed. He mumbled, half asleep, "Are we safe now, Mom?" I brushed his hair back. "Yes, baby. We are." He sighed and drifted off, and for the first time in years, I didn't doubt the words that came out of my mouth. The next morning, sunlight poured through the kitchen window, soft and gold. Liam sat at the table, kicking his legs syrup on his cheek. I flipped pancakes, watching the light move across the floor like it was tracing new boundaries, ones that finally belonged to me. I'd spent years trying to keep the peace. Turns out, peace isn't something you keep. It's something you claim. As I poured coffee, I looked at my son and smiled. This time I said softly, "The locks stay mine." If you've ever had to rebuild yourself after family betrayal, share your story below and hit subscribe. You're not alone here.
Tell us about your most humiliating work experience. 9 pairs of eyes locked onto my face. The conference room suddenly felt airless, like someone had vacuum sealed the entire space with me trapped inside. My silk blouse, the one I'd carefully steamed that morning, stuck to my back with cold sweat. "I'm sorry, what?" My voice came out steady, surprising even me. The CEO, Veronica Harlow, leaned forward in her chair, manicured fingers steepled under her chin. She wore the kind of smile that never reaches the eyes. "Your most humiliating work experience," she repeated slowly, as if I hadn't understood the words rather than the audacity. "We find it helps us understand how candidates handle vulnerability." I felt it then, that familiar surge of heat crawling up my neck. Not embarrassment. Rage. Pure, molten rage that I'd spent years learning to swallow down, compress, and bury so deep that sometimes I convinced myself it wasn't there at all. I'm Mira Patel, 34, software engineer with 12 years of experience building systems that have probably touched your life in ways you don't even realize. And before I continue, if you're watching this, please hit subscribe, drop a like, and tell me in the comments where you're watching from. I respond to every single one, especially when you share your own workplace horror stories. The interview with Nexus Technologies had been going well, or so I thought. 3 rounds of technical assessments, a portfolio review, and finally, this panel interview with the executive team and senior engineers. 2 hours of my life I'd never get back. "I prefer to discuss professional growth opportunities," I said carefully. "I'd be happy to talk about challenges I've overcome or how I've learned from mistakes, but—" "Mira," Veronica cut me off with a wave of her hand. "At Nexus, we value radical transparency and emotional intelligence. This question helps us gauge cultural fit. Everyone at this table has shared their stories. It's an exercise in trust." The man to her right, I think his name was Greg or Craig, nodded enthusiastically. "I told everyone about the time I sent financial projections to the entire company instead of the board. Nearly got fired." He laughed like it was the funniest thing in the world. But I wasn't laughing, because I knew exactly what this was. I'd seen it before, felt it before, this performance of vulnerability that powerful people demand from those with less power. The way they disguise it as culture or trust or whatever buzzword is trending in management books that year. "I appreciate the explanation," I said, closing my portfolio slowly, deliberately, but I respectfully declined to answer that question. I believe interviews should be professional exchanges focused on qualifications and mutual fit, not exercises in personal humiliation. The silence was absolute. Someone coughed nervously. Veronica's smile tightened. "Perhaps you've misunderstood our intent." "No, I understand perfectly." I stood up, my chair scraping against the hardwood floor. "Thank you all for your time today, but I don't think this position is the right fit for me after all." I walked out, heels clicking against the floor like tiny exclamation points. My hands didn't start shaking until I reached the elevator. 4 months without a job. 4 months of watching my savings dwindle. Of lying awake at 3 a.m., scrolling through job boards, of smiling through video interviews while my stomach churned with anxiety. I'd left my previous position at Meridian Systems when they slashed 40% of their engineering department, last in, first out. Classic tech industry bloodletting. I sat in my car in the Nexus parking garage for 20 minutes, just breathing. The job had seemed perfect. Senior role, good compensation, work I actually cared about. And I'd walked away from it because, what? Pride? Principles? The luxury of dignity wasn't something I could afford right now, not with rent due next week. But here's something I've learned about humiliation. It's corrosive. It eats away at you from the inside, hollowing you out until nothing remains but a shell that looks like you, talks like you, but isn't really you anymore. I'd spent too many years of my life as that hollow version of myself. I finally started the car and drove home to my apartment, a one-bedroom in an aging building with unreliable plumbing and paper-thin walls. On the kitchen counter sat the last reminder notice for my student loans. 10 years in, and I still owed more than I'd initially borrowed thanks to the magic of capitalist interest rates. My phone pinged with a text from my sister Maya. How'd it go? I stared at the screen, thumbs hovering over the keyboard. What could I say? That I'd potentially thrown away financial stability over a question? That my principles might cost me my apartment? That I was simultaneously proud and terrified of what I'd done? Instead, I opened my laptop and navigated to LinkedIn. I hadn't posted anything personal there in years, just the occasional reshare of industry articles to maintain the illusion of professional engagement that recruiters seem to expect. But something in me had snapped. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe it was that simmering rage finally boiling over. Or maybe it was just the simple, devastating clarity that comes when you realize the game is rigged, and the only winning move is to stop playing by their rules. I typed, "Today, during the final round of interviews at a company I was excited about, the CEO asked me to share my most humiliating work experience in front of 9 team members. When I politely declined, saying I preferred to discuss professional growth, she insisted it was a culture fit question. I thanked everyone for their time and walked out. I've been job searching for 4 months. I need work. But I refuse to participate in interview practices that demand performative vulnerability while disguising it as culture. Humiliation is not a job requirement I'm willing to accept. Job search, interview experience, workplace culture." My finger hovered over the post button. This could be career suicide. Companies talk, HR departments whisper. I'd be labeled difficult, uncooperative, not a culture fit. I hit post anyway. Then I turned off notifications, drew a bath, and submerged myself until the water went cold. The thing about turning off notifications is that they're still there waiting when you turn them back on. By morning, my post had over 5,000 likes and nearly 1,000 comments. By noon, it had been shared by 3 major tech influencers. By evening, it had gone viral within the industry. Most comments were supportive. People sharing their own horror stories of inappropriate interview questions, boundary violations disguised as culture, and the subtle humiliations that have somehow become normalized in corporate America. Some weren't. Sounds like someone can't take a simple question. This is why women don't succeed in tech. Too emotional. Bet she's fun at parties. I read every single one. Then came the message from Lauren Hughes, VP of Engineering at Pinewood Software, Nexus Technologies' main competitor in the enterprise space. "Your post resonated with me. We're building a team that values professional boundaries and genuine respect. Would you be open to a conversation about our senior systems architect role? No humiliation required." My first thought was skepticism. Opportunistic PR move? Genuine interest? The line between the two is often vanishingly thin in tech. But I needed a job, and Pinewood had a solid reputation. What I didn't expect was for Veronica Harlow to call me personally the same afternoon. "Mira," she said when I answered, her voice honey, sweet with an undertone of steel. "I think there's been a misunderstanding." "I don't think there has been," I replied, my heart hammering but my voice steady. "You didn't name our company in your post?" She continued as if I hadn't spoken. "But people are speculating. This kind of negative attention could damage your professional reputation as much as ours." There it was. The threat wrapped in concern. The classic move of someone used to controlling the narrative. "Are you asking me to take down my post, Veronica?" I asked directly. "I'm suggesting we have a conversation about what really happened. Perhaps we can find a way forward that benefits us both. We're still very interested in your candidacy. I almost laughed. Almost. To clarify, you're offering me the job if I remove a post that doesn't even mention your company by name? I'm offering to have a conversation, she said, but her tone told me everything I needed to know. Thank you, but I've already accepted another offer. A lie, but one that felt true the moment it left my lips. After hanging up, I immediately emailed Lauren at Pinewood, asking if we could speak as soon as possible. The interview with Pinewood was different from the start. Just 3 people, Lauren, the CTO, and a senior engineer. The questions were pointed but professional, focused on my technical knowledge, problem-solving approaches, and collaborative style. Near the end, Lauren addressed the elephant in the room. I'm sure you're wondering if we reached out because of your post. I nodded, appreciating the directness. Partially, yes, she admitted. It caught our attention. But we've had our eye on Meridian talent since the layoffs. Your work on their distributed systems architecture was impressive. The post just accelerated our timeline. They offered me the position the next day, senior systems architect, 20% more than Nexus had discussed, with better benefits and a clear path to advancement. I accepted immediately. But the story doesn't end there, because while I was starting my new role at Pinewood, something unexpected was happening at Nexus. Maya called me 3 weeks later, her voice hushed despite being on her lunch break. Have you seen what's happening with that company? The one with the horrible interview? I hadn't. I'd been heads down learning Pinewood systems, meeting my new team, finding my footing. 2 more people came forward with stories about their CEO, Veronica something, not just about humiliating interviews. Apparently, she's been creating a culture of fear for years. There's talk of an internal investigation. I opened Twitter and searched Veronica's name. The results made my stomach drop. Former employees were speaking out. Current employees were corroborating their stories. The board was suddenly deeply concerned and taking all allegations seriously. My post hadn't named names. It hadn't even been about Veronica specifically, just a moment where I'd finally refused to accept something unacceptable. But it had cracked open a door, and now others were walking through it. I felt complicated. There's no clean, neat word for watching the beginning of someone's downfall and knowing you played a small part in it. Not satisfaction, exactly. Not regret either. Something messier, more human. That night, I received another LinkedIn message. This one from Craig, the man who'd laughed about his financial projections mistake. I resigned today. Watching you walk out that day made me realize how much I'd normalized. Thank you for having the courage I didn't. I stared at Greg's message for a long time, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. What do you say to someone who's just upended their entire career? You're welcome, felt trivial. I'm sorry, felt wrong. I wasn't sorry. Eventually, I typed, it takes courage to walk away too. Wishing you the best on whatever comes next. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Veronica's face when I stood up from that conference table, the flash of surprise that quickly hardened into something cold and calculating. I thought about all the people who must have answered her humiliation question over the years, exposing raw wounds to prove they could be vulnerable on command. How many had walked out before me? How many had swallowed their dignity because they couldn't afford not to? Morning came with more notifications, more messages, more stories. A former Nexus project manager, Veronica once made me present quarterly results with laryngitis. When I couldn't speak above a whisper, she told the room, "This is what happens when you don't prepare properly." I had pneumonia. A designer who'd left 2 years ago. During my exit interview, she asked what my therapist would say was my biggest professional weakness. When I said I wasn't comfortable sharing that, she told HR to note I was resistant to growth feedback. An administrative assistant, she made me tell the entire executive team why I needed to leave early for my son's speech therapy, then suggested I might not be committed enough for this role. Story after story after story, all different, yet sharing the same DNA. A person with power using it to make others small, to keep them afraid, to ensure they remembered their place. By the end of the week, Nexus toxic culture was trending in tech circles. The company's stock dropped 8%. Their PR team released a statement about taking all concerns seriously and conducting a thorough internal review. I watched it all unfold from my desk at Pinewood, where I was busy learning systems, meeting teammates, and deliberately not thinking about the hurricane I'd accidentally triggered. Lauren stopped by my workspace on Friday afternoon, perching on the edge of my desk. Holding up okay? It's a lot to step into a new role while being at the center of an industry firestorm. I looked up from my monitor, surprised. You've seen all that? She raised an eyebrow. Everyone's seen it. You know, tech has the memory of an elephant and the gossip network of a small-town high school. I laughed despite myself. I'm fine. Or I will be. It's just strange. I didn't set out to destroy anyone's career or tank a company's stock price. I just refused to be humiliated. Lauren nodded. That's often how change starts. Not with grand plans, but with one person saying no when they're expected to say yes. She stood up. Take the weekend off. Clear your head. Monday will still be here with all its problems waiting to be solved. But clearing my head proved impossible. Saturday morning, I woke to an email from a journalist at TechCrunch requesting an interview about the systemic issues in tech interview practices and my role in exposing the toxic culture at Nexus Technologies. I declined politely. 3 more requests came in before noon. I turned off my phone and went for a long walk through the park near my apartment. The fall air was crisp, leaves crunching underfoot, the world going about its normal Saturday business, kids playing soccer, couples walking dogs, a group of older women practicing Tai Chi by the pond. None of them knew or cared about Nexus Technologies or viral LinkedIn posts or tech industry drama. I sat on a bench and watched a squirrel frantically burying acorns for the coming winter. Was I like that squirrel, storing up security against future scarcity? Is that why I couldn't just let this all go and focus on my new job, my fresh start? My phone buzzed in my pocket. I'd forgotten to turn it back on. The number wasn't one I recognized. Hello? Is this Meera Patel? A woman's voice, unfamiliar. Yes. Who's calling? My name is Diane Reynolds. I'm the board chair at Nexus Technologies. My blood went cold. I almost hung up. Almost. Miss Patel, first, I want to apologize for calling you on a weekend and for obtaining your number through unconventional channels. I said nothing, waiting. I'd like to meet with you, if possible, in person. There are matters we need to discuss regarding recent events. If this is about my LinkedIn post, it's about much more than that now, she interrupted, her voice tight. As I'm sure you're aware. I considered my options. Refuse and wonder forever what she wanted to say. Agree and potentially walk into a trap? Record the conversation? Bring a lawyer? When and where? I finally asked. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., the Four Seasons downtown. I'll be in the lobby. She hung up before I could respond. I spent the rest of Saturday alternating between anxiety, righteous anger, and calling Maya for increasingly panicked advice. They're going to sue you, she insisted during our third call. Don't go without a lawyer. They can't sue me for telling the truth, I countered, though my stomach twisted at the thought. I didn't even name them. Rich people don't need reasons to sue, Meera. They just need to be angry. In the end, I decided to meet Diane, but in public, and I'd record the conversation on my phone. California is a 2-party consent state, so I'd tell her I was recording. If she objected, I'd leave. Sunday morning dawned gray and drizzling. I dressed carefully. Black pants, burgundy blouse, the blazer I'd worn to countless interviews, armor of a sort. The Four Seasons lobby was all marble and muted luxury. Diane Reynolds was easy to spot, a woman in her 60s with a silver bob and the unmistakable posture of someone accustomed to authority. She sat in a corner arrangement of plush chairs, a pot of tea on the table before her. Miss Patel. She stood as I approached, extending her hand. Her grip was firm, dry. Thank you for coming. I'm recording this conversation, I said immediately, placing my phone on the table between us. For my protection. She nodded once, unsurprised. Understandable, may I? She gestured to the teapot. I nodded, and she poured 2 cups, her movements precise and controlled. I'll be direct, she said, setting down the pot. The board has terminated Veronica Harlow's employment, effective immediately. Whatever I'd been expecting, it wasn't this. I worked to keep my expression neutral. The concerns raised following your experience and prompted us to conduct interviews with current and former employees. What we found was, she paused, choosing her words carefully, deeply troubling. A pattern of behavior inconsistent with our values and potentially exposing the company to significant liability. I see, I said, though I didn't, not really. Why tell me this in person? We're implementing a complete overhaul of our HR practices, particularly around hiring and employee relations. She sipped her tea. Which brings me to why I asked to meet you. Here it comes, I thought. The threat, the lawsuit, the demand for silence. We would like to contract you as a consultant on this initiative. I nearly choked on my tea. Excuse me? Your perspective would be invaluable in rebuilding our culture and practices. You've experienced firsthand the problems we're trying to correct. Who better to help ensure we don't repeat those mistakes? The irony was so thick I could barely breathe through it. Let me get this straight. You want to hire me, the person whose post triggered the expose of your company's toxic culture, to help fix that culture? Yes. No hesitation. No hint of embarrassment. Why would I do that? Because meaningful change rarely happens from the outside. It requires people willing to come in and do the hard work. She leaned forward. And because we're prepared to compensate you very generously for your time and expertise. I laughed then, a short, sharp sound that caused a nearby hotel guest to glance our way. You think this is about money? No, I think it's about change, real change. She reached into her briefcase and pulled out a folder. Here's our proposal. Review it. Consider it. Talk to your lawyer if you have one. You don't need to decide now. I took the folder without opening it. One more thing, she added, standing to signal our meeting was ending. Whatever you decide, we will not pursue any legal action regarding your social media posts or the subsequent fallout. That was Veronica's approach, not the board's. I stood too, tucking the folder under my arm. Thank you for the tea, Ms. Reynolds. Diane, please. Thank you for the tea, Diane. I'll consider your offer. I didn't open the folder until I was home, curled up on my couch with a glass of wine and Maya on speakerphone. $50,000 for 10 weeks of consulting. I read aloud. 2 meetings per week, reviewing and redesigning their hiring practices and employee relations policies. Holy shit, Maya breathed. That's on top of your Pinewood job? Yes, evenings and occasional weekends. Are you going to do it? I stared at the contract. I don't know. And I didn't. Part of me wanted to throw the folder in the trash, to walk away completely and focus on my new role at Pinewood. Another part recognized the rare opportunity to create real change from the inside, to help build something better on the ruins of what Veronica had created. The next morning, I asked Lauren for a meeting. Nexus offered me a consulting contract. I told her, laying out the whole strange saga. I wanted to be transparent with you before making a decision. Lauren listened without interrupting, fingers steepled under her chin, the same gesture Veronica had used, but somehow entirely different. What do you want to do? She asked when I finished. I don't know, I admitted. Part of me thinks it's a trap. Part of me thinks it's an opportunity to make things better for future employees. Part of me thinks it's not my problem to fix. She nodded. All valid perspectives. From Pinewood's standpoint, there's no conflict of interest. We have different market segments. As long as it doesn't impact your work here, I have no objections. I took a deep breath. What would you do? She considered for a moment. I'd go in, change what I could, take their money, and donate it to organizations that help workplace abuse victims. A smile flickered across her face. But that's just me. 2 days later, I signed Diane's contract. With a few modifications, I would consult for 12 weeks, not 10. I would have full access to all HR complaints filed in the past 5 years. And I would have final approval on any hiring practices implemented as a result of my recommendations. To my surprise, they agreed to everything. The work was hard, messy, and often deeply uncomfortable. I interviewed dozens of employees, pored over years of HR records, and sat through meetings where executives who'd enabled Veronica's behavior for years suddenly positioned themselves as champions of change. But change did happen, slowly, imperfectly, with resistance and setbacks and the occasional breakthrough. They eliminated culture fit questions entirely, implemented standardized interview protocols focused on skills and experience, created anonymous reporting channels for workplace concerns, brought in diversity consultants to address the glaring homogeneity of their upper management. When my contract ended, Diane offered to extend it. I declined. "The foundation is built," I told her during our final meeting. "The rest is up to you." 6 months later, I was promoted to principal architect at Pinewood. The day Lauren told me the news, she also handed me a printout, a job posting from Nexus for a UX designer. The interview process section mentioned standardized, skills-based assessment and professional, respectful questioning. "Looks like your work's stuck," she said. That night, I finally wrote back to Craig, whose message had sat in my inbox all these months. "How's life after Nexus?" I asked. His reply came quickly. "Started my own consulting firm. Smaller projects, better hours, no more Sunday night dread. You?" "Good," I wrote back. "Really good." And it was. Not perfect, work never is, but better, different, changed. I'd walked into that Nexus interview as someone who swallowed rage until it hollowed me out. I'd walked out as someone who finally refused to be hollowed anymore. That refusal, that simple, terrifying act of standing up and walking away, had rippled outward in ways I never could have predicted. It had changed Nexus. It had changed the lives of people I'd never met. Most importantly, it had changed me. The following week, I spoke at a Women in Tech conference about healthy workplace boundaries. The room was packed. During the Q&A, a young engineer raised her hand. "Weren't you afraid?" she asked. "When you walked out of that interview, when everything blew up afterward, weren't you scared of what would happen?" I thought about it carefully. "Yes," I finally answered. "I was terrified. But I've learned something important. Sometimes the thing you're most afraid to do is exactly the thing you need to do, not just for yourself, but for everyone who comes after you." She nodded, writing something down in her notebook. After the talk, I checked my phone. Another LinkedIn notification, a message from a name I didn't recognize. "I interviewed at Nexus last week. They asked about my technical background, my approach to problem solving, my experience with distributed systems. Professional, respectful, focused on what matters. I start Monday. I heard you had something to do with changing their culture. Thank you." I smiled and put my phone away. Some revenge isn't about destroying your enemies. Sometimes the best revenge is creating something better from the ruins of what hurt you. Not just for yourself, but for everyone who follows in your footsteps. And that kind of revenge, it doesn't hollow you out. It fills you up. The coffee burned across my face in an instant. Scalding liquid splashed down my blouse and onto the quarterly report printouts. Shocked silence filled the conference room as 89 pairs of wide eyes stared at my dripping hair, my reddened skin, my ruined presentation. "You ruined everything!" Vivica screamed, empty mug still clutched in her white-knuckled grip. Her perfect makeup couldn't hide the pure hatred contorting her features. "Months of work destroyed because you couldn't keep your mouth shut." I stood frozen, coffee streaming down my neck, the pain not yet registering through the shock. On the projection screen behind me, slide 23 still displayed the discrepancies I'd highlighted. Impossible growth numbers that couldn't be explained by any market trend or strategy we'd implemented. Someone gasped. Another person whispered, "Did she just?" The quarterly all-hands meeting had been going perfectly until I'd presented my section of the data analysis. As senior market researcher, it was my job to verify trends before we presented to shareholders. I'd simply pointed out the mathematical impossibility of our European division's reported numbers. Vivica's coffee attack wasn't just unprofessional, it was admission of guilt. I reached for a napkin with trembling fingers, dabbing at my burning skin while maintaining eye contact with her. The room remained silent, except for the soft drip of coffee hitting the carpeted floor. Marek, our CEO, finally broke the spell. "Everyone take 15, he announced, his voice strained. "Vivica, my office. Now." As people awkwardly filed out, avoiding looking directly at me, I noticed something nobody else seemed to: the small red light still blinking on the video conference camera. Our international offices were watching everything via live stream due to time zone differences. The company's entire Asian division had just witnessed my humiliation in real time. I locked myself in the bathroom, finally allowing tears to mix with the coffee stains as I assessed the damage in the mirror. My skin was an angry red, beginning to blister across my cheekbone. The silk top I'd splurged on last month was ruined, brown liquid seeping into the delicate fabric. My phone vibrated with messages from concerned colleagues, but one text from Priya in IT stopped me cold. "Got everything on video. Don't sign anything without talking to me first." Little did I know how significant that message would become. Before I continue my story, I want to thank you for listening. If you're finding this as unbelievable as I did living through it, please hit that like button. It helps others discover what happened. Subscribe if you want to hear more workplace stories where justice actually prevails. I read every comment, so let me know if you've ever witnessed unprofessional behavior that crossed boundaries. My name is Annika, and until that coffee incident, I'd spent 4 years building my reputation at one of the fastest growing market research firms in the country. I specialized in analyzing consumer behavior patterns across international markets, using data to predict where industries were heading. I wasn't some troublemaker looking for problems. I was the person who stayed late double-checking spreadsheets, who brought homemade cookies to team meetings, who helped colleagues understand complex statistical concepts without making them feel stupid. Vivica joined the company 18 months ago, recruited from a competitor to head our European division. Her resume boasted impressive growth numbers and client acquisitions. Within 6 months, she became my direct manager after a reorganization. The problems started gradually. First, she excluded me from meetings where our team's data was presented. Then she began altering my reports before they reached executive level. Small changes at first, tweaking percentages just enough to make good results look exceptional. When I first noticed these changes, I assumed they were innocent rounding errors. I approached Vivica privately after a director's meeting. "I noticed the conversion numbers in the slides were different from my original analysis," I said carefully. "I just want to make sure we're aligned on methodology." Her smile never reached her eyes. "Annika, you're brilliant with raw data, but presentation is about telling a story. Sometimes we need to simplify for the executive team, but changing 3% growth to 8% isn't simplifying. It's misrepresenting our position." Her expression hardened. "Do you know how many jobs depend on investor confidence? Sometimes we need to show potential rather than current reality." That conversation haunted me for weeks, as I watched more of my analyses transform between submission and presentation. Each quarter, the disparities grew larger. Our European numbers defied gravity and logic. I began documenting everything, each original report, each modified version. I created comparison spreadsheets, highlighting discrepancies. I noted meeting times when questions were deflected, when access was denied. Meanwhile, Vivica's star rose meteorically. The board doubled our European expansion budget based on her miraculous performance. She received a leadership award at the annual retreat. Rumors circulated about her being groomed for the C-suite. Last month, I discovered something truly alarming. Working late, I accidentally accessed a shared drive I'd never seen before. Inside were duplicate analytics dashboards, one showing actual performance metrics, another showing the enhanced versions presented to leadership. Both had Vivica's digital signature. I forwarded myself key files before logging out, my heart pounding. This wasn't just fudging numbers, it was systematic fraud. 3 days before the quarterly all-hands, I requested a meeting with Vivica to discuss my presentation segment. "I'm concerned about these growth projections," I said, sliding my report across her desk. "The numbers don't align with market conditions or our actual customer acquisition costs." She barely glanced at the paper. "We've implemented new strategies that explain the acceleration. Just present the approved slides. But these figures suggest your job is analysis, Annika, not questioning leadership decisions." She leaned forward. "The board already approved next year's budget based on these projections. Do you understand what challenging these numbers would mean?" Her threat hung between us. "I understand completely. I replied, keeping my voice steady. And I did understand. I understood I was witnessing deliberate deception that put the entire company at risk. I understood that someone would eventually take the fall when reality caught up with fantasy. I understood that whistleblowers rarely survived with their careers intact. What I didn't understand was how far Vivica would go to protect her fraudulent success story. The morning of the presentation, I made two decisions. First, I prepared slides showing both the reported numbers and the actual metrics side by side. Second, I placed a small USB drive in my pocket containing all my documentation. When my turn came to present, I took a deep breath and showed the truth, respectfully, analytically, without accusation, just data that couldn't be reconciled without explanation. That's when Vivica's coffee mug came flying toward my face. Now, standing in the bathroom with burns developing on my skin, I faced a critical decision: walk away and protect my career, or stand my ground knowing the potential consequences. My phone buzzed again. This time, it was a message from Marek's assistant. HR meeting. Conference room B. 1 hour. As I dabbed burn ointment on my cheek from the first aid kit, the door swung open. It was Lainey from marketing, her eyes wide with shock. Annika, is there anything I can do? That was completely insane. Did everyone see it? I asked, my voice smaller than I intended. Everyone, including Tokyo, Singapore, and Seoul on the live stream. She hesitated. There's something else you should know. The stream didn't cut off during the break, and Vivica went straight to the server room afterward. Whatever she did there, the international offices saw everything. My heart skipped. What exactly did she do in the server room? I don't know details, Lainey whispered. But Priya from IT is trying to reach you. She said it's urgent. I quickly called Priya, who answered immediately. Anika, don't go to that HR meeting alone. Vivica is claiming you deliberately sabotaged her by presenting unauthorized data. She's gathered 3 senior directors who are backing her version of events. But everyone saw what happened, I protested. People see what they want when power is involved, Priya replied grimly. Listen carefully. She went to the server room right after the incident and used her override access to delete files from your work account. I'm guessing they were your original reports and analyses. Ice formed in my stomach. Can you recover them? Maybe. But here's the important part. She didn't realize our disaster recovery system automatically backs up everything to our international servers hourly. When she tried accessing those, it triggered security alerts in Singapore. So my files still exist? Yes. But that's not all. The live stream captured her entire server room visit. She was talking to someone on her phone the entire time, explaining what she was deleting and why. Our Singapore office has the footage. I leaned against the sink, mind racing. What should I do now? I leaned against the sink. What should I do now? Stall in the HR meeting. Don't sign anything. I'm working with legal to secure the evidence properly. I ended the call just as my phone chimed with another message. This one from Ellis in finance. Those discrepancies you found? I've been tracking similar patterns. We need to talk. The HR meeting was worse than I anticipated. I entered conference room B to find Vivica seated beside Jana from HR, along with directors from 3 departments, all mentored by Vivica during their careers. Their expressions conveyed polite sympathy that didn't reach their eyes. Annika, thank you for joining us, Jana began, sliding a document across the table. We want to resolve this unfortunate incident quickly and discreetly. I glanced at the paper, a mutual non-disclosure agreement with a small severance package. They wanted me gone. Before we begin, Vivica said, her voice professionally controlled, I want to sincerely apologize for my emotional response. The pressure of delivering consistently exceptional results sometimes affects my judgment. The directors nodded understandingly. However, she continued, we need to address the underlying issue. Annika deliberately presented unauthorized data that contradicted approved reports, creating confusion among our international teams. I kept my face neutral. I presented factual market analyses based on raw data from our actual customer acquisition channels. That's your interpretation, countered Director Tomas. Vivica's team uses sophisticated methodologies that sometimes appear counterintuitive to those without the full context. Jana cleared her throat. We're suggesting a clean break for both parties. The company will provide 2 months severance and a reference letter. In exchange, you agree not to discuss today's events or any internal data methodologies. You want me to quietly disappear after being assaulted in front of the entire company? I kept my voice calm, despite my racing pulse. We're characterizing it as a regrettable workplace disagreement, Jana replied smoothly. Vivica has already accepted formal reprimand for her emotional response. I need time to review this document with my attorney, I said, buying time as Priya had suggested. Director Fiona leaned forward. Annika, your performance has always been stellar. This situation is unfortunate, but prolonging it benefits no one. Your career prospects. The door swung open, cutting her off. Marek entered with Priya and a woman I recognized as general counsel. Their expressions were stone. This meeting is cancelled, Marek announced flatly. Jana blinked. Sir, we're in the middle of… I said cancelled. He turned to Vivica. The board has called an emergency session. Your presence is required immediately. What's this about? Vivica asked, plastic smile faltering. The general counsel spoke, her words precise as scalpels. Security breaches, data tampering, and potential fraud. Our Singapore office has submitted concerning evidence regarding manipulation of market analyses and subsequent attempts to destroy evidence. The directors exchanged alarmed glances. That's absurd, Vivica laughed, though I noticed sweat beading along her hairline. There's obviously been some misunderstanding about standard data normalization practices. The live stream captured you, deleting files from Annika's account, while explaining to someone named Carson how you've been fixing the numbers for the past year. Priya's voice was quiet but carried throughout the room. You specifically referenced misleading investors about European market penetration rates. Color drained from Vivica's face. We'll sort this out, she said, gathering her things. Clearly, some comments were taken out of context. As she stood to leave, Marek blocked her path. Security will meet you at the boardroom. Your access credentials have been temporarily suspended. When the door closed behind them, I finally exhaled. Jana stared at the NDA document, then silently collected it and left without meeting my eyes. I sat alone, trembling with delayed shock until Priya returned 20 minutes later. The board is reviewing everything now. They've called in forensic accountants to examine all European division reports. I swallowed hard. What happens now? They want you to help reconstruct the actual performance metrics. Can you do that? I have everything backed up at home, I admitted. I've been tracking the discrepancies for months. Priya smiled. Smart woman. By the way, Ellis from finance wants to meet with you. Says he's been compiling his own evidence. That evening, I worked late with Ellis and 2 forensic accountants, rebuilding accurate reports from raw data sources. The picture that emerged was devastating. Our European division had been losing money for 3 consecutive quarters while reporting record growth. She nearly pulled it off, Ellis murmured as we stared at the actual numbers. Another 2 quarters, and she would have transferred to headquarters with a promotion, leaving someone else to discover this mess. How could no one notice? I asked. Ellis's expression darkened. People did notice. 3 analysts requested transfers after questioning her methods. 1 was let go during restructuring after pushing too hard for verification. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. You'll regret this. The board won't sacrifice their golden goose over some spreadsheets. V. I showed Ellis, who immediately contacted security. She shouldn't have access to company communications anymore, he said worriedly. By midnight, the situation had escalated beyond anything I could have imagined. The preliminary forensic report revealed that investors had poured nearly $40 million into European expansion based on fraudulent growth metrics. The regulatory implications were enormous. I finally returned to my apartment at 2 a.m., emotionally and physically exhausted. As I unlocked my door, something felt wrong. Small things were out of place. A book moved, a drawer partially open. Someone had been inside. Heart pounding, I called building security, who confirmed no maintenance visits had been scheduled. As the guard checked my apartment, he found nothing missing, but noticed my laptop had been opened. Change all your passwords, he advised before leaving, and maybe stay somewhere else tonight. Too tired to leave, I double-locked my door and pushed a chair against it. Sleep came fitfully, punctuated by nightmares of burning coffee and deleted files. I woke to 37 missed calls from colleagues, reporters, and numbers I didn't recognize. Overnight, the story had somehow leaked to financial news sites. Our company's stock had dropped 18% in pre-market trading. The headline made my blood run cold. Market research firm faces investigation after senior executive accused of falsifying European growth data. Another text arrived as I read the news. You destroyed everything. Hope you're ready for what comes next. V. When I arrived at the office, security escorted me directly to the executive floor, not as a prisoner, but as a protected asset. The atmosphere was chaotic, with lawyers and crisis management teams huddled in every available space. Merrick met me in his office, looking like he hadn't slept. The board is meeting with major investors today. We need you to present the actual numbers and explain how you discovered the discrepancies. Me? Shouldn't that be someone more senior? They need to hear it from the person who uncovered it. Credibility is all we have left right now. As I prepared for the most important presentation of my career, Ellis appeared at my temporary office door. You should know, Vivica isn't going down quietly. She's telling anyone who'll listen that you manipulated the data to frame her after she rejected your request for promotion. I laughed bitterly. That's ridiculous. There are timestamps on everything. I know, but she has allies. 3 directors are repeating her version. And, he hesitated. What? Someone leaked your personnel file to a reporter. They're highlighting that you were passed over for promotion twice before Vivica arrived. I felt sick. They're painting me as disgruntled. Exactly. And there's more. Building security reported someone tried accessing your apartment again this morning while you were here. The implications chilled me. This wasn't just about professional reputation anymore. It felt personal and increasingly dangerous. As I walked to the boardroom later that day, clutching my authenticated data reports, Priya rushed toward me. Wait, she whispered urgently. Before you go in there, you need to see this. She showed me her tablet, displaying an email chain accidentally included in the investigation data. The emails were between Vivica and someone named Carson Hayes at a competing firm. They detailed not just data manipulation, but a systematic plan to inflate our European numbers, secure massive investment, then leave the company before the house of cards collapsed. The final email included a line that made my hands shake. Once we control the narrative, we can discredit anyone who questions the numbers. If necessary, we'll make examples of them. I looked up from the tablet. She planned this from the beginning. Priya nodded grimly. And she's not finished. Security just reported she accessed our building using another employee's credentials an hour ago. No one can find her. As I digested this information, the boardroom door opened. All eyes turned to me. Directors, investors, lawyers, and forensic accountants, waiting for explanations only I could provide. I stepped forward, my career and possibly more hanging in the balance, wondering where Vivica was and what she planned next. I entered the boardroom with my heart hammering against my ribs, clutching the data files that would determine not just my future, but potentially the company's survival. 14 pairs of eyes tracked my movement. Board members, major investors, and legal representatives arranged around a massive oval table. The tension in the air was almost physical, pressing against my skin. Merrick nodded toward an empty seat. Annika, thank you for joining us. Given the circumstances, the board has requested you present the actual European division performance metrics directly. I connected my drive to the presentation system, my fingertips still stinging from yesterday's burns. The first slide appeared, a simple comparison between reported growth and actual performance across 18 months. As you can see, I began, my voice steadier than I expected. The discrepancies began small, but expanded dramatically after the second quarter. For 20 minutes, I walked them through the evidence, explaining methodology and verification processes. I showed how the actual customer acquisition costs were triple what had been reported, how retention rates had been artificially inflated, how profit margins were negative rather than the reported 18% positive. The board chairman, a silver-haired man named Reed, removed his glasses. To be absolutely clear, you're stating the European division has lost nearly $17 million while reporting $23 million in profit? That's correct. The supporting data is consistent across multiple verification methods. A woman I recognized as our largest institutional investor leaned forward. When did you first notice these discrepancies? And why didn't you alert anyone sooner? I felt a trap in her question. I began documenting inconsistencies 9 months ago. I raised concerns through appropriate channels, first with my direct manager, Vivica, then with finance oversight. And the response? I was told the differences reflected advanced modeling techniques and strategic presentation of potential rather than current metrics. Ellis, sitting near the door, added, "Finance received similar explanations when we questioned the numbers." Vivica had cultivated strong relationships with several directors who validated her approaches. 3 directors shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Reed's expression hardened. "The coffee incident? That happened after you presented contradictory data?" "Yes. I simply showed both sets of numbers side by side during my assigned segment of the quarterly presentation." The investor tapped her pen against the table. "And now Vivica is claiming you manipulated data to frame her after being denied promotion. How do you respond?" I met her gaze directly. "Every analysis I've presented includes verified raw data with timestamps and authentication logs. Independent forensic accountants have confirmed my findings." The livestream captured her, attempting to delete evidence immediately after the incident. Murmurs rippled around the table. "Furthermore," I continued, "this morning's investigation revealed communication between Vivica and Carson Hayes at Velux Analytics, detailing their plan to inflate our numbers, secure investment, then leave before discovery." This revelation elicited gasps. Merrick's face drained of color. Velux was our most aggressive competitor. "Those communications haven't been authenticated," cautioned the general counsel. "They're being verified now," Priya interjected from the doorway. "But security has another urgent concern. We can't locate Vivica within the building, though her borrowed credentials show she's still inside. She's disabled several security cameras on the executive floor." Reed stood immediately. "Suspend this meeting. Security protocols in effect." As everyone gathered their materials, my phone vibrated with a text. "Check storage room 3E. Come alone if you want to protect what's left of your reputation. V." I shouldn't have gone alone. Every instinct screamed against it, but something in the message's tone suggested she had leverage I couldn't ignore. Slipping away from the dispersing meeting, I took the stairs to the 3rd floor, finding the rarely used storage section deserted. Room 3E's door stood slightly ajar. I pushed it open to find Vivica sitting calmly beside a small table, looking immaculate despite being a fugitive within her own workplace. The sight was so incongruent, it momentarily stunned me. "Close the door, Annika," she said pleasantly, as if inviting me to a normal meeting. Against better judgment, I stepped inside, leaving the door open a crack. "Security is looking for you." "I know. We don't have much time." She gestured to a chair across from her. "You've created quite the spectacle. The board seems impressed with your detective work." "This isn't about impressing anyone. You committed fraud that put the entire company at risk." Her smile remained unwavering. "Such righteousness. Tell me, what happens to all those jobs in our European offices when investors pull out? Have you considered the collateral damage of your crusade? You created that risk, not me. Perspective is everything. I accelerated growth projections to secure investment we needed. Without that funding, European expansion would have stalled completely. You fabricated results and misled investors. I created opportunity," she countered. "This company was stagnating before I arrived. My methods brought in 40 million in new capital, based on lies." Her expression hardened minutely. "I came here to offer you a choice before things escalate further." She slid a folder across the table. Inside were printouts of private messages between me and a former colleague who'd left for a competitor last year. The conversations included discussions about company strategy and market positioning. Sharing internal strategies with competitors, very problematic. Vivica's voice dripped with false concern. "Combined with your personnel history of promotion denials, this paints an unfortunate picture of motivation." My blood ran cold. The messages were real but innocuous. General industry talk with a friend, nothing proprietary, but carefully selected and presented without context. "This is manipulation," I said quietly. "This is survival. You've destroyed 18 months of my work. Did you expect no response? What do you want?" Simple. A joint statement acknowledging mutual misunderstanding of methodologies. You retract your claims of deliberate manipulation. We both resign with appropriate packages. The company avoids a public scandal. That's not going to happen. Her smile tightened. Then I released these communications to the board alongside evidence suggesting you altered data timestamps to frame me. 3 directors will support my version. Your credibility, your career, everything you've built, gone. No one will believe that after seeing the live stream. People believe what powerful people tell them to believe, Annika. You should have learned that by now. As she spoke, I noticed something on her open laptop. An email draft to our entire client list with attachments labeled Confidential Client Strategy. My stomach lurched as I realized her backup plan wasn't just to discredit me, it was scorched earth. You'd destroy the whole company? I whispered. I prefer to think of it as leaving nothing for those who betrayed me. Her finger hovered over the send button. Your decision? The storage room door swung fully open. Ellis stood there, with Priya and 2 security officers. We heard everything, Ellis said quietly. Viveka's composure finally cracked. She lunged for her laptop, but Priya was faster, pulling it away before she could send the email. You recorded this? Without consent? Viveka sputtered, backing away as security approached. No need, Priya replied. The board has been watching this entire conversation via video conference. After your first threat message to Annika, we activated emergency protocols, including remote access to all company devices, including the phone you used to text her. Viveka's face contorted with rage as security escorted her from the room, her threats echoing down the hallway. Back in the boardroom, Reed's expression was grim as the final pieces fell into place. The forensic team had verified the emails between Viveka and Carson Hayes, confirming industrial espionage. 3 directors resigned on the spot rather than face investigation. By evening, Viveka had been formally terminated and escorted from the premises, legal proceedings pending. I sat alone in my office afterward, physically and emotionally drained. When Merrick knocked on my door, the board would like to see you, he said, his expression unreadable. Expecting more questions, possibly even lingering suspicion, I returned to the boardroom. The remaining board members and investors were still there, now joined by several senior managers. Reed spoke first. Annika, your actions exposed serious wrongdoing that could have destroyed this company. Your thoroughness and integrity are exactly what we need during this recovery period. I nodded cautiously, uncertain where this was heading. We'd like to offer you the position of Interim European Operations Director while we restructure. The role comes with a significant salary increase and team authority. You'll work directly with the forensic accountants to rebuild accurate reporting systems. The offer stunned me. I'm not sure I'm qualified. You're precisely qualified, interrupted the institutional investor. You understood the numbers when others accepted convenient fictions. You maintained integrity when pressured to conform. You prioritized truth over personal advancement. What about the European offices, the employees there? We'll need honest leadership now more than ever, Marek finished. They deserve to know where they truly stand, not where someone pretended they were. 2 weeks later, I stood before those European teams via video conference, delivering difficult but honest assessments of our position. Contrary to Viveka's predictions, most expressed relief at finally understanding the actual challenges they faced. No more impossible targets based on fictional baselines, I promised them. We rebuild with transparency. The recovery was neither quick nor easy. Our stock took a significant hit when the true financial position was disclosed. 2 major investors pulled out, though the institutional investor who'd questioned me in the boardroom doubled her stake, calling us a case study in responsible corporate recovery. 3 months after the coffee incident, I sat in my new office, reviewing the first fully verified quarterly results. The numbers weren't impressive. European operations remained in the red, but they were honest, with realistic improvement trajectories. My phone buzzed with a news alert. Viveka had pleaded guilty to securities fraud and industrial espionage charges. The plea deal included cooperation against Carson Hayes and Velox Analytics, revealing a broader scheme targeting multiple competitors. As I closed the alert, an email arrived from Reed. The subject line read, "The Real Revenge." Inside was a link to an industry publication featuring our company as a case study in corporate resilience and ethical recovery. The article highlighted how transparent reporting had restored investor trust despite revealing short-term losses. The final paragraph quoted an unnamed board member. Our recovery strategy was simple, the exact opposite of what created the crisis. Where there was deception, we chose transparency. Where there were shortcuts, we embraced proper process. Where leadership demanded blind loyalty, we now reward principled objection. Attached was a note from Reed. This is worth more than $40 million in fraudulent growth. This is sustainable business built on integrity. This is the real revenge against those who would sacrifice our future for short-term glory. I smiled, realizing he was right. My revenge wasn't watching Vivica's downfall or taking her position. The real revenge was rebuilding everything she tried to destroy, but stronger, more transparent, and ethically sound. That evening, as I packed to visit our Berlin office, I found a small package on my desk, a beautiful ceramic travel mug with a note from the team, for the woman who showed us that honesty burns brighter than ambition. Some might say the greatest revenge is success, but I discovered something more powerful. The greatest revenge is becoming the leader you needed when you were vulnerable. Every day, I mentor team members to speak up when numbers don't make sense. Every strategy meeting begins with what's true, not what's convenient. If you've stayed with my story this long, maybe you're facing your own workplace challenge, someone taking credit, hiding problems, or punishing honesty. Remember that integrity may burn slowly, but truth eventually boils over. If my story resonated with you, please subscribe for more workplace insights. I share new leadership lessons monthly. Leave a comment about how you've handled difficult workplace situations. Your experiences might help someone facing similar challenges today. The burn scars on my cheek faded long ago, but the lessons remain, permanent reminders that sometimes the most painful moments lead to our greatest transformations.